I'm a 25-year-old, and even though these events happened 11 years ago, I still remember them very clearly. This is by far the creepiest thing I've ever experienced. When I was 14, my family and I moved out of town into a small house situated right in the middle of a cane field. There was a dirt road that led from the main road to the front of our house, and the sides and back were surrounded by cane. I was what my parents called a fitness freak, because exercise was my thing. So I took my dog, Jet, and went jogging early mornings and late afternoons every single day. Because we had just moved to this house, and it being surrounded by cane and all, I had to find a new track to continue my routine. Our house was 2 stories high and my bedroom window faced the front of our house so I could see the main road. After finally moving in my stuff and setting up my bedroom at the new house, I noticed from my window that there was a little dirt road on the side of the main road. Perfect, I thought. It was about 5:30 in the afternoon, the usual time I would go for my jog, so I would go and check it out. The road was long and narrow, fitting no more than 1 car, as there were rows of cane on either sides that stood tall and well above my head. I had been jogging for about 15 minutes, and looking back, I could no longer see the main road as this track was straight, but then slightly curved, leading me up towards another house. I could only see the roof of this house in the distance, as the cane was still very high. As I got closer, I noticed a little boy in a red shirt sitting on the top of her roof. He looked about 5 or 6. That's weird, I thought. I remember thinking, how on earth did he climb up there? And if his parents knew he was there, because not only is the roof visible over the cane, as it was obviously a 2-story home. So I stopped jogging and called my dog back, who was running a few meters ahead of me, and turned around to go back. I wasn't interested in going all the way up to the house, just in case I'd be trespassing on private property, or if they had dogs, as mine didn't get on with other pets very well. When I got home, my dad was sitting on the couch watching TV. I asked him if he knew the family who lived up on the opposite dirt road. Nah, no one lives up there, he told me. Well, there must be someone who lives there, I say. I just saw a little boy sitting on the roof. My dad looked at me and lowered his eyebrows as if he didn't believe me. No, Tori, no one lives there. It used to be an old workhouse that farmers used to store their tractors and working equipment in. I was so confused, questioning whether I had just imagined a little boy sitting up there. My 12-year-old sister then walked out the bathroom drying her hair with her towel. Gemma, come jogging with me in the morning? Why? Because I need to see if I'm just imagining something. Okay. First thing in the morning, I dragged Gemma to come along. We left the dog at home just in case there really were people living there. So, what were you imagining? Yesterday, I went jogging on this road, and down the end was a house with a little boy sitting on the roof. So, Dad is saying that no one lives there, and it's bothering me. We get close enough to where the roof was finally visible, and there was no little boy in sight. Let's go all the way in then, Gemma said, and I hesitantly followed. When we got there, it became pretty clear that there couldn't possibly be anyone living there. To try and describe it as best I can, it was a large 2-story house covered in black streaks, as if it had been burnt down once before, and had 3 large square gaps on the front that clearly used to be windows. The stairs to get inside were at the back of the house, and behind that was a small murky-coloured lake. It seemed definitely abandoned, and like it hadn't been used in many years. My dad was right about it being once used as a storage place for farmers. Around the yard were old tires, tractors and cars. In all honesty, the whole place was straight up creepy. This is gonna sound weird, but do you have a bad feeling? Gemma looked at me for a moment before agreeing. Tori? Is that the little boy? She said, her voice shaking. Before I got a chance to answer where, Gemma was pointing towards a small room downstairs with a smashed hole in the window. Through the window, there was a little boy sitting there. We both stared in shock for at least another second before bolting back down the road. We got home, bursted through the door, telling Mum and Dad what we'd seen. Dad laughed. I told you girls no one lives there. I was getting frustrated. Dad, seriously, Gemma saw him too. They both brushed it off and didn't think much of it. Being dumb teenagers and all. Gemma and I decided to go back in the afternoon to the house with the dog. When we got back there, we checked where we had seen the boy in the morning, but he was gone. Jet was going crazy. We unclipped his leash from his collar and he took off running behind the house and the upstairs. We called out to him, but he wasn't coming back. Great. Now we have to go get him. We walked around the back and started slowly walking upstairs. They were old, rickety, and creaking with every step. Gemma got up the stairs before me, because admittedly I was scared, and I was only halfway up before Gemma called out, "Oh my god, Tori, you have to see this." I walked straight in as the front door was missing and I had chills. On the dusty old floorboards was kids' crayon scribbles and a small blue shoe. If only Dad could see this. I immediately wanted to leave, but Gemma was still calling out to Jet and he hadn't returned. We walked through the kitchen and into an open room of the house and found Jet sitting there staring at a large cardboard box that was at least a meter tall. We looked inside, and it was full to the brim of blank videotapes. Every part of me was screaming to get out. Gemma looked at me and slowly reached in to grab a tape when we heard quick and heavy footsteps coming from the front of the house, exactly as if someone was running towards us. We both panicked and got the hell out of there. It was late in the afternoon, and it was starting to get dark. It started pouring with rain as we were running away, and as we got further down the road we looked back, seeing a few shapes of large men standing in the gaps of the windows watching us. When we got home we were sweaty, and so far out of breath trying to explain to Mum and Dad what we had seen. "Videotapes? That's weird," Dad said. Mum wasn't so interested, so she chose not to believe us. We explained that when Gemma tried to pick up a tape, we heard what sounded like someone coming towards us, even though it was now dark outside. My dad suggested he would go for a drive to the house and have a look. For some reason, even though Gemma and I were absolutely scared out of our minds, we decided to go with him. We drove up slowly through the dirt road as it was dark and eerie, and all we could see was the gravel of the road directly in front of the car, where the headlights shone. We pulled up at the house, thinking it was scary enough during the day, but it was like going to a horror movie during the night. We sat in the car with the headlights shining directly onto the old, creepy house, and darkness surrounding elsewhere. My dad, Gemma and I almost jumped out of our skin, and I swear for a second that my heart stopped beating. It was the sound of a gunshot. It sounded like it was shot no more than a few meters from our car. At that moment, Dad immediately put the car into reverse and spun it around, about to drive off when he just stopped still. My heart was about to beat out my chest and I yelled, "Dad, what are you doing?" Gemma was almost crying in the front seat. I looked at both of them, and they were both doing nothing but staring directly in front of the car. So this thing I noticed on the way there was, since it had rained a bit earlier, there were no tracks or anything marked on the road, since they were washing away by the rain. So our tire tracks were the only ones. Then I saw it, sitting perfectly upright On top of our tire tracks was a bullet shell. It's safe to say we never came back to that house, as it's quite obvious we were not wanted there. I began jogging on a track from the back of our house, and have had a much better experience. But still to this day, so many questions remain in my head. I wonder what the hell would have been on those tapes, why there was an entire box full of them, who did they belong to, and why were they being so protected? I'm a female in my late 20s, 5'8", 135 pounds, who would be described by her friends as very adventurous, immodest, uninhibited to all, too eager to press the boundaries of her experience, and just a tad crazy. The foundation for my adventures was laid some time ago while watching television with my friends, Todd and Beth. We were watching the Survivor TV series, and I piped up and said that they should be totally alone and deprived of clothing. So my friend said, "Oh, like you could do that." And so the challenge was served, and I accepted. As the scenario developed, I was to be abandoned on their private ranch, deprived of any clothing, including shoes, left to wander some 2,500 acres to locate food and drink in hidden ice chests until such time as to I was to be picked up at the far end of the property some 3 miles away. I was provided a mattress to sleep on, placed out in the middle of a huge open pasture with no blankets or pillow. The chests were scattered, and I had to return to the mattress at night to sleep on. Basically, I couldn't sit in one place and wait to be collected. The dangers were poisonous snakes, insects, and some predators, mountain lions and coyotes, and the elements. I spent considerable time conditioning my feet, as I felt that they would be my most vulnerable attribute. So when the day came, we drove 30 miles out to their ranch, and gave me a map to locate the chests, took all my clothing and dumped me in the middle of nowhere for 3 days and 2 nights. At the end of the weekend I was picked up, filthy, sunburned and tired, but I felt victorious. The experience sparked in me the desire to periodically repeat the thrill of the state of vulnerability and adventure. Several times a year I repeat it, although I do find myself without my friends' participation. I do always coordinate with them when I'm going, and to take a cell phone with me. I take minimal provisions, park my car, lock my clothing in it, hide the keys nearby so I don't lose them, and then hike, explore the camp in the rugged wastelands of Texas. My camp is merely a spot where I keep a tent to hide in should it rain. I carry it in a sleeping bag that I stuff with an air mattress. I don't sleep inside it, I just lay on top of it, out in the open. My last adventure started like the others. Lock clothes in the car, hide keys and hike to my camp. Upon arrival I noticed that the sun and elements had taken a toll on my cheap one-person tent, but it looked like it might protect against mild rain, although none was forecast. I put my sleeping pad in it so it wouldn't blow away, and also my bag of snacks, cell phone, water, and a flask of bourbon. Then I went on my naturalist hike. I explored for several hours, enjoying the wind and sun on my body and feeling part of nature. Towards sunset I hiked back to camp, pulled the sleeping pad out of the tent, sat on it and ate. I sipped on my bourbon as I watched a beautiful sunset, then laid back on my pad and watched the clouds drift across the night sky until I drifted off to sleep. As I slept, more clouds moved in and the wind increased. The cooling breeze brought a chill, and soon I felt the first raindrop plop on my belly. I pulled the bag into the tent and laid on it as I listened to the pitter-patter on the nylon. As the wind and rain increased, I began to hear the thrashing of brush around me. Was the wind that strong? Then I heard the snapping of limbs and what sounded like growls. Not just growls though, snarls. Then a scream rang out. Something began tearing and pulling at the tent. It started pulling the tent over and dragging it off with me inside. At this point my survival instincts kicked in and I bailed out of the tent and started running towards my car. I ran through the drenching rain and cold winds. In the dark and through the brush, scratching my body, I ran. I kept hearing the snarling and growling, but it seemed to be fading. Finally, I arrived at my car, found the keys, dropped them fumbling in the dark, and after I finally found them again in the mud, unlocked my car and started it and put on the lights. I didn't see anything between the swipes of the wipers. I drove out as fast as I could, got to the front gate and realized I had to get out to open it again. I took a careful look around and quickly ran through the rain, flung the gates open back in my car and began to drive. Soaking wet and muddy, I used my t-shirt laying on the seat to sop up the rain from my hair and face. It was then I noticed I had a rather deep scratch on my right breast that was bleeding quite a bit. I tried to wipe it with my t-shirt, but it didn't help. I drove the 30 miles home wondering if I'd get pulled over on the highway patrol for being out so late, and how I would explain my situation. I got home at 4 a.m. I had just left the soggy t-shirt and shorts in the car. I went to my house, took a shower, and felt the painful sting of the hot water on all the scratches of my body and my bruised feet. I toweled off and held a wash rag firmly against my right breast on the one particular deep scratch that continued to bleed. I sprawled out on my bed under the ceiling fan, trying to sleep. Sleep never really came, so I got up around 9 a.m. and realized I left my cell phone in my bag and I'd left the gate open. Not a good thing. I threw on a pair of loose-fitting terry cloth shorts, a baggy cut-off t-shirt that more than irritated my scratched-up skin, and some shoes and drove over to my friend's house. My car was a mess inside, and the t-shirt and shorts I'd left in it were soaked. Upon arrival, I explained what happened and asked if they'd go with me to close the gate and retrieve my things. Their first reaction was, "Oh my, look at you," referring to the scratches up my legs, arms and belly. I lifted my t-shirt and showed them the numerous scratches on my breasts. I was a mess. We loaded up in their pickup and drove out to the ranch. The gate was still wide open, so when we drove in, Beth and I got out and closed it behind us. We parked where I parked my car and got out and started the trek up to camp. Upon arrival, we found the remains of the shoddy tent, totally ripped up, the sleeping bag some 50 feet away from where I set it up. Among the debris I found my bag, cell phone was dirty but worked, and my flask was beside it. I opened it and finished it off in one big gulp. We searched but found no footprints that might reveal what attacked me. Todd said he would place game cameras in the area to see if he could record anything, but nothing ever showed up. I have mixed feelings about going back. I miss the experience and may spend time out there again, but only on day trips for now. I was about 19. My best friend had become friends with a guy called Chris. Chris lived with his mom, Crystal, in a small house located in a village in Cumberland. Crystal was really cool and would let us hang out there. The house was built in the 50s or 60s. All the doors in the house were glass. The living room had 2 entrances with double doors, and there was a conservatory on the back of the house, which the other doors led to. Basically at night, no matter where you stood, you could see everywhere on the ground floor, either directly or reflected in the conservatory. There was a small garden with a fence, and then the woods. The people in the village itself were weird. We would have a nervous laugh about it being like the Children of the Corn, Village of the Damned, or the League of Gentlemen. The kids in the street would stop and stare as we walked by. Shopkeepers would stop what they were doing and smile but never say a word the whole time. People walking down the street would either be mumbling or laughing to themselves. On a few occasions, they would walk until just past us, scream and then run off down the street, as we all stood looking bewildered at each other. and I would say, I hope you know we're all gonna pass here. I'm not exaggerating when I say that is how everyone was on the street. They behaved in that way without fail. It was creepy, absurd, and a little bit hilarious. One day me and my friend Bud went to the local pub, where everyone stopped and turned to look at us. The pub was full of men in polo shirts. Anyway, you just need to understand the nature, the surrealism of this place, where everything was quite strange. It wasn't long into my first visit before we got Crystal talking about some of the weird things that go on, not just in the house but the whole area. She had collected newspaper clippings from the local paper to back up some of her stories. Here are some events that I remember she told me. If you've ever heard of the Bonnie Bridge UFO sightings, on one of these occasions, a UFO was spotted near the village. The woods were well known in the area for the amount of bodies that turned up. It was rumored that a coven of witches practiced black magic in the woods. People said they had seen robed groups of people in the woods and white horses in nearby fields. People had been found with their lives taken where the trails cut off. Chris and Crystal told me one night the entire street was out in the backyard. There was chanting coming from the woods. They said it was so loud it must have been at least 50 people. Men, women, deep voices, high voices. Crystal said the creepiest part was as soon as the chanting stopped, it would instantly start in another part of the forest, like they were jumping from one part to another, or a group of hundreds of people throughout the forest were performing some perfectly coordinated chanting in the dark. To a bunch of teenage adventurers, this place was crazy. Crystal also mentioned that strange objects had been left on the steps in the backyard, feathers and twigs tied with twine, and a few times robed figures standing just beyond the fence. Well, that was all mind-blowing. And then she started to tell us about the house. Both Crystal and Chris refused to use the second-floor bathroom to go in to the spare bedroom. At some point, Crystal had noticed scrabbling sounds coming from the loft. She assumed it was either a rat or squirrel that had gotten in. Also that all the spoons in the house had started to go missing. Each time she returned to the house, another spoon was gone. Finally, there were no spoons left, and she tore the house apart trying to find just one with no luck. She searched everywhere except the spare bedroom. She was pumping herself, getting ready to go in, when she heard a bump from the loft. Oh no, she thought. There's someone living in the loft. She called the police. Chris had come home from a friend's house at this point, and they both listened to the bumping and scrabbling as they waited for the police. Even the police heard it when they arrived. They pulled down the hatch, went in, and found nothing, except all the spoons laid in a row in front of a burned-out candle. The policeman, straight-faced, suggested she get an exorcist. They never told me why they didn't go into the other rooms, but Crystal believed she was cursed and that her ex-husband had something to do with it. Despite the honesty in their face and the clippings and all the things I'd experienced in my life, at that point I was skeptical. It's hard to let go of that, even when we did start experiencing things. Often a group of us would be hanging out, watching a movie or something when this would happen. The first time we all sat there, gradually it dawned on me I could hear something. A perfectly natural sound. Someone was in the kitchen, clearing dishes away. I could see reflected in the conservatory window, someone moving back and forward in the kitchen. I looked left and right, doing a head count, and felt my blood drain. I turned to my buddy and said quietly, "Who the hell's in the kitchen?" Still looking at the TV, he said, "Oh, it's, quick head count. I don't know." The rest of the group had begun to catch on. They saw it too. We armed ourselves with anything we could find, golf clubs, chairs, guitars. Half of us took the hallway entrance, and the other conservatory entrance. As soon as someone could see directly into the kitchen, the noise straight up stopped. the clattering right up until the very last moment. None of us slept that night. However, it happened again and again. We purposefully took people who had never been there and knew nothing about it and waited for them to notice, and it was always the same without fail. Sometimes when we all decided to crash for the night, the only place left was the spare room. I went up, opened the door, and some big guy had beat me to it, right there all wrapped up in the quilt. I went back downstairs with a sigh. My buddy asked me what was up and I explained. He's adamant no one is in there, pointing out where everyone is sleeping. I agree, but I'm also adamant someone is there. We both go up, open the door, and the quilt is flat and hanging off the bed. The second time it happens, I was with my girlfriend. She never set foot in that room again, but it wasn't just us that saw that one either. One night, one of my pals was taking his sweet time in the toilet. I decided to use the one upstairs. I walked up the stairs. I was looking down slightly. The top step came into view. It was dark, but nothing like pitch black, and there on top of the steps were legs, a black suit trouser, and a pair of polished black shoes. I tried with all my might to look up, but I just couldn't do it, and I went back down the stairs. One night it was Chris's birthday. He had a big party, loads of people, and the house was packed, blaring music, and at about 3 a.m, Chris takes me up to his room window. "Listen," he says. I run downstairs, grab my mate, he shuts off the music and everyone can hear it. Screams. 50-odd teenagers standing in the backyard and hanging out of a window in pure silence. I swear to you, I will not exaggerate. These were the most blood-curdling screams I've ever heard. It sounded like a woman or child, and it was coming from the forest. I tell myself it was probably a fox, but whatever was happening to that thing, I would not wish on anyone. It was crying in pain and it was loud. The sound would become higher pitched and pop, and then gurgling and then start all over again. Every single one of us stood there for about an hour. Girls started crying. Some of the guys were freaking out, and there was nothing else to do. We couldn't just keep partying with that going on. The sound was absolute suffering. Maybe you guys in the States have heard of things like that, with big predators over there. But the biggest predators we have here are foxes, and there was no commotion or barking or shouting, just the sound of this poor thing screaming and gurgling over and over like it was on a megaphone. In all my years of camping in Scotland, I've never heard anything like that. However, the woods were beautiful in the daytime. We would walk through them often. Every time without fail when we went through the woods during the day, high above us 2 crows would be flying in the sky, cawing and knocking each other. But there was some other strange stuff in there. There was an area with wooden joists that had been merged into a tree, like they had grown out of it. They had nails protruding over them and stained with viscous black liquid. Near there, where the branches from the tree separate, that were perfectly twisted together. Strange symbols carved into a tree. Once we found large piles of white hair at the base of these trees, a ring of a baby oak tree that had been cut down. The stump in the center seemed to be bloodstained. There was an area where many tall tree saplings had been bent over and secured to make arches tall enough for a man to walk through. We had the place mapped out well in our heads. We knew where to go from each landmark to find the others. The area was segmented by roads too, but at night, even if we followed the compass to a T, nothing was in the right place. Fair enough, it's dark, you can get turned around, but what really gives me the creeps is that at night, and only at night, about 15 feet northeast from the ring of the tree stumps was a huge U-shaped hedge about 15 feet high. The U-shaped hedge created a corridor about 30 feet long with a dead end. It was monolithic, but we could only ever find it at night. Chris had a small den that he built when he was a kid. We hung out there a few hours one day, just chatting and stuff, and then went back. The next day we returned to the den, and there was a perfect 3-foot wide black circle scorched in the grass around the den. It was summer. The grass was tall, thick, and dry. I don't know how someone managed to do that. I think our constant investigating was annoying someone. We took it as a warning, but we didn't stop. After that, we weren't going so much, and in smaller groups, but I don't remember much else happening after that. This next story is from one of Chris's other group of friends that I heard before going to his house. So Chris had another group of friends who refused to go back to the house. Me and my best buddy knew one of them well, Darren. He was a really happy-go-lucky, really funny and cared about people, an honestly great guy. They had similar experiences as we did, except these two. Not sure what order they happened in, so I'll start with what happened to Darren. We had been told that Darren would not talk about this. He would not say a word about it, having heard the story. I get that. So me and my buddy sat there with Darren in a pub in Glasgow city centre. It was a chance meeting, but since he'd had a few drinks I thought it would be worth asking. I said, "Dude, Crystal's house, what happened?" He stiffened up and I said, "I heard you want to talk about it. Can you just confirm what we've heard, even if it's just with a nod?" He nodded and confirmed the whole story that way, and I'll just tell you as I've been told it. He was sitting in the conservatory. It was a nice day, bright and sunny, and Darren was sitting alone. He had his headphones on listening to music when something caught his eye from his peripheral vision. He turned to look. Standing at the conservatory door was a woman draped in a black robe. She had long, straight blonde hair. Her eyes were wide and she was staring right at him. She brought her hand up and started tapping the glass frantically with her fingernail, all the time staring wide-eyed right at him. Darren freaked, got up from the couch, looked back, and the woman had moved back, but in the same position, still staring, but now just tapping at the air. He moved to the end of the couch, looked back, and she was further back, doing the same thing. He got to the kitchen door. She's back further, doing the same thing. He ran into the house, one last look back, and she's still on the other side of the fence. Still staring, still pointing. Darren didn't stop running. He ran upstairs into the bathroom, lifted the toilet seat and started smacking it on his head. His friends heard and pulled him away and calmed him down. After he confirmed a bit about the toilet, I asked him why. He said he just didn't know. One day they all decided to trek down into the woods. I think the group was about 8 strong, if not 7. Maybe one stayed behind. Anyway, Adam waited about 5 minutes after the rest set off because he wanted to freak them out. Adam had army experience. He was tall, 6'5". I knew him pretty well. He was cocky, funny, and confident. He told Crystal what he was doing and set off. About 2 hours went by and the rest of the group came back. Crystal asked, "Where's Adam?" You guys guess what happened next. They all went back in search of Adam. It was getting dark. They split up but stayed in earshot of each other. As they tell it, they searched for hours in the night. They met the edge of the woods, very upset at this point, losing hope. One of them shouted, "For God's sake, if you're there, make a noise. Do something." Right there and then, they hear a thump. They follow the sound, and only about 5 feet away, there he is, on the ground, leaning against a log, groggy. They grab him up, drag him back to the house all the way, and he's just slurring, "Witches, they got me, they got me." He had blood and a wound directly on top of his head. Blood was covering his face. He was close to delirious, so what they managed to get out of him was this. He ran down after them. He used his army training to sneak up on them. He was watching them from behind a tree. Then wham! He's on the ground leaning against a log. 3 women in white robes with blonde hair are staring in front of him. They tell him he shouldn't be there, and if he keeps coming it will be dangerous. The next thing he knows, his friends are shouting, asking him to make a noise. He groggily grabs a branch and starts hitting the log he's leaning on. He swears he follows them quite far into the woods and the fact they found him where they did makes no sense. I spoke to him a lot about this. He was the most willing to talk and strangely the least bothered about the whole thing. He was also the only one in that group who wanted to go back, but that seemed to be the last straw for the rest of them. This is one more thing I almost forgot that Chris told me about. Him and a mutual friend called Taryn went into the woods one day. They went to the den. They said it was a nice day until they started to head back. They heard a whistling noise. It got louder and louder, and they walked and walked until they were sure they'd left the woods. Then they began to panic. They started to run. The whistling started coming from in front of them, and they changed direction and ran. Taryn said the woods became a blur. They ran another way, and no matter which way they ran, the whistling was in front of them. Eventually, on the point of exhaustion, they fell out of the woods onto the road that led home. Taryn said it was the scariest experience of his life. He felt like they would never escape, and said he kept trying to slow down and be calm, but he just knew they had to run. My family is Russian. Both my parents are from Siberia in the northern part of Russia and were born in a city called Omsk. Anyway, a few days ago my dad and I got into a conversation that kept deviating from the original topic, and eventually reached a point where we started talking about paranormal occurrences in our lives. I asked him why he believes in Yetis, as a long time ago he told me that he believed in them but never explained why. My dad is not the type of guy who believes in paranormal activity. He believes ghosts and aliens are all far-fetched nonsense, and it was very much to my surprise that he openly believes in Yetis, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you call it. He sits up straight, clears his throat, and then tells me the following story. My dad is 51 years old, and in his 20s, he was serving time in the military. He was in a place called Sputnik, a village close to the Russian border with Norway. If you look it up, you can still see the barracks and the whole military camp itself. Pretty fascinating. All heavy-duty military supplies were always stored far away from any human activity, typically in a forest. One day, a group of 10 people, one of whom is my father, were tasked to go on an expedition to the warehouse to restock military supplies in the camp. This required many people because loading up the trucks with very heavy equipment and ammunition was a rather grueling task. My father gets in the truck with the others and they're on the road. They reach the place far later than anticipated because of something along the lines of, "We got a flat tire." The place they were going to was located near a city that's on the bank of one of the hundreds of rivers you can see if you look on a map. The place was called Lovazero. They get there during the night. The only thing that was illuminating the forest were the stars, since it was so dark and everyone was so tired that they decided to do a little sleepover in the warehouse. They slept over at a dugout not too far away. Once they get there, everyone takes their spot on the floor and says goodnight. But no matter how much my dad was tired, he simply couldn't sleep. He stayed up for another 30 minutes before standing up and seeing everyone with their eyes open. No one was asleep either. He had thought he was the only one awake, but he wasn't. The thing that was keeping him up was a sense of discomfort that he couldn't explain, and he decided to share this with the others. Everyone nods and says that they were all experiencing the exact same thing, and that it wouldn't let them rest peacefully. After another half hour, the discomfort has now evolved into mild fear and panic. At this point, everyone is really concerned because they've all got to wake up early tomorrow to move heavy boxes, and sleeping of course is essential. They keep laying in silence when all of a sudden they hear a very strong thump on the roof of the building. The thumping persists, and it sounds as if someone extremely heavy is walking on the roof. Now, this roof was wooden. It was a sod roof with grass covering it, and my dad could tell for a fact it was someone walking because of the creaking that the boards made. Simultaneously, everyone, as discovered the next day, begins hyperventilating and everyone's heart begins beating extremely fast. The thumping this creature was making was so loud it resonated in my dad's ears, and he felt his insides shake. One of the guys passed out. At a certain point, the creature descends from the roof and starts walking around the dugout, and one of the guys that was proud enough to open his eyes looked around and said that the creature was peeking in, but since it was dark he could only see a silhouette. Eventually, what it was that caused all of this left, and everyone tried to go back to sleep. The next day, one of my dad's buddies asked a passing local about this phenomenon, and he said it was completely in the ordinary, and even gave it a specific name, which, unfortunately, my dad does not remember. Also, consider the fact that this all happened during the times of the Soviet Union. As you may or may not know, the Soviet Union was a complete atheist state. No cults, no belief in spirits, no religion. And people who believed in that sort of stuff were frowned upon. My father and the 9 other soldiers are ideologically packed elite troops. And honestly, hearing this from him sounded crazy. And I know for a fact it was real. My parents were both military. They were relocated to Austin, Texas in '92. Something was delayed and their housing was put on hold, so the people in charge placed my parents into temporary housing. To my mother's horror, it was a scuzzy, very dated double-wide tin trailer, which was moldy, roach and rodent infested, and the windows leaked and the place couldn't hold heat. Since my dad had to travel more than an hour to and from the base, Mom was left alone for hours at night. She, one night, decided she wasn't going to wait up for my dad and turned in early. She got dressed for bed, turned on the hall light for my dad and turned out her light and laid down. Just after she closed her eyes, she let out a sigh after her head hit the pillow, and all went quiet. Though suddenly she heard a shuffle sound. She was kind of confused. Dad's truck wasn't heard coming into the driveway, so he definitely wasn't home. Mum held her breath to listen, and the shuffle sound was like footsteps, with the heel lazily sliding to the floor with each step. Mum had her back to the bedroom door, and the footsteps were just wandering down the hall. It entered the bedroom. Mum propped herself on her elbows and looked over her shoulder. The light in the hall was glowing into the bedroom. Nothing was there, but the shuffle sound was right there by the bed now. Mum tried to focus on where the noise was coming from. Then, whatever it was, sat on the bed. There was nothing on the bed except for a divot on the comforter, as if someone was sitting right there in bed. Mum continued to hold her breath, calmly got up, walked over and switched on the light and shut the door behind her and fell asleep on the couch. My parents stayed in the place for just 2 months, and nothing, fortunately, ever happened again. I have another story I wish to share. I had a co-worker called John who grew up closely to the Native American culture, so John was taught about spirits. The subject of the paranormal does not faze him. When he moved into a new house, something was different about it. It didn't bother him enough to be concerned about anything, he just got on with his life. Though after his first week, John felt pretty rubbish about being there, kind of feeling like he had to look around his environment a little bit more than usual. Trying to lounge in his living room in the same evening, there was a knock at his front door. It was a firm knock, but not urgent. He got up, muted the TV, and went to answer it. When he got to the door and opened up, no one was there. There were no passing cars, it was a dead-end driveway, and he only had 2 neighbors. They were about a 3-minute walk apart. There was no one. John shut the door and went back to his chair. Just as he pressed on mute, the knock happened again. It was the same firm knock. He frowned and walked back over. But again, there was no one. He shut the door and waited this time. It's a prank, friggin' kids, he thought. But not a minute later the knock happened, and he swung the door open, and there was no one there, just an open lawn, no trees or shrubs for hiding. He sighed, agitated but cautious, closed the door without letting go of the knob, even faster than before it knocked again. John, this time, was very agitated and really flung the door open. There definitely wasn't any time for kids to try and vanish into the darkness. John was now angry. "If you don't stop this right now, I'm gonna get you." He stepped outside his door, breathed in the fresh air and listened. Nothing. John sighed in annoyance and went back inside. Nothing ever happened again. There is one final story I wish to share. Sasha had just ended a relationship. She needed to move quickly and in a hurry. A friend of hers knew a landlord who had just opened up a double wide for rent on one of their properties, so it was perfect timing. Sasha signed the paperwork unseen, got the keys immediately and started moving in. The trailer was spacious. You walked into a large living space. The kitchen had an open counter bar and connected dining. Perfect, she thought. As soon as she started sorting boxes by assigned rooms, Sasha really looked around the home. To the left of the living room from the front door was a long hallway, one bedroom to the right, the bathroom to the left, and down the hall the master bedroom. Going to the master bedroom to set things up was the first thing Sasha noticed when she was taken by surprise. There on the wall was something odd. It was yarn and sticks. Macrame decorations? She got closer and realized it was very primitive, a crudely wrapped dream catcher. It's a hoop, and it looked like it was about to snap. The yarn was covered in cobwebs. Weaved into the yarn were your basic plastic junk beads from a kid's craft box, and there were strands of yarn hanging and twisted together in multiple knots, with a chicken's foot. Gross, she thought, and tossed it out into the trash. Well, she didn't get to stay in her new place for the first 2 days. She had to travel a distance between her old home and stayed with her parents who had kept her dog for the transition time. But Sasha did get a chance to continue to unpack between work and her parents' house. On the 3rd day, everything was put together enough. She collected her dog and went straight to her new home for the first full night's stay. All evening, Sasha was unpacking. By the time she stopped and looked at the time, it was 2:30 a.m., bedtime. All the lights were turned off and she settled in her room with some YouTube and her dog on the bed. At 3 a.m., Sasha noticed her dog staring out the bedroom door, ears alert, kind of tense looking. Sasha put her phone down, trying to focus on her own scenes, when she heard it. Small, evenly timed thuds. It was faint, but Sasha could hear someone walking around her living room. She lived alone. The doors and windows were locked, or at least they should have been. There's no way anyone could have broken in without making much more noise. Fear tightened in her chest. Then the footsteps stopped, and suddenly, the steps came thudding down the hallway. She sat straight up in bed, her dog barking, hackles raised, but refused to leave her side. The thud of running feet came to a stop right at her bedroom door. Sasha then heard laughter, the giggle of a small child, and then feet running again down the hallway. "Screw this," Sasha said. She got up, ran to her door, slammed it shut, slid her dresser across the entry, and the next morning she found small childlike sized handprints all over the window in the living room. It wasn't her imagination from staying up late, so it seemed. She called a friend who knew a girl who would do house cleanses with sage and prayer. It worked, because after that she never found or heard anything inexplicable again. It wasn't until I brought up the subject of voodoo religion, of how hanging a chicken's foot above your door is supposed to ward off evil, so Sasha believes that maybe the crusty or dream catcher was holding something at bay. Nothing further ever happened between the cleansing, but still, I kind of wonder about the old dream catcher, possibly warding away a spirit who couldn't rest. I'm going to share with you something that I've carried with me for the last 24 years, and I haven't really spoken much about since I was a child, and I've never spoken about it on any kind of public forum, such as this. You are free to not believe me. I in fact encourage you to doubt anything that you're told from anyone. I am sharing this with you because, as I've gotten older, I've spent 2 decades developing a life to the best of my ability. I've carried an immense weight on my shoulders that neither therapists nor psychiatrists treat as anything other than a method of repressing memories at best, and the delusions of a lunatic at worst. I do not blame you if you draw these same conclusions. I'm sharing this with what I believe has become the most publicly traded speaking place on the internet, for the sole purpose of attempting to drop the weight that I've carried with my life. This is more of a personal cleanse than an attempt to intrigue. And if no one hears this and it becomes buried, I would have at least gotten it off my chest. I am not from here, and by here I don't mean where I currently live. I mean where any of us live. Anyone hearing this right now? It's now a few days after my 30th birthday, and this time of year it always strikes me, because I started kindergarten on my birthday when I turned 5. I thought at the time everyone did that. You turned 5, and when you turned 5 you go to school. I didn't realize my birthday just happened to coincide with the first day of school. And a little over 1 year later, in about 2 weeks' time, it would have been 24 years to the day that my entire world vanished. I was born in San Diego and lived in a poorer suburb of San Diego as a child. I lived in an apartment complex called Lemon Vine Apartments that were a bit of a slummier version of the Lemon Vine Apartments found in Lemon Grove, a suburb of San Diego. My parents were divorced but friendly. My mother was young when she had me and she was beautiful. She was in her early 20s and was aspiring to be a model, and would regularly take trips to LA to do photo shoots. She did glamour modeling for magazines. She had a darker skin tone, being 1/4 Indian. Indian, not native, and it gave her an exotic look. My favorite picture of her as a child was her modeling a luxurious wedding dress for a bridal company. I used to sleep with that picture when she would go to LA, and I would stay with my dad, who worked for the city of San Diego. They shared custody pretty evenly, and we even did Christmas together as a family, even though they had split when I was still a baby. My dad, his girlfriend, my mum, who was single, and me. Maybe things weren't as good between them as I remember, but I was 6, so if there was drama behind the scenes, they did a good job of hiding it from me. On September 17th, 1996, I was staying at my dad's parents' in Riverside, California. They had a small farm where they raised chickens, pigs, and goats. No horses or sheep or anything, but my grandma had several pet ducks that would eat seeds from your hand, fly away, and return every year like clockwork. My dad had to work at night for a week, and my mum was in LA, so I stayed with my grandparents. Schools back then were pretty cool with this kind of thing, and I was sent home with the sort of nonsense assignment you'd expect a first grader who'd just gone back to school after summer break ended. The 17th was the 3rd day. I was staying with my grandparents, and my grandpa had told me to be careful outside, because he'd seen a rattlesnake and wasn't sure where it had went to. So, since no one knew where the mystery snake had gotten off to, 6-year-old me decided to go hunting for it. In hindsight, letting a 6-year-old go looking around a farm for a rattlesnake was probably not in any parenting 101 handbook, but it was the 90s, and I guess they didn't actually expect me to find it. There were woods on the property, but I wasn't allowed to go in there, so they'd probably figure, That's where the snake had gotten off to. I spent all day outside playing jungle exploration on the farm, trying to track down this rattlesnake, and much to my excitement, when I decided to open the well house, which, for those who don't have one, looks kind of like one of the green electrical boxes on the north side of the road, there it was, curled up, rattling away. I immediately slammed the door shut and ran to my grandparents' house to tell them I found it. Now, this might be my 6-year-old memory exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure the snake was 900 feet long at least, give or take. I found it though, and I was excited to tell my grandpa I'd found it so he could do what he did and go out and shoot the thing. I ran in the back door of the house, which led you to the laundry room and through the kitchen. I paid no mind to anything until I turned left and entered the living room, expecting to see my grandparents, my uncle, and the neighboring couple all sat in the living room where I'd left them. Except they weren't there, and it wasn't the same living room anymore. The furniture was completely wrong. The hard and memorable, uncomfortable hardwood furniture my grandpa loved so much was gone. The coffee table he made out of a tree stump was gone, replaced by a fluffy grandma-looking furniture. A 3-person sofa with a floral design on it. The TV was in the wrong place, and newer than Grandpa's old, sit-on-the-ground cabinet TV. The hardwood paneling on the walls was gone, or at least covered by blue wallpaper. The hardwood floor was a shaggy off-white carpet. The pictures of my dad, my uncle and me and my grandparents were gone from the walls, replaced by paintings and pictures of people I didn't know. As confused as I was by this, I was more confused by everyone being missing. In my 6-year-old brain, I accepted that they may have completely rearranged the house while I'd spent the day looking for a snake, but I didn't believe at all that they'd just leave me alone. And I didn't see anyone leave. I didn't see the cars go. So I walked out the front door, which was attached to the living room, as they usually are, and thought maybe they'd gone to the chickens or pigs, both of which should have been visible from the front porch. But the chicken coop was gone. The pig pen had lost its fencing and there were no pigs to be found. At this point I was beyond confused, and I was getting very scared. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't see anyone. Even though they lived on a small farm, the neighbors that had been visiting lived just across the dirt road. So I ran down our dirt driveway and across the road to their house, assuming that it must have been where they went. I remember getting more and more scared as I ran to their house and started crying when their house was the wrong color. It wasn't the faded yellow house it used to be. It wasn't even the right house anymore. Nevertheless, I banged on the door. I remember at this point I was crying quite profusely because I didn't understand what was happening, and I kept wiping my face, which covered it in dirt after having been digged around under stumps and logs for snakes all day. When the door opened, a woman in her late 40s to early 50s answered, and I'd never seen her before. I just started bawling uncontrollably. Everything after this point is largely a blur, because nothing was right. I knew where I lived, I knew where I went to school, I knew where my grandparents lived, but I met the people who lived there where my grandparents lived, and they were not my grandparents. I did not know them. I begged for them to get my uncle and tell him who I was, but my uncle wasn't there. Through a series of various police and people in suits, I was brought back to the town in which I lived, after spending what seemed like 10 hours in the local police station trying to contact my parents. I had my home phone number memorized, but told them my dad would be asleep. But when they called that number, the person on the other end had no idea who I was, or what they were talking about. I was asked to give the police officers my address, and sat in the local police station while the police in my hometown went to my address. When they finally called the station back, they were informed that the name of the apartment building was incorrect. Lemon Vine Apartments didn't exist, and the address I gave to them was an apartment complex called Merritt Manor, and the apartment number I gave them was unoccupied. I believe at this point They were operating under the assumption that I had given them the wrong name of the apartment and the wrong apartment number, but I did in fact live there. When I was finally brought to my hometown after changing hands a few times between police, I was asked to give the police officers my addresses again, and was driven to where I lived. That was it. That was my apartment complex, but just like everything else, it looked wrong. It was painted a different color, and the sign that used to have a large image of a lemon reading lemon vine now read Merit Manor. I took the police to exactly where I lived, and they said, no one lives there. From this point forward, the police attempted to contact neighbors, all of whom knew me. None of them were who they were supposed to be. Every person who came out of the apartment building around me were the wrong people, and they didn't know me. From this point, they attempted to contact my father, which should have been easy as he worked for the city. But no employee by his name apparently worked for the city in any capacity. As day turned to night, I spent endless hours sitting in the police station as they attempted to find any person in the world who knew me. I couldn't do anything but cry and cry and cry endlessly. A woman in a suit who I think was either a detective or just someone who happened to work at the station sat with me for several hours and tried to keep me calm. She gave me a stuffed dog, a Dalmatian puppy, that looked a bit like one of the dogs from 101 Dalmatians, and told me his name was Sparky. She said I could keep Sparky, and that when they found my parents, Sparky would go home with me and make sure I didn't get lost again. She said he was a good dog, and he'd protect me, if I took care of him. During this time, they attempted my school. I told them I went to Shawnee Elementary. It was easy to find. It was really close to where I lived. But a school by such a name, as you guessed it, did not exist. My school was now apparently called Anza Elementary. At one point, I was asked if the police had ever taken my fingerprint, and they had. In kindergarten, my entire class had our fingerprints taken by the police at the school gym for basically this exact reason. Unsurprisingly, this didn't help at all. They couldn't find my parents, my grandparents, my neighbors, my apartment, or even me. They couldn't find me. I was too young to remember what my social security number was, but I severely doubt it mattered. They asked my birthday, any relevant information that could help them figure out who I was and where I belonged, but nothing I told them turned up any information about me. At some point during the day, I was briefly taken to the ER, as police suspected I may have sustained some kind of head injury. After being looked over by a doctor, they found nothing wrong with me, and I was sent back to the police station. I ended up staying with someone that night. I'm not entirely sure who it was. Someone from child services, I imagine. I couldn't stop crying long enough to really focus on what was happening at this point. I cried myself to sleep several times in the police station and cried myself to sleep again at the house I stayed in at the night, despite the woman who I was staying with, not the same one who gave me Sparky, doing everything in her power to calm me down. I clung to Sparky so hard I'm surprised I never popped his head off. I didn't have a picture of my mum. I didn't know what was going on, and no one could find out where I belonged. This didn't make sense to me. I was only 6, just barely. I lived where I lived, and my parents were my parents, and my school was my school. They didn't just all disappear in one day. In between fits of crying and waking up, I begged to just go home. I begged for the lady that I was staying with to try and call my dad again. I just kept begging to go home. Over the next few days, I was interrogated and questioned by different people at different times, at different places, at all hours of the day. Police, investigators, people from departments I still don't know, child psychologists, everyone under the sun was asking me questions. I was back and forth between the police station, the house I was staying at, until eventually someone told me that they thought they'd located my parents, and they were coming to get me. Finally, I was going home. Finally, this was over. Finally, I could get away from all these strange people asking me the same question over and over. When the couple showed up at the police station, my heart fell into my feet. They weren't my parents. but they'd had a son that had gone missing and I fit his description pretty close. The woman started crying when she saw me, because she immediately knew I wasn't her missing son. But I was out of tears to cry at this point. Eventually I was collected by child services, and I was taken to a foster family where I stayed for a few months. The police launched a campaign asking for anyone to come forward with information about me. They took my picture at the police station for the newspapers to put in the news. I never let go of Sparky for a second. They didn't want me to hold him in the photo because I didn't have him when I arrived, but I needed him, and I would throw an immense tantrum when someone tried to take him away. They had put me back on the clothes I was wearing when they found me, but they'd since given me new clothes to wear. In those months I spent at the foster home, parents of missing children would come to the houses to see if I was their child. I didn't realize this was what was happening until I was older and looked back on it. They didn't just pull me out and say, "Is this your kid?" They were a bit more subtle about it. The parents would come to meet me, and upon realizing I wasn't their missing child, they'd often leave in tears. Looking back at all these families that came to see me in desperation that they were going to have their child back, I felt so horrible for them. It's a feeling I can't really explain. Like a type of guilt. Like I wish I had been their child, so they could have taken me back. And now, they were safe. Most of those people probably never saw their children again, but I try and imagine that all of them were reunited, even though I know that isn't likely. The guilt was one of the things that kept me in therapy as an adult. But like I said, no therapist has ever bought my story or believed me. The most common belief suggested to me has been that I was abandoned as a child and lived in an abusive home, dumped on the side of a dirt road in the middle of farmland, and I repressed all the negative memories I had of my past. I didn't stay in that foster home permanently. Eventually, while my case wasn't officially closed, I needed to start going to school. I needed identification, and I was issued a birth certificate for the date that I told them was my birth year. But the day and month were listed as September 17th, the day I was found. I never understood why they didn't just use the day and month of my actual birth, but I imagine it's because they didn't think I knew what it was. My name was unchanged. I started going to school sporadically. One of the child psychologists who had seen me recommended I not be placed back into full curriculum immediately, and suspected I suffered some form of PTSD. I was put in special classes, and was only made to go to school twice a week initially. Eventually I started going full-time and changed foster homes a few more times. I really can't say how much time passed before it happened, but eventually I was placed up for adoption. I was never actually told I was up for adoption, so I'm not sure how soon after I was found. But eventually people started coming to meet me. But these people weren't looking for a missing child. They were looking to adopt me. But I definitely did not represent myself as a good candidate. I had a story that no one believed or could verify. I insisted my parents would eventually find me, and I rarely had a day that I wasn't crying until my eyes burned. This story does not have a happy ending. I never saw my parents again, and I was a ward of the state until I was 18, and went nowhere from there. My teens were filled with delinquency, and I did a brief stint in something similar to juvie in San Diego called Chaparral. I never went to college, never really started getting my life together until I was around 24. I haven't spoken publicly about this before now, not at least since I was a child speaking to everyone who was trying to figure out where I came from. I still have Sparky. He's old, he's worn, still in one piece, no longer white. He's now a dark shade of grey. He sits on my dresser and is there, just like he's always been, as long as I've been here. I've also been asked a handful of questions, which I think I will address now. The first question is, what things are different in places you came from compared to where you are now? To answer, I'm not really sure. I've been asked about countries, states, laws, planets, languages, you name it. The fact is I don't really know. I was 6. The continents could have been completely different and I would have had no idea. I wasn't particularly bright either. I mean, I was hunting for rattlesnakes. I also thought California was a country. I can say the President of the United States was not Bill Clinton. I can't remember exactly what his name was, but we had to learn it in kindergarten. I think his name might have been Robert or something. I want to say Robert Wilmer, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, that's my story. I doubt anyone will hear this, and it's likely to be buried within 15 minutes. But it's now off my chest and in the open, and hopefully I can go to sleep with a little bit more weight off. Firstly, I would like to state that I am an atheist and tend to remain skeptical when it comes to the supernatural or paranormal. But there have been a handful of events that have occurred in my life that science or rational thoughts can't explain. One such moment occurred in July of this year. For context, I am a 23-year-old man, originally from the north of England, but now I'm currently living in the West Midlands. During the events of this experience, I was house-sitting with my boyfriend. They had quite a large amount of land and were in the middle of nowhere. And by nowhere, I mean in the middle of a forest, on top of a hill, surrounded by peaks and caves. Our friend and her husband had gone on holiday, but due to having quite a lot of land, and a very large and ostentatious home, and a lot of animals to look after, we were invited to house sit. I didn't mind though, as I already live in the countryside, and because of my boyfriend's work I usually am home alone, so I don't mind the isolation much. I imagined it would be fun to explore the woods, play with the animals on the farm, and even go explore the caves nearby, as they were full of ruins and cave houses that were built during the Bronze Age or something. We were staying in the guest house and were tasked with making sure the gardens were looked after, the yards were kept clean, and the house itself was secure, and that the 6 horses, 5 geese, and 2 farm cats were all looked after. Despite it being a lot of work cleaning up after the horses and just generally looking after the place, we were enjoying ourselves, taking time to swim in the pool and binge watching Netflix. However, my boyfriend has recently been promoted and was unfortunately called into work for the last few days of the week. He tried to make sure that he helped me with all the jobs before he left in the afternoon. But on Friday, I had to do the afternoon chores all by myself. So after feeding horses, I put the geese back into their shed, making sure they had water and food, when I noticed the 2 farm cats acting very strange. Harry and Jack, despite being tough farm cats, had the nicest disposition ever. They were really friendly, but now they were stood by one of the biggest gates on the yard, hissing at the bolted and locked wooden gate. Then suddenly they stopped hissing and climbed back into their little wooden house, seemingly for the night. After locking the geese in their hut and making sure it was secured against the local fox, I went over to the big yard gate. I tried to peep through this massive, barbed wire gate to see if there was anyone outside, but there was nothing there. In truth, I didn't expect to see anyone, because the house itself was in the middle of the forest and hills. Pretty much, I was in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest village was a 20-minute drive away. I just chalked the cat's odd behavior up to a naughty fox trying to sneak in, but I couldn't help but feel a little on edge. After giving the cats food and water, I locked them in their cool little cat house, just to make sure they wouldn't be brawling with the local fox or other wildlife. Once I did that, I did one last check of the horses in the fields, so I hiked up the hill, and whilst checking on the 2 mares, I got this odd sensation like someone was watching me. I would have chalked it up to paranoia, but suddenly the two mares let out shrill cries and bolted. I felt both confused and worried, as the normally very placid mares rushed out of the field and hid inside their shelter. If that wasn't weird enough, things only grew more troubling. When I made my way back down through the fields, I discovered all the horses were doing the same. The big, boisterous stallion Saxon was hiding within his field shelter, and the little family, a trio of horses comprised of a mare foal and male horse, had also taken a hiding in their shelter at the far end of their field. This was really weird. I had spent every hour of the day for a week observing these animals and looking after them. They'd never acted like this before. I even considered calling my boyfriend back, but couldn't help but feeling like I was overreacting. As I finished tidying the yard, I switched on the electric fences and made my way back to the guest house. It was getting cold, and it was somewhat soothing. We had experienced a week of scorching weather, so a little breeze and shade was actually quite relaxing. But the breeze turned to a gale, and grey clouds grew above me and went black in an instant. And I remember feeling really uneasy as I looked up at the suddenly tempestuous skies. The heavens then unleashed, and I rushed off down the garden path back to the guest house, which was situated next to the electronic gate and just across from the main house. I suddenly felt a lot safer, and then I thought to myself, safer? Safe from what? I had no idea why I was freaking out so much. I told myself to stop being stupid and kept telling myself people of my age shouldn't get worked up over nothing. So I opened the guest house door and proceeded to tidy up the wheelbarrows away and lock up the garage, which was handily connected to the side of the guest house, with its roof sheltering me from the rain. Then a rather nasty wind whipped down through the path leading up to the garden, startling not just me, but all the birds who were nesting in the bushes at the time. Their unexpected and frantic screeching was enough for me. I slammed the garage door shut, locking it quickly, and scrambled back into the guest house. Now, all the time we had been staying there, we had never locked the door to the guest house. I guess we felt safe behind the high walls and electronic gates. I see now that we were foolish to think so. Yet something about tonight made me want to lock that door. Perhaps it was because of the weather, or the strange behavior of the animals. Or maybe it was the notion that my boyfriend, the only person who knew I was out there and who could help me, wouldn't be back until 3 a.m. Regardless, something about tonight made me feel like the simple wooden door and its easily smashable glass windows were all the protection I had. So I locked the door from the inside and kept the keys in my pocket. Sitting down on the sofa, I turned on the television and began to watch my favorite soap opera to take my mind off my irrational fears. However, every now and again my eyes would veer away from the television and gaze out of the 3 very large windows, looking out across the gravelly front yard and the distant rain-drenched garden. I didn't know why I kept looking out of the windows, but in hindsight, I think it was my instincts telling me to do so, to keep a watch because something was coming. Evening turned to night, and I let out a tired yawn as I watched as the lights around the yard automatically came on. I looked out past the kitchen and out the glass on the door to see the patio light turn on, just as it had always done. I know it seems silly, but the idea of being surrounded by light made me feel safe. Nothing can hide in the light, and it seemed like the light was able to banish all bad things, all the bogeymen in closets, all the monsters under the bed. It could even get rid of nightmares. And now, I was safe, surrounded by my lights. How stupid was I? A loud knock rapped upon the guest house door, almost causing me to jump out of my skin. I looked over to the door, but the patio light had gone out and made it difficult to see anything. Feeling rather frightened, I turned the television off and looked out the living room window to check that the electronic gates were still shut, which they were. I kept thinking maybe my imagination had gotten the better of me, and that my fear had just made me believe I had heard the knock at the door. However, any doubt I had was washed away as a second, more firmer knock rattled across the glass on the door. Utter disbelief took hold, and I could feel myself leave my body. That's how shocked I was. I mean, this isn't a street in the middle of an estate. This was the middle of nowhere. For a moment, I sat there listening to the rain drumming on the window of the guest house, and with a deep breath, I stood up, stepping towards the kitchen and the front door. To my shock and surprise, on the other side of the glass on the door were two young boys. They looked to be about 12 to 14, and the dark hoodies that they wore were sodden from the rain, as if they had been standing out there the entire night. They looked cold and pale, and a surge of humanity and compassion swept over me, causing me to almost commit a massive mistake. I rushed over to the door and went to open it, fearing that the children may be injured or lost. But then, it suddenly dawned on me. Where did they come from? How did they get in without me opening the electronic gates? I slowly withdrew my hand from the opening, and the two boys looked up towards me from behind the glass, their face still shrouded behind their hoods. Please let us in. We went for a walk and got lost in the woods, the taller and more mature of the two boys spoke. His words seemed more calculating and smooth than that of a child. We're lost and cold, the small boy whimpered. His words pulled on my heartstrings, and I did feel really worried for them. But then, I once again reminded myself this wasn't possible, so I summed up all my courage and all my breath and asked the two children a question. Where did you come from? How did you get in here? The gate was open. We saw the lights were on and rushed over. Please, can we come in out the cold? We just want to call our parents. They'll be worried sick, the taller boy exclaimed, with his well-composed words luring me towards the door. Again, I found myself believing the words of the more mature boy, and I almost believed his explanation before I suddenly realized the gates had been closed since my boyfriend had left. Only we were in possession of the remotes used to open them, and I knew they hadn't opened. You're lying. The gate's been shut all night. I never even saw you come in. So where did you come from? The two young boys looked at each other, and then what happened next sent shivers down my spine. They turned their heads to look behind them, and there, down the garden path, was an even taller boy, emerging from the darkness. His long, slender form seemed to drift through the bushes and trees that hung over the little pathway. Like the others, he was wearing a dark hoodie, and his spindly hands were cold, white. What little I could see of his face looked just like the two smaller boys, pale and ghostly. I shuddered, and the whole kitchen went cold. I could literally see my breath, and I felt more terror from these 3 young boys than I've ever felt before from anything else. I know it seems crazy, but there was something about their voices and their near identical clothing. It just wasn't normal. It was like they were trying to appear as normal and human as they could, but lacked the sense of identity and uniqueness that all humans have. As the older boy approached, I realized he was as tall as me and stood between the 2 haunting children. I stepped back. "Please let us in. It's cold and dark, and we're frightened," the taller boy said. Weirdly, his voice still sounded young and partially childlike, but it didn't seem normal. I stepped back a little further. "Come on, Connor. Let us in. We can't come in unless you say it's okay," the older and more dominating of the 3 boys called out. My eyes widened with disbelief. I felt my whole body shiver with fear, and my heart threatened to stop as I let out a gasp. How could they know my name? That's impossible. This sort of stuff doesn't happen in real life, and hoping that this was all some sort of hallucination or my imagination gone wild, I closed my eyes for a moment and hoped that when I opened them again, they would be gone. But when I did, they were still there. "Get out of here, I'm gonna call the police," I yelled, with my words not carrying any sort of strength. "They wouldn't get here in time. You're in the middle of nowhere. You're all alone with us." The 2 small boys giggled. Their hideous giggling and heinous laughter sent fear rocketing through me. I could feel my eyes filling with tears, and terror consumed me. They kept laughing, and they kept cackling and giggling. Their teeth were as black as charcoal. "Go away. Leave me alone," I cried out. But the boys suddenly stopped laughing and pushed their faces up against the glass on the door. Their eyes were black. I couldn't even scream. I couldn't move, and I now knew these 3 phantoms were not children. Whatever these creatures were, with their eyes like midnight and their festering grins, they were not human. And worse than that, they were thoroughly enjoying terrorizing me. "You're going to die in there," the smaller boy giggled. At that, I let out a yelp and ran into the living room. I slammed the kitchen door shut and pushed one of the living room chairs up against it. I kept fearing that the simple wooden door would not keep them out, and staggered back towards the bedroom. But I could still hear them giggling and taunting me. I could feel my heart thumping, and the sense of fight or flight was taking hold. But I couldn't fight whatever those things were, and I couldn't run away either. Where would I go if I somehow escaped into the woods? I dreaded to think what else could be lurking out there. Or what if I managed to get to the horse fields? Would I be safe with them? I doubted it. And what if I was outside, and there were more than just 3? As I wrestled with my chances and choices, I suddenly realized I couldn't hear them anymore. My eyes caught a glance of something pale, and I saw them, standing on the other side of the living room windows. Each of the 3 children was stood in front of one of the 3 large windows, grinning at me. I wanted to run over and shut the blinds, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. And when I finally felt movement return to me, I ran for the bathroom, the only room in the guest house with a lock. I locked myself inside and sat in the shower with the lights off, hoping they would just leave. As I laid there, praying to every god angel, demon, and deity I could think of, but none of them answered my call. It was like the boy said, I was alone. 4 hours I stayed there listening to the boys as they continued to yell, "Let us in, let us in." It seemed like it would never end, until it suddenly and abruptly did. I couldn't hear them anymore, and after half an hour of silence, I summoned up what courage I had left and peeked out of the bathroom. The boys were gone from the living room window, so seeing my chance, I ran over and shut the blinds. Then I wondered if they were back at the front door. So again I took a deep breath and pushed the chair aside and opened the kitchen door. They weren't there anymore, and the patio light was on again. They were gone. However, I took no relief from their disappearance, for even though I knew they were gone physically, I couldn't help but feel as though they were still lurking somewhere down in the garden path, watching me from the shadows, waiting for me to let my guard down and jump out to begin the terrorism anew. For the rest of the night I sat up, with all the lights on and a big kitchen knife in my hand, waiting for my boyfriend to come back. When morning came, I heard the gates open. My eyes were heavy, and I was exhausted, but that sound filled me with a wave of energy. I rushed over to the front door, unlocking it, and sprinted over to him. In a frantic ramble, I tried to tell him what had happened, and despite him saying he believed me, I couldn't see he did. Why would he? I was on edge for the rest of my time there. I couldn't sleep properly, and every time we were back on the fields or in the garden, I could sense their eyes on me. The following day, nothing happened, and the owners returned. I wanted to tell them what I had experienced, as they are good friends of ours, but didn't want to freak them out or sound crazy, so I kept it to myself. As we had breakfast with them, one of the owners, Steph, told us how much of a good job we'd done and asked if we'd enjoyed it, which I replied with a reluctant yes. Her mood changed, and her eyes looked worried as she asked if there were any problems. I assumed by problems she meant with the animals, and when I told her the animals were all great, she looked at me and asked if anyone tried to break in. I could feel what she was about to say before she even said it, and I knew I didn't want to hear it. I would prefer my experience with those boys to just be a hallucination or the onset of madness, but I knew from the look in her eyes that she was going to tell us otherwise. Steph said the last few times they went on holiday, they would come home and find footage on their CCTV of 3 boys knocking at the door late at night and calling for someone to be let in. They had the police search the grounds and the surrounding area, but there were no signs of a break-in. In truth, there were no signs that the boys even existed. I told her about my experience, and she seemed genuinely unnerved, and my boyfriend, who is as skeptical as they come, apologized for not believing me. They asked if we would ever house sit for them again, and I, without hesitation, said no. I never want to cross paths with those strange boys and their midnight eyes. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if it had not been me in the guest house, but someone more trusting. I wonder what might have happened had I let them in. I imagine I would not be here to write this account had I done so. I don't know who or what they are, or where they came from. All I know is that they weren't normal. They're real, and I will never forget my visitation from the black-eyed children. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I had a unique childhood. Both of my parents were farriers/horseshoers, and I and my 2 younger siblings were homeschooled. Also a fairly religious family as well. My dad doesn't believe in the paranormal, but my mum was always more open-minded, and she loved watching the latest episode of Ghost Hunters with us kids. Now, my earliest memories of home were pleasant and happy. I felt safe and comfortable in all areas of the house, even the basement, which is dark and gloomy. But that's where the wood stove is, and my dad's office. My mum loved sitting in the swivel chair by the wood stove and read a good book on cold winter nights. And when I became an avid bookworm, I picked up the same habit. I would happily snuggle up in the chair, prop my feet up on the old log piece that my dad used to chop kindling, and sip a hot cup of tea while reading whichever one of my mum's books she wasn't currently reading. Gradually, I don't know exactly what, that feeling of safety and peacefulness changed to unease, mild paranoia to downright fear of every shadow and creak. When I turned 7 or 8, I had to move into one of the spare bedrooms in the basement so my little brother could have his own room. There was not a single night in that room that I wasn't uneasy. It only had one window, and it was one of those small rectangular basement windows at ground level. I have always had to get up at least once in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and this was a creepy ordeal every time. I would lay there in bed working up the courage to get out from under the covers until my bladder made up my mind for me. Then I would get out of bed and scurry out of my room and across the basement and up the stairs as quickly as I could in the dark. It wasn't completely dark as the light above the stove was always kept on, but that was dim and only offered enough light to keep me from tripping over anything. Every time I went up those stairs at night, I had the feeling that there was something behind me that would grab me if I wasn't fast enough. My mind always conjured up the same image of a tall black figure, shaped like it was in some sort of robe. Have you ever watched Lord of the Rings? Picture the wraiths, but completely black, with a featureless, solid shadow. I never actually saw it, but this was and still is the same image that came to mind when I felt like I was being watched or followed. Now I know what you're thinking. A little kid that was just forced to move into a dark basement is very likely going to feel scared and jumpy. But this fear has lasted to this day. I struggled nightly with that room up until I moved out to join the army at 22. Eventually, the only place in the house I felt comfortable after sundown was the couch in the living room, under the picture window. I gave up reading in the basement chair even on the coldest nights because I couldn't focus over the feelings of unease and started reading on the living room couch instead. Some nights I would just sleep on the couch, telling my dad that I fell asleep reading my book. I don't know why I never talked to my parents about what was going on. When I was 19, my mum passed away from cancer. We were all in shock, and us kids didn't really know how to handle it. My older sister and 5-year-old niece moved back in with us, and babysitting my niece and watching her grow up was a pleasant distraction from the pain. Now, while living in the house, save for 2 occasions, I never saw or heard anything concrete as far as paranormal. That's the strange part. I was plagued with fear, nightmares, and lights never working when I needed them. The 2 solidly unexplained experiences that I had were surprisingly pleasant. The first one happened when I was 6, and that's a story for another time. But the second experience that I had was the most incredible. It was a few months after my mum had passed away, and I was leading my mum's miniature stallion Fred to the pasture to enjoy some fresh grass. Fred was always a one-person horse. He was very attached to my mum, and he merely tolerated us kids to some extent. Sometimes I swear the little guy even got jealous of us kids when it came to my mum. I remember one time my mom was in the field with Fred relaxing and sharing Cheez-Its with him, and I reached into the box to take a few Cheez-Its, and Fred immediately pinned his ears back and chased me out the field. Anyway, while I was leading Fred to the field, he was his usual frisky self, pacing around trying to nip at my legs and hands, trying to twist himself around to kick me halfway across the yard. When I heard my mum's voice next to me, it was as clear as though she was actually there. It was only 3 words, which carried a tired and mildly exasperated tone of voice. "Fred, knock it off." Immediately Fred stopped trying to bite me, and walked alongside me as docile and gently as ever. I know it was her. If Fred hadn't responded to the voice, I would have told myself that it was simply a manifestation of my grief, but he heard it too. I know he did. I've lived and handled horses all my life. I've grown up with this horse. I've known his attitude inside and out, and I know the only person he listened to was my mum. The next week something else happened, this time to my younger sister. She came outside to me crying while I was doing chores, and she told me that she had gone into Dad's room and opened my mum's porcelain jewellery box to look inside, and felt and heard a loud, heavy breath in her ear. She was so upset I ran inside, walked into the centre of Dad's bedroom, and stood there and demanded that whatever it was had to leave. I don't believe that this incident had been my mother. Why would she comfort me but scare my sister? No. I believe whatever did that was the same thing responsible for my perpetual unease. I kept my troubles mostly to myself. I didn't even talk to my siblings about it until we grew up and moved out. Apparently we all had creepy experiences, and none of us decided to speak of them until we were adults. My brother mentioned a few times that weird things have happened in the house, but has never given any details as to what. He lives there now with my dad, in the basement room next to my old room. I don't know how he does it, because that room used to scare me even more than my own. My little sister told me that once my brother joined the army, things changed in the house for her too. I'd already been in the army for 2 years, so it was just her and my dad. She told me that she heard strange sounds and felt like she was being watched whenever she was alone. She said that sometimes it was so bad she would sit outside in the driveway until Dad got home. Now I've always tried my best to rationalize it as much as possible. I've always told myself I was just a scaredy cat, that being afraid of the dark was totally normal, that the lights didn't work for me at night due to faulty wiring and so on. I even convinced myself of these things until I joined the army. My first duty was stationed in Germany, on a converted German base living in an old Nazi barracks. Should be creepy, right? Nope. Slept like a baby every night in that place, wasn't creeped out in the least. I could watch horror movies at night and not have nightmares, something I could never do before, because back home, everything horror related gave me nightmares. I even got nightmares from the Scooby-Doo movies on the island. I waited about a year before taking leave to visit home. A week before leaving, the nightmares started. Every night I would have nightmares about that house, most of them centering around the basement. I would wake up tired and scared and go back to sleep. This happened every time I went home to visit over the next few years. I still have nightmares about that house. I have no explanation for it. I didn't suffer any childhood trauma that would cause me a lot of anxiety. I had a happy childhood with loving parents and a lot of animals. Perhaps I was just a wimpy kid with an overactive imagination. But if that's the case, why am I still afraid of that house as an adult? Why do I still have nightmares about it? As an adult, I live for horror, and I'll stay up late watching horror movies and YouTube videos about ghosts and cryptid and sleep just fine. Hell, I even live in a freaking haunted apartment and still feel safe and happy. Most situations I find a rational, non-paranormal explanation for, but my dad's house will always be a mystery to me. The reason I'm sharing this is because I've been thinking about it more than usual. My husband and I want to buy a farm in the next year, and we don't think anything less than 20 acres. My dad's house is on only 1 acre, far too small for us, not to mention the house needs a lot of work. Yet my mind keeps wandering back to it. It's like it's trying to drag me back. I'm afraid yet intrigued, and I'm curious and desperate for answers. Half of me wants to go back to restore the place, and the other half wants to run as far away as possible and never go back. This happened to me around a year and a half ago. My boyfriend at the time and I were sitting in the living room of my apartment when I heard a knock at the door. My ex asked if I was expecting anyone, and I said no. But I could just take a look, in case, to see who was out there. He stayed on the couch while I looked through the peephole. The apartment was set up in a way that didn't allow him to see me from the living room to the front room. Outside, there were two people. One young African-American man, looked about mid-20s, and a much older Asian woman who looked to be in her 60s. For whatever reason, I decided to open the door. When I opened it, the young man says, "Hi, we are a part of so-and-so religion, and we would like to talk to you about it." I have a 50-pound dog who's trying to get out, so I said, "Sure, hold on, I'll come outside because my dog's trying to get out." This was a huge mistake. I want to clarify that this was very out of character for me. However, I had recently become closer to God and just wanted to give these people a chance, as I didn't believe any harm would come by just listening to what they had to say. I was stepping outside and closing the door behind me, and was about to listen to what they had to say. They said something about how they pray to Mary instead of God because she was the one who birthed Jesus. I don't exactly remember what, but it was something like that. I thanked them for their time and then say something like, "Thanks guys, stay safe out there," and thought I'd leave it at that. The Asian woman visibly starts panicking and saying things I don't understand in another language. When I look to her partner to see what he has to say about her behavior, he says, "No problem. Perhaps you want a pamphlet though?" Sure. Not wanting to be rude, and also to do some research on the religion as I'd never heard of it before. The guy then says, "Okay, great, we have them in the car. You can come with us, we're parked right out front." At that moment I start feeling weird. I lived on the 3rd story of an apartment complex that really was not the best place and there were no cameras anywhere. Why would they just leave their pamphlets in the car if they were going to door? It wouldn't make much sense to have each person they intrigued come down to the car. And the parking spots outside my house were almost all handicapped and no one can park there. The woman grabbed my arm and started directing me to the stairs. In a split second I say, "You know what, I'm a Christian and I'm very happy with my faith, but thank you anyway." The woman, again, said something in a language I couldn't understand, and the man goes, "Are you sure? We can get it to you really fast, we're parked right there." My heart genuinely sank into my butt. I started sweating and looking for ways to remove myself from her grasp and the situation entirely. I know I must have looked panicked, and I was. What do I do? How do I get away from the immediate danger I just put myself in? I wasn't thinking and just blurted out that I was very sure, yanked my hand from the woman, who ended up scratching me from her grasp and bolted inside. I locked the door behind me and told my boyfriend what happened. That's when he looks at me, and he made a face that I've never seen him make before. He tells me about how that specific religion has been in the news for the last few weeks, because women have been going missing. And the only thing they have in common is some of the neighbors saying they had been solicited by the group the same day or around the day or time the neighbor disappeared. I read some articles to fact check what he was saying, and he was right. The police were saying that it might be in connection with a trafficking ring that was moving from neighboring cities and now was suspected to be in ours. It gets weirder somehow though. I seriously freaked out, went straight to Facebook Live and shared with my friends because I wanted to warn whoever it was that I could. I set the privacy to public after the live ended and went on with my life, still a bit shaken. 1 week later, I get a Facebook message from someone who is, I'm assuming, part of that religious group, telling me I need to take the post down, and she was not nice about it. After I said I wouldn't because I wanted to educate anyone who lives in my town, she told me I was a spoiled egg and I would regret making that video. I was afraid and blocked her immediately, set the video to private and called the police. The police said they couldn't do much as I didn't have the make or model of the car they were in, and there was no proof that they had even come to my apartment or who it was. But here's the part that still freaks me out. When I went to show them the messages from Facebook, I went to unblock the lady. Her page was completely deleted. I still had the messages, but it was like talking to a little grey default profile picture. Even the name had changed to something that seemed to be the random strokes of a keyboard. I want to end this by letting you all know that I am no longer being as trustworthy as I was before. I know the things I should have done differently now, and get upset with myself as to how I acted. I'm afraid that they really are a trafficking ring, and so to all those people involved, please let's never meet again. I would often go camping with my grandparents, who I call my Gammy and Gampy. At the end of my school years, I would always look forward to it, since I grew up loving the outdoors and the woods. I especially loved camping, loved the idea of having s'mores, taking long hikes, being around the campfire, and of course all the amazing wildlife I would see. Now I grew up in California, mostly near cities, so the forest to me was like my true home. I always preferred being near trees and dirt, rather than buildings and crowded places. Besides, the woods were much quieter and more peaceful, and I always felt safe when I was there, like nothing could ever hurt me. But something strange would always happen at the end of the month of May. I would have this recurring dream during the last 2 weeks of my school year. I'd be in the woods, walking alone down a dirt trail. The woods were always strangely quiet. I would continue to walk this path until I saw this red fox poke its head from behind a tree. Its eyes were always strangely human, but they were yellow and somehow looked like teddy bear eyes, and it would just stare at me. It wouldn't make a sound at all. It would just watch me, usually in my dream. I would go up and pet it, making the fox finally make a noise, usually a soft growl. Then I would continue walking and it would follow. The first time I would have this dream was when I was actually around 5, and it lasted until I was perhaps 11. Over the years it would be the exact same thing. I would walk in the woods, find this fox, pet it, then continue on my hike with it alongside me. But about having this dream for the 4th time, it would start to walk behind me. That's when I started to feel a bit uneasy about this fox. I would hear it making odd noises, but every time I went to look back, it was walking like nothing was wrong. Even, somehow, giving me a smile. Now that the dream's out the way, I can talk to you about my first true encounter. I was 6 years old and going on a camping trip with my Grammy and Gampy for about a week. Of course, I was very excited for it, barely being able to keep myself in my school seat for the last day of kindergarten. They had picked me up right as the bell had rung, and already had the camping trailer attached to my Gampy's truck. I remember he drove an old red truck that only had 3 seats, me always being in the middle. It took about 2 hours to get there and another good hour to find our usual camping spot. It was deep in the woods, and far from other people, as my Gammy wasn't too fond of being around other people while we camped. As they were getting up the camping trailer, I wandered around the campsite, loving to dig in the dirt for bugs. I had sat down on the dirt and started to dig, when I noticed how strangely quiet the woods were. It was never quiet, not even in the dead of night. I thought it was odd, but being only 6, I didn't think too hard about it, as I continued to dig for bugs. However, I thought I heard my Gammy call for me. She would usually call me Sugar Bugger, that being a nickname she gave me since I was born. That's what I heard, but it sounded like it was very far away and somewhat sick. looked up, where I heard it coming from. That being from the woods, but there was no way she was there, because she was still unloading stuff from the truck. Even at the age of 6, it didn't feel right. So I walked closer to my grandparents and stayed next to them. I soon forgot about my weird encounter though, as we began to have fun. For the rest of the day we played card games, sat next to the campfire as we ate dinner, and stared up into the stars. I always loved seeing the stars, there never being anywhere I lived. We started to get sleepy around 9, and we got ready for bed. There were bunk beds that my Gammy and I would sleep on, keeping our luggage on the top bunk, and we would sleep on the bottom bunk. Due to my Gampy's snoring, he would sleep on the couch of the trailer. I would always sleep next to the trailer window just in case I couldn't sleep and wanted to look outside. I fell asleep pretty quickly though, that being the last day of school and all. It was pretty exhausting. I remember waking up maybe hours later. It was still pitch black outside. It wasn't weird for me to wake up that late in the night, since I always have had sleeping issues. I rolled onto my side trying to fall back asleep, until I heard it again. Sugar booger. My eyes immediately shot open as I heard my nickname being spoken, but I knew it wasn't either of my grandparents. They were both asleep, and were never known to sleep talk before. I started to feel this horrible feeling in my gut, like whatever I was hearing wanted to really hurt me. Even at the age of 6, I knew this wasn't normal. Then I started to hear tapping at the trailer window. It was soft, but loud enough for me to hear it. I sat there frozen in fear. I was trying to brush it off, as tree branches or rain. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I could tell that it was really someone or something tapping on the window. Then I decided to be brave and look, which was a big mistake. I pulled the curtains away to only peek, and what I saw were these large, yellow eyes. They seemed glassy, yet not entirely real. They looked like giant teddy bear eyes, but cold and unwelcoming. I remember in that moment I panicked, quickly closed the curtain back up, and then hid under the blanket. That being the only thing I knew to do when I saw a monster. I could feel tears falling down my face. I had never been so terrified in all my life. I just curled up into my Grammy's side and clung to her all night long. The damn tapping, only getting louder and more persistent throughout the night. I don't remember falling asleep, but somehow I did. And I remember my Gampy waking me up around noon, saying how if I'd gotten up quick enough, we could still go fishing. I honestly didn't want to leave the trailer at all, terrified that whatever I saw that night was out there. I did eventually go outside, but I was constantly looking around, horrified that whatever I saw would get me. My Gammy immediately knew I was scared and pulled me into a hug. When she saw me, she asked what was wrong. I told her what I saw and heard, and surprisingly she believed me. The next thing I knew, she was telling my Gampy that we were moving campsites. It took a little to convince him, but he did eventually start picking up and hook the trailer onto his truck. I was put into the truck so that I could probably sleep, but I couldn't. I kept feeling that I was being watched, thinking that every little noise was that thing I saw, and that if I opened my eyes for a second it would get me. My Gammy wasn't too far away when I heard it again, but this time, it was my actual name. Aaliyah. At that moment, I had never seen my Gammy move so fast. She looked up into the bushes when we heard it. Then she got into the truck with me and pulled me in tight in a protective hug. I began to cry all over again, telling her how I wanted to just go home. That's when my Gampy got into the truck as well, and since I was sobbing so hard to the point I was coughing, he agreed he'd take me home. We started to head out of the campsite, still hurt that this trip had been ruined by something, but I still didn't know what. That's when something in my head told me to look back. I slowly did so, feeling an ice-cold fear wash over me as I saw something. A red fox sitting in the middle of the campsite, sitting there with large yellow eyes. The same red fox from my dream, somehow curling its mouth into an eerie smile. After that encounter, we never did go back to the campsite. We did continue the camp, but in more populated areas. I didn't tell my grandma what I saw, but she told me to trust my gut. She knew that I was sensitive to certain entities, and that it would help me if I trusted it. Now, this would be the end of this story, but it's not. There was one more encounter I had with this creature, and it's much more terrifying than the first. The second encounter I had was when I was 17. By this time, I very well knew what a skinwalker was, and I was still very paranoid every time I went near wooded areas. Still worried about seeing the fox, but I never really thought too much into it. Me and my two younger siblings were staying at a relative's house for Christmas, them living way up in a mountainous area. I think they were my great aunt and uncle, but I'm not sure. Where they lived, there isn't much reception at all, so unless we hooked onto their Wi-Fi, we basically had no phones. I didn't mind the house, still loved the woods no matter what happened. Although it irked me that they didn't close their window curtains, making it easy for anything outside to see in. But I did feel safe while inside the house, knowing that they wouldn't let anything happen to us kids. Luckily, it didn't snow where they lived, so we could all look outside and run around. They also had this beautiful black Labrador about a year old called Pam. She was very playful, and normally wouldn't listen to anyone but my uncle. Although she was easily excitable, she was a good puppy. One of the days we were there, my little sister and our aunt went out to the store for a nice girls' day. Although I'm a girl, I would rather have gone hiking with my uncle and my little brother. We left pretty early, since the hike we were doing was 4 hours of walking into town. It was really chilly in the morning, but since we were doing so much walking, it felt great. We also decided to take Pam, it being a good way for her to get her exercise in and have fun. About an hour into our walk, I started to slow down a bit, wanting to enjoy the beautiful forest. It was so peaceful, I could have stayed there. But as we continued the walk, I began to feel something odd. I noticed how quiet the forest had suddenly become, hearing only our footsteps and my brother talking to my uncle. Pam noticed it too, her ears going straight up and growling softly. I started to pick up my pace to get to my brother, worried that possibly a coyote or mountain lion was nearby. I knew that they wouldn't be out at this time though. Even if they were, they didn't walk near the roads. My little brother was only 9 at the time, and being the oldest sibling, my natural instincts to protect him kicked in. My uncle noticed the silence as well, telling us to stay close to him and Pam, who was now next to me and still growling. I began to feel that horrible feeling again, that ice-cold fear I felt when I was 6. I tried so hard to not think of the creature, but it was all I would worry about. I was scared. I felt like I was back to being that scared little 6-year-old girl again. I had to stop for a moment though. Seeing my shoelace came undone, I quickly kneeled down to tie it back up, trying to hurry and just get out of there. But that's when I heard it. Aaliyah. At that moment, my heart dropped into my stomach. My eyes were widened and I could just feel myself start to shake from fear. It was right next to me. I heard it clear as day. I slowly turned my head and there it was. That same red fox, still with those horrid yellow eyes, and the same smile. Only this time I saw it much clearly. Its fur looked so matted and disgusting. The smell of it was like decaying flesh mixed with garbage. Its limbs were much too long for a normal fox, the back legs bending completely the wrong way. Those eyes were still the worst thing about it, but now they looked emptier than I remember. I wanted to scream, to run, to cry, but I couldn't. I was frozen, as I was too scared to even blink. But I heard it speak again, This time, however, it mimicked my little brother's voice. "Found you." Before anything else could happen, Pam suddenly jumped in front of me and started to bark like mad, snapping and growling so aggressively that it scared me out of my frozen trance. When I looked back, it was gone. I used that moment to run over to my brother and uncle, who didn't see what I saw, as they were too far ahead now. But I heard my uncle start to pray and sing a little song under his breath, keeping my brother and myself close. I was too scared to look back, so I just kept my eyes on the ground and refused to stop walking. Pam had stopped barking, but she was still growling and never left my side as we continued our hike. My little brother was a bit worried, but he just thought it was a coyote. When we finally made it into town, my uncle had called our aunt and told her to pick us up, saying something about how it wasn't safe for us to walk back. Thankfully, she did come and get us, but she was confused, since we talked about that hike for days. On the car ride back, Pam never left me alone. She was right with me the entire time. She knew that the thing was after me, and she protected me. I was very grateful that she was with us, as who knows what would have happened if she wasn't. When we got back to the house, I spoke with my uncle and aunt. Once I told them what happened and what I saw, they had started to pray and checked that all the locks were shut tightly. My aunt putting something around the doors. I think it was probably ashes, but I never did find out. Unfortunately, this made our Christmas vacation cut short, as they were worried that I was not safe while in the woods. We had to be taken home the next day, them making an excuse of how there was an emergency with a friend and that they needed to help them out. I felt horrible that this Christmas was ruined, but once I left those woods I did feel safe again. Before they had to drive me back home though, they told me it wasn't my fault, and that luckily it didn't hurt me or the other kids. It did make me feel a bit better, but it still brought up a lot of questions and worries. Is it still around? How? Why? What did it want with me? Does it want my skin, my soul, or will I just be tormented by this thing forever? I still don't have the answers to these questions, and that is what really scares me. Now, I've long since moved from California and now live in Kentucky. I do live in the woods, but so far nothing has found me. While I'm happy it hasn't, the concern is still there. Can it still find me? Is it still hunting me? I'm not close to anyone who truly knows how to get rid of this thing, and that's why I'm sharing this story with you now, so that I can possibly find help. So please, if there's anyone out there who does know, help me. To give some background, we are a young professional couple in our late 20s, and this happened 3 years ago. Personally, I've always believed in the paranormal, as I've had a few experiences growing up. My dad also works as a medium and paranormal investigator. He taught me to always to be skeptical and look for a logical explanation, but my upbringing also gave me an open mind. In contrast, my partner Andy is not a believer in anything like that. He can sometimes be quite scathing on the whole subject. We were looking to move closer to my work in a town called Stroud, in the county of Gloucestershire, England. We had 2 cats, so it was hard to find a landlord that accepted pets. We saw this gorgeous property become available after a month of searching. It was a 16th century cottage on the outskirts of town. It had been used as a mill hop in the 16th and 17th century, and had then been turned into a residential property around the mid-1800s. As soon as we went inside, we fell in love with it. It had 2 large downstairs reception rooms, a spacious kitchen, and 3 big bedrooms upstairs. There was also a strange little door under the stairs that led to an enormous basement area. Walking around during the viewing, I did feel a little on edge, as the atmosphere in an upstairs bedroom and the front room downstairs felt a bit heavy. I reminded myself that it was probably just in my head, and we went ahead and put the deposit down to make it ours. On our moving day, the landlord met us and talked us through everything. He mentioned that the staircase was not original, and that it had been taken from a theatre in Oxfordshire and installed in the house. He was very good at working with wood. This might seem like a random fact, but we later had experiences on that staircase, so I do wonder if it held any residual energy. We moved in, and it was as stressful as any moving day was. We were both knackered by the evening, and once the bed was up, we agreed to have an early night. We chose a back bedroom as our main one, the one I had felt the heavy atmosphere in, as it was the biggest, and you couldn't hear the road from there. The house was right on a main road that led up to the Cotswolds Hills. We are lying in bed chatting when I felt the atmosphere change and get heavy and dark. I said as much to Andy, who told me I was just tired. Then slowly I started to see small slivers and blue lights appear in the air. They were about the size of a 5p coin and would appear gliding slowly through the air, leaving a glowing after trail behind them. I pointed them out to Andy and was surprised when he said that he could see them as well. As we were facing away from the road, I don't think it could have been car headlights, and they moved in arcs and erratically anyway. This lasted for about 10 minutes, and then they slowly faded away and the atmosphere lifted. I was surprised that we had both witnessed it. Andy took a picture, which you can see on screen. From that day, we started to have small little things happen around the house. One of the most common was to hear footsteps walk up and down the stairs and landing. This scared me very much when I first heard it, as I would often be home in the evening and would be alone when I did. It was loud enough for me to think it was a burglar and to hide in the back room and call Andy. Of course, when we checked, no one was there. It was certainly too loud a noise for our cats to make, and we believed they were downstairs with me at the time anyway. Another occurrence was that objects and ornaments would be moved around. We would find heavy ornaments carefully placed on the floor, and also in the hallway, a whole room away from where they had been originally. I also used to randomly find large pine cones placed on the stairs and on the sofa. We were not near any pine trees, and did not own any pine cone ornaments. This was all bearable, but I did feel uncomfortable on my own, especially in the front room of the house, which was a long, panelled reception room with a big fireplace. The fireplace had a heavy iron grate that we also would come home to find moved across the room seemingly by itself. It always seemed like someone was standing in the corner of the room watching me. I felt silly saying this to Andy, but at a later date he also said that that particular corner made him feel watched. A year went by with these small strange things happening. We were mostly unconcerned with it, until the activity seemingly started to get more intense. One of the first things to happen was the basement door started opening by itself. This was strange as it had a knob you had to physically turn to open, and then pull it quite hard. It would also jam quite easily, and I had to get a knife to unjam it often. We would then come down in the morning, and it would be wide open, sometimes with the basement lights on too. Our electrical also seemed to go haywire at this point. My partner had a computer tower in our bedroom with a large push-down button that you had to hold down to turn it on. It made a loud, very characteristic whoosh sound when it started up. It started to turn itself on quite often, noticeably at 5 a.m. when we were both asleep. I'm a very light sleeper, so it would always wake me up. Now we have kept that computer in motion since, and it has not turned itself on in that manner. The TV would turn itself on though, as with the lamp that we kept in our bedroom. I would wake up to the light being on full whack. It had an adjustment slider. Our bedroom window would also open itself in the middle of the night. It had a heavy latch that I could hear unhook itself, and it would then swing open and crack loudly against the side of the house. When we first moved, our bed was directly under this window, which made me uncomfortable for some reason. Hearing and seeing it open in the night was incredibly unnerving. We did then move the bed, and I felt a little more comfortable afterwards. One of the scariest things was that we would start to hear voices around the house. If either of us used the toilet on the landing, we would sometimes hear what I can only describe as a deep male mumbling outside the door. This sometimes happened when either one of us was on our own in the house. Andy also experienced someone tapping on the door, which I also heard from downstairs. I frequently heard my name called from different parts of the house by a female voice. Stupidly, I did make my own Ouija board from paper and tried to contact the spirit to see what it wanted. Nothing happened, except that I felt very uncomfortable afterwards. So much so that I picked the makeshift Ouija up and put it in the rubbish bin outside. 2 days later, the Ouija paper reappeared on my coffee table seemingly unmarked. This scared me so much that I then burnt it. I did question Andy, but he had no reason to go through the bin and would not have been remotely interested in the Ouija anyway. Around this time, I asked my dad to come over for lunch one day, and he brought his dog, a lovely big Akita, with him. He was a very gentle dog who rarely growled and got aggressive. The dog was incredibly reluctant to come through the front door, and when he did, we couldn't make him move from a spot just below the staircase. He stood rigid, all fur on end, ears back, and growled up at the stairs. He did this for about 20 minutes, and then yelped and ran into the front room. The cats were safely popped in the back room downstairs, and there was no one else in the house but me, my dad, and the dog. Andy would cycle home on an evening after work. Now, as he cycled up the road, the side of the house would become visible. You could see the kitchen, the upstairs bathroom window, and also the window to our spare room upstairs. On this particular evening, I was cooking in the kitchen downstairs and saw Andy's bicycle lamp approach from the road. I waved, and he waved back and came inside. When he came in, he said, "Oh, I didn't know you had your sister over." I was baffled, as it was just me, and told him so. He went white and told us that our upstairs spare room light was on and that he'd seen a figure pulled back against the curtains wave to him and then go behind the curtain. We both ran upstairs, and of course there was no one there at all, just the light on that I had not turned on. There are too many small things to list entirely, but some notable mentions are that Andy was having sleep paralysis one night and screamed awfully until I woke him up. He said he had seen a white figure approaching slowly up the bed. This has been the one time this has ever happened to him. Our power box once switched off, even though the neighbors were fine. Our power switched off, even though the neighbors were fine. So, we looked to our power box and switched it all back on, and joked that it must have been the ghost. We went upstairs after this, and it shut off again by itself. I also saw a lady in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform in my dream. She walked into our bedroom and smiled at us. There was an ornament that was flying gently off the unit while I watched, and then it landed gently to the floor. Towards the end of our tenancy, we had two things happen that stuck with me. It was a stressful time, and the atmosphere was not great anyway. One night we were both in bed reading. On the back of our bedroom door was a hook, and on the hook I had hung a fairly large slate heart. We were reading quietly when we both suddenly looked up at the door. The heart started to swing upwards in the air as if someone were holding it, and then slammed back down on the door so hard it made the frame shake. We both leapt up and checked the landing outside our bedroom. It was freezing cold and had an extremely unfriendly feel to it. On our very last day, we had help from Andy's parents. I had hung up the original pictures back on the wall in the front room. They were all very secure. I can't remember properly, but I believe that we had an altercation with a rude neighbor over parking, and Andy and his mum got very agitated. We all stood in the hallway, and there were some raised voices. Suddenly there was a huge crack from the front room. The pictures that I had just hung carefully were all on the floor. The string was intact, as were the hooks that I'd hung them up on, and we all made a hasty retreat. It's also worth mentioning that since we've lived there, the house has had quite a lot of different tenants, who all seem to move out within a few months. Seems we're not the only one who are plagued by paranormal activity. So, as skeptical as I am about anything paranormal, with my logic being that just because science can't explain it yet, doesn't mean it's not creepy as hell. But some memories from my childhood are really starting to bother me. It was around 20 years ago. I grew up next to a very creepy 400-acre forested area in the middle of Tennessee, USA. Apparently, it used to belong to a family of freed slaves, way back when, which is now still owned and undeveloped, except for some really old, dilapidated and decomposing structures sporadically scattered across it from when it was occupied by the original family. My brothers and I used to go hiking in the woods and found these places, but we stopped because, well, that part comes later. For some clarity, I mean an old farmhouse, smokehouse, and on the border of the property line in the wooded area behind my old house was a rickety old house. Think Little House on the Prairie or old Amish style, and you get the picture. If you go ahead and age it an extra 150 years. So my old house, which was on kind of an elevation, with the backyard sloping to the wooded property line, bordered said creepy 300-acre wood. The neighborhood I was in was basically bordering the forest along this property line, with the house facing the street, with the backyards bordering the forest line, that was demarked by a solid line of underbrush and very mature trees. So the memories, and why I'm here. The first memory I have still creeps me out. So mind you, there are no roads, no inhabited houses, nothing built or done to this area because of land division dispute and some will/deed problems with the family who owns the land, and apparently it's been this way for over 150 years. Just forest. My sister and I were out playing in our backyard near the property line, where the creepy-ass, falling-down little prairie-looking house was, when she spotted an old woman in the house. The front of the house was broken down, and you could clearly see into it. It had 2 stories, kind of like a cutaway from a dollhouse where you could take off the front and see all the rooms. Allegedly, this 70 to 80-year-old woman was just sitting in a green lawn chair, watching us from the 2nd-story loft. We were young, maybe 8. We didn't really notice some of the more peculiar aspects of this scene. We'd been playing for a few hours and would have seen someone walk by carrying a green lawn chair, because we had a clear view of the house, and you couldn't really get to it unless you either came from our yard or you hiked through a lot of wood. An elderly woman dragging a lawn chair up a rotted-out ladder to the 2nd story of a rotted-out loft, and just chilling there watching me and my sister. So of course my sister goes and says hi, finds out she speaks, and said she used to live in that house a long time ago. She looked fairly normal for an old person, but the face was indistinct to me, like I couldn't really get a solid look at it for some reason. I got uncomfortable and said bye to the creepy old lady, and left, where I basically grabbed my sister and we returned to the house. Now this bothers me, because no one has lived or been living in this area for nearly 150 years. No one could have, or should have been living there. There were no records of it or anything. Also, I knew for a fact that there is no road nor trail or anything that goes to the old house, even now thanks to Google Earth. So how did this old woman just appear and disappear? Because as we were walking back to the house, I glanced back at the property line about 80 yards back to the old house and the green chair, which was still there. But the old lady was gone. She didn't pass by us, didn't hear her climb down, nothing. Clear line of sight, early afternoon, not overcast, very well lit. She was simply gone. I did some research from when I had to steal stuff next door for school, and couldn't find a similar person on my street, or the next, or even in the neighborhood. So to this day I still have no clue what happened there. A second memory. This happened a few times in middle school, but sometimes when I was walking home from the bus stop at the end of the street. The tree line and underbrush along the backyards of the house that bordered the creepy forest started to have glowing red dots in sporadic clusters, and resembled to me eyes like tiny orbs of red dull light that appeared along the underbrush and followed me home. I thought it was maybe berries, but no. I hiked through that area with my brothers. No berries or red anything. Ever. Not holly, or seasonal fruiting bushes or animals, because we had some foxes, deer, and squirrels. That's about it. I couldn't explain it, then nor now. I just remember running home whenever I saw the lights in the underbrush, along the tree line, and would hide in my house as fast as I could. The one time I was brave enough to go up to the bushes, the lights disappeared before I even got close. No sound, no wind, nothing but a cold chill, which at the time was weird, as it was late spring or early autumn in Tennessee when it happened to me, and it stays pretty damn warm usually. I couldn't ever find any evidence as to what it was. No red berries or critters, or some wackadoo raving around red Christmas lights. Yet, this memory still gets to me. My third memory. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? So my old house was old. Well, 30 years or so. Never really got the cold spots or the other classic signs that someone's making up stuff about having a paranormal encounter. But every now and then when I was alone, maybe the basement usually, or occasionally outside in the woods, I got the sensation someone or something else was there. And every time before I felt the sensation, I started to get afraid a little first, then full on mad dash away in full adrenaline mode whenever I realized what I was feeling. This happened more than I liked. I hated it and thought I was losing my mind. Mind you, I didn't do any drugs, prescribed or otherwise, and even didn't start drinking till college. I couldn't explain it, and it didn't fit panic attack symptoms or anything similar. I've been checked out and looked at, examined my medical records, but couldn't find anything from a biological perspective. There are a few more jarring experiences as well that happened to me, and I'm going to share these with you now. There was another occasion where I was tromping around the woods and felt like I was being forcibly turned around. My brother and I spent a good deal of our first 5 to 7 years at that house going in the forest, hiking around with no problems, usually, or how we all just stopped when we got close to high school age. And I chalked it up to us having other things to do, girls, sports, friends. Then I remembered arguably our last trip, and my second to last trip into that forest. My last trip made me never go into those woods again. Thinking back, maybe there's a reason why no one wants to develop the woods, or why the owners won't sell to anyone. I even checked. Even if the forest is prime real estate South Nashville worth millions of dollars, probably because we were kids or something. If we felt uncomfortable, we just didn't talk about it and cut trips short, so we ignored things. Except this trip that turned out to be our last group outing into the damn forest, because we were old enough to start knowing when things simply aren't right. Thinking back on those details through meditation and sorting through details with my brother, who didn't want to recall anything, seems like we made a conscientious decision to never speak of it again. Except, I wanted answers. And here's the story. So, usual gorgeous late spring Tennessee weather that begs you to get outside and go for a hike into nature. My brother and I gear up for a Saturday excursion into the woods to explore past the old ruined smokehouse to the left side of the woods. We trek through the back of our property line into the woods proper, trekking a straight line using our compasses to go to the circular clearing of protruding limestone. As we got closer, it got quiet, almost silent except for us trailblazing. We get to the clearing, and my two brothers in front of me stop and look at the center of the stone clearing, where a raised circle outcropping of rock is about 150 feet. I can't really see much at the time because I was still 4'0" and behind those behemoths I call family. We didn't even notice some important details at first, like how quiet it was, there being no flies or anything around, or the wax dripping around the center stone circle, making an odd star-shaped pattern, and that it feels like we're being watched, where the back of your neck hair has gone up and you expect to turn around and see someone. My oldest brother goes up to the circle and just says, "Oh crap." I don't have a word, and my second brother starts to notice some of the weirdness about the outer part of the circle and goes to look. I, being the smallest, am curious, as all get out and go wander over to the middle where my oldest brother has gone a bit pale and is staring at something. I look past my older brother's shoulder and see on the top of the stone dies a lump of stuff. It is a disemboweled animal arranged strangely, but it wasn't eaten at all and appeared to be a fox. I remember thinking it was strange because I couldn't smell it, and there were no flies or anything or signs it had been bitten open, just splayed there with its organs somehow around it, like a dissection. At this time, everyone started to notice everything else I mentioned. When we confirmed it was more than just one of us feeling like that, we started to hear what sounded like the wind through the trees, but nothing was moving. Not the grass, the plants, and the treetops, which we all knew to look at to figure out the wind direction. Then my eldest brother said, "We're going back right now," in a serious tone that I'd never heard him use before. So we all collectively buggered out and went back to the house as fast as we could. I overheard my older brother talking about sacrifice and that we're not going back, and to tell Mom, Dad, and the police. I was 12, so I didn't think much of it and was more concerned with hanging out with my friends later in the day. I couldn't just focus on the memories, or I didn't want to think about it. The last time in those woods for me was this memory. Fast forward 2 to 3 months, and I'm doing a small hike through the woods alone, maybe 400 meters back from the tree line that borders the neighborhood. I wanted to move parallel to the road so I could get back easily by cutting out a right angle and walking back on the street to my house. 10 minutes into this, I start to turn right to go towards the street to get back in time to leave for the beach vacation with my mum and sister. That's when I felt it. The most uncomfortable and awful sensation I've ever felt in those woods. It was like I was being watched coldly, and it was getting closer. I never scared or spooked easily as a kid, and especially in woods. My background is important, as I was basically in various national parks every other weekend camping with my scout troop. I've been through solo orienteering courses day and night in all seasons to earn merit badges, and I don't freak out then, and when I was younger. But this time, I was spooked hard. I turned around and looked everywhere around me. It was very quiet, too quiet for Tennessee woods. If you've ever been to the southeastern US in summer, go anywhere near nature. You'll understand what I mean when I say it's never quiet. I yelled out tentatively, thinking it could be another person. God, I was hoping it was a person. Then it just got silent. And no, not any normal silence, like the kind where you can hear your own breathing. I freak out and bolt out those woods as fast as I can, and ended up getting the worst case of poison ivy in my life, and had to be sedated and put on steroids. I never went back to those woods after that. I'm 23 now. This started when I was 3 or 4. Everything that happened that night, I remember like it was yesterday. the memory so vivid and forever in my mind. The second floor of my house at the time was really just a small landing with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom off it. Immediately at the top and to your right was my bedroom, the bathroom adjacent to the stairs, then my sister's bedroom, and my parents' bedroom. My mum would put my sister and I to bed at 7 o'clock every night. I always had issues falling asleep as a kid, but would eventually drift off. My bedroom had a closet next to the door, and next to that, 2 windows with a dresser sitting between them, with my bed pushed against the wall, foot end of the bed near the door. One night, not unlike any other, we're put to bed and I finally find sleep after a few hours of just lying there, only to wake up some hours later. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. I rolled over to scan my room. I've always been afraid of the dark, so the room was lit up and my nightlight was plugged in at the end of the bed. Standing in front of the window furthest from me, near the closet, I saw what I thought at the time was an angel, quite literally glittering gold in front of my eyes, standing at least 7 feet tall, staring out the window. My movement must have grabbed its attention, because immediately its head turned to look at me. There were no facial features except for a strong, defined jawline, though faceless. It wasn't like a freaky facelessness. At this point, I was more curious than afraid. Then it started to yell at me. It kept telling me to shut up. The yelling quickly turned to screaming and I freaked. I was one giant goosebump, and I got up from bed, opened my door and looked into the lit hallway. My parents always left that light on at night in case my sister or I needed something or got scared in the middle of the night. Almost in slow motion, I noticed the air felt too still. Something was off. Before I could process anything, I took 1 step forward, and out of the bathroom shoots this thing. It gets right in front of my face, screaming a blood-curdling scream that still echoes in my ear to the day. The face of this thing was just grey and sinister, eyes completely blacked out, skin cracked, no lips, just a black hollow hole with the screams coming from it. Long, black hair flying around, as if there were a fan switched on behind it, and I lost it. I screamed so loud, I swear the entire house shook. I barged into my parents' room, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. My mum looked scared and confused. My dad, just terrified. I don't remember what happened after that. I'm sure I told my parents what happened and ended up sleeping with them for the next few weeks. Growing up, I asked my mum about that night, and she explained how I barged in crying, rambling off some story about an angel or something. Today, I don't know what it was. My dad, on the other hand, never said much about it, and instead started warning me to stay away from Ouija boards, and told me some freaky stories about things that had happened to him. As my parents divorced, growing up, things got worse with respect to what I was being exposed to. My dad would show me scary pop-up videos and play creepy music. I was 6 or 7 at this point. Safe to say I hated going to my dad's because I thought whatever I'd seen that night was somehow connected to him. Eventually my mum remarried. We moved and things were okay. Then I decided to stop seeing my dad completely, for unrelated reasons, as I was 9 years old at this time. And that's when things started again. The air was ridiculously heavy all the time. I hated sleeping in my room. I always felt like there was something at the end of my bed, just watching me. I tried to ignore it. For 9 years, constantly living in fear. We moved out of that house to somewhere around the corner. And once my mum and stepdad divorced, that way we wouldn't have to switch schools as I was about to graduate high school and my sister still had 1 more year. I still had access to the house as my ex-stepdad still lived there. They were using my old bedroom for storage and always kept the blinds closed, as I had while living there. One morning when everyone in my old house was at work, my friend and I decided to sesh in the garage quickly. We had the okay from the ex-stepdad, so long as we weren't driving anywhere afterwards. We walked through the front door, through the foyer to the garage, and got settled. I could already feel the extra 10 pounds on my chest, and I really wanted to make this quick. I had previously spoken with my friend about what I was feeling in this house, as we had been friends for years at this point, but never gave her much context. Not even 5 minutes into the sesh, we heard the footsteps above the garage, i.e. my old bedroom. My entire body went cold. My friend immediately looked at me, and we waited for another second and heard them again. This time, like a stomp type running around the room. We said screw it, packed up and got the hell out of there. I locked up and walked down the driveway completely freaked, trying to push the thousands of thoughts running through my mind out my head. Then, my friend let out a tiny shriek. I turned back to immediately ask her what was wrong. They were doing some work. I thought she could have stepped on a rogue nail or something, but the horror was written on her face, and I looked up at the window but the blinds were closed. I asked her again what was up. She said for whatever reason she felt like she needed to look up to my old bedroom. She said the blinds were open in the window looking down on us, and I quote her words, "This thing, with black hair and black eyes and cracked skin, and just a hollow black hole for a mouth, was staring down." She said it so fast, terror was oozing from every word she said. That's when she burst into tears, and so did I. I was too freaked out to tell her what happened when I was a kid, and I didn't want to scare her more. I suggested we get the hell out of there. Since then, nothing's happened. I recently traveled to Rome, specifically the Vatican, and got a blessed St. Michael pendant for extra measure, seeing as whatever it was followed me in silence throughout the years. The thing hasn't bothered me other than showing up in a very specific nightmare I've had every 8 to 10 years since my first encounter. If this thing is still on my tail, I'll be due for a nightmare within the next year. There's a locally famous haunted road in my town called Upsom Road. However, it is more commonly known as Green Lady Cemetery Road. You can look it up online. There have been tons of reports of incidents on this road. It's a hotspot. If you grew up in my town, you've been down Green Lady Cemetery Road. I could go on for days about telling you the stories I've heard from others about this location, but I would rather tell you about the 2 experiences I've had on this road. The second one made me swear to never go down it, day or night, again. The road had never been paved. They've left it terribly bumpy and as a dirt road to stop people from going down it. Most times of the year, the town puts up barriers so no one drives through it. Not because it's a walking path, because simply they don't want people going down there. At one end of the road, there is an old piece of property that the town bought, that you'll often see a police car sitting in. If you decide to pull onto the road, you'll be pulled over immediately and be told you're trespassing, even though it is in fact public property. They can't legally stop you from driving down there, but most people don't know that and will turn you around. The road starts off as just a wooded dirt road. It's only about a mile long, and you can drastically see a change of scenery in a very short amount of time. As you pass the wooded area, you come up to a section of road where on your right is a small swamp, and on your left is more forest. However, nothing seems to be able to live out there. When you hit this section of road, you're officially in the hotspot. If you park your car and look around, you'll notice that trees don't seem to grow there. They are all dead and rotten. You will not hear birds chirping. It's dead silent. Going just slightly further up the road, just past the swamp, is where things get very eerie. On the left-hand side of the road is a very, very old cemetery where the Green Lady stays. The headstones are all dated from the 17 to 1800s. There's also a small foundation next to the cemetery where a house used to stand. It's been reported time and time again that people have witnessed a green mist floating around the cemetery. People have seen this green mist form into the shape of a woman in a dress, walk back and forth around the cemetery. And there are a few theories as to who this woman is, but I'm not completely sure anyone knows exactly who she was. Anyway, it's a bit of a rite of passage here in town where every kid who gets their license drives down the road at night, just one time to be able to say they've done it. Here are my 2 stories about it. When I purchased my first car, the first thing my friend Jordan and I did was take a drive down that road. I'd picked him up at his house at around 10:30 at night, and we drove over there. It had been extremely hot that day, and towards the night it had rained a bit and cooled down a bunch. That combined with the swamp being on the road, it was so foggy you couldn't see more than 3 feet in front of you. It was absolutely the worst time to be driving down there, to be honest. We'd both been a bit nervous and the fog wasn't helping us at all. We had been creeping down the road slowly, so we couldn't really see where we were going. We had gotten about 200 feet from the cemetery when a teenager comes running out of the fog and runs right past our car. We didn't recognize him, but this kid was bolting down the road. He was dressed in a grey Nike t-shirt and black baseball shorts. He looked like he was about our age, so we were even more confused that we didn't recognize him. Jordan and I both agreed that the kid looked like he was running away from something, so we decided to turn around to offer him a ride. Mind you, there is a ton of bears and other large carnivores here, so we thought perhaps something might be chasing him. I quickly turned the car around and started driving back in the direction the kid was running. We drove for a little bit but didn't see him. The fog had started to clear up a bit, so we were able to see a decent distance in front of us, but we still couldn't see him. He wasn't on the road. He wasn't in the forest. He was simply gone. I rolled down my window and started to yell, "Hey man, are you okay? Do you need a ride?" hoping that the kid would pop out from behind a tree or something. But nothing. The kid was simply gone. Maybe he was some kid who decided to walk down that road at night and got spooked. Maybe he saw headlights and thought we were cops and hid from us. We still don't know to this day. We had asked around in school the next day if anyone knew of anyone who went for a walk down that road at night, but we never heard anything. If there was a kid out there that late and he ran up into the forest, that's even scarier than the thought of the ghost teen running past our car. I'll never forget the look on that kid's face as he ran past our car. He looked like he was scared, panicking, and I really wish I were able to find out who he was. Now for my second and final experience. Jordan, the same friend from the previous story, had gotten his first car, so obviously the first thing we had to do was go down the road. The weird thing about this drive is that once again as we got closer to the cemetery, a thick layer of fog had started to pour out of the trees from the swamp, although the weather had been the same all day, with no rain and no temperature drops, nothing. Luckily this fog wasn't as thick as before, and we could see in front of us. We'd gotten up to the cemetery, and Jordan parked the car. We sat around for a little while and looked at the cemetery. The forest just observed everything. After 5 or so minutes, Jordan looks at me and says, "Dude, how weird would it be if I looked in the rearview mirror and there was someone in the back seat?" Who says that? I mean honestly, dude, look where we are, it's not even a joke. That's seriously not funny, bro, I told him. He looked up in the mirror and screamed. I spun around, looked in the back seat and there was nothing there. He started laughing. "I got you, bro." "Again, you're not funny, Jordan." He didn't want to keep wasting the gas, so he turned off the car and shut off the headlights. Now this idiot has us sitting on a famously haunted road in the middle of the night in the pitch darkness surrounded by forest. We're parked right in front of the old building foundation of the cemetery. It's just ahead of us. We sat there for a few minutes smoking cigarettes and talking about nonsense. I'm kind of staring off into the trees at this point, honestly a bit bored, when out of nowhere Jordan says, "Hey, there's someone in the forest." I shrug it off, assuming he's messing with me, when I see a subtle light in the forest behind the cemetery. It looked like a flashlight with batteries that were as close to dead as they could be. The light vanished after a few seconds, and we both sat there with our eyes glued to the patch of forest. Roughly 30 seconds later, a tall, ovular light started to appear in the same spot that the light came from. Jordan says to me, "Okay dude, I'm done, let's go." And I'm telling him, "No, hang on, wait." His hands are on the key. He's getting ready to start up the truck and drive away. The light was very faded, a little hard to see, but when the forest behind it is pitch black, it stood out. It slowly started to move along the rock wall at the back side of the cemetery, and Jordan started up the truck. He was so ready to leave. As his headlights kicked on, we saw a green mist floating around the road. Jordan yells out, "Screw this," and slams the truck in reverse and backs up until he felt far enough away to turn around. We had always heard reports of the green mist. Supposedly, if you wait long enough, you'll see the green lady walk around in the mist. But we were too scared to wait for that to happen. I never thought the green mist was real until that night. And to this day, I swear I will never drive down that road ever again. I highly recommend you look it up. It's probably one of Connecticut's most famous paranormal hotspots. My mother and her cousins often played together as children, although as a rule none of them was supposed to be out after dark. One day when she was around 6 or 7 years old, she and 3 of her cousins were playing hide and seek. They were enjoying themselves so much, they didn't notice the sun was starting to set while the full moon was rising. Mama was it during this game, and after she finished counting, she went looking for her cousins. She found most of them, except Linda. After some time, Mama found Linda hiding behind a tree near a shaded area in the forest that was a little deeper than she was used to going, even if it was near her house. It was quite unusual, since she and the other children had been told by the adults to never go deep into the woods because they could get lost or taken by the spirits of the forest. Even though Mama was still a child, she could see why the adults had warned her and the other children away from the deeper parts, with bamboo, mango, and other trees. It would be dark in some places even in broad daylight, but now that it was night it was beyond pitch black, and Mama was starting to get the creeps. Psst! Startled, Mama looked to her left, and thanks to a sliver of moonlight that managed to peek through some of the branches overhead, saw Linda partially hidden behind a tree. She had a mischievous grin on her face and was beckoning to Mama to come closer. "Linda," my mother was flabbergasted. "What are you doing there? We're not supposed to go beyond the tree line, and you're not supposed to be giving away your hiding spot." Linda didn't answer, only continued to silently beckon to Mama, but she didn't move. A chill ran down her spine and began to spread through her body as she continued to stare at her cousin. Something wasn't right. She knew it. Her cousin's normally chubby face looked angular, elongated, and her mischievous smile became sinister as she emerged from her place behind the tree, which she soon realized was a belette tree, notorious for being the residence of evil spirits. She also noticed that Linda seemed to be growing taller with each step, and even though she wanted to run, she couldn't even move and barely scream. The figure that had taken her cousin's face lurched forward, bending over so that it almost resembled a hunchbacked witch, its eyes gleaming. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves and snapping twigs broke the silence, and Mama felt someone grab her shoulder before she was yanked backwards away from the evil that intended to steal her away. When she looked up at her savior, she found herself looking into the eyes of her Uncle Simon, who was Linda's father. He had one hand on his shoulder as he moved to stand between her and the sharpshooter that wore his daughter's face, with a machete in his other hand. Mama peered around him and found the being backing away slowly until it fully disappeared into the shadows from whence it came. Without a word, her uncle picked her up with one arm and carried her back the way she had come, while she hid her face in his shoulder, not wanting to look at the darkness that could have been her grave. After some time, she found herself being carried into the threshold of her home, her parents looking furious, her various aunts and uncles worried, looking at her. All her cousins from earlier, Linda included, were sitting on the bamboo seats, trembling, with tears running down their faces. After her Uncle Simon set her down, he asked her what happened, and why she had gone that deep into the forest. She explained what happened, noticing the terrified looks on the cousins' faces as they listened, while the adults became even more tense than they had already been. When she was done recounting her experience, her Uncle Simon told her that Linda had encountered someone she thought was Mama while she was hiding, only to realize it wasn't her. She had run screaming from her hiding place, telling him and the others what she'd seen. And when they found Mama's slipper, which she hadn't realized she'd lost while searching, Uncle Simon had told Linda's elder sister to take her and the other children to my grandparents. My mother and her cousins got quite a scolding for playing past sundown, but Mama always felt that it was worth it, since she wouldn't have been alive to tell the tale if Uncle Simon had gotten there a few minutes later. Ever since that night, she's always made sure to keep an eye on the sun when she has her cousins playing, so that they can go in before dark. The next story takes place in my father's ancestral home in his hometown, which is a place where no one wants to try and make a life beyond its boundaries. The house is now abandoned and lies in ruins. These events took place 3 to 4 years before he passed away. I was already an adult in my late 20s. I was temporarily staying there with my father while waiting for news on the various job applications I had sent out online, since my last job in the city had stressed me out so much my health had gone downhill, so I had to leave to recuperate. The house was already old and in the state of disrepair, and I have to tell you I was praying for the day that I could leave, because not only were we living a hand-to-mouth existence, but my father is domineering and has a controlling attitude that was really grating on my nerves. He kept rubbing it in my face that we were surviving on his retirement pension, since I was too weak to hold the job for a year, and he even had the audacity to tell me that I should let him manage the inheritance from my late mother's estate once it was released. He wanted to use it to set up a business, mainly because he wanted me to live out my days in that dead-end town that he called home, where nothing happened and no one wanted to leave their comfort zone. What he didn't know was that I would never let him touch what was mine. I was basically the maid at home, doing all the cooking, cleaning, laundry, the works. I was also constantly being humiliated by our father to the relatives that we have and acquaintances, since I am and still mostly a loner, the only people I could really talk to being a few cousins who were also outcasts like me. He may have been my father, but he should never have been allowed to raise kids, since loving and nurturing has never been something he understood. It was always about control. You are his puppet, doing his bidding. As I mentioned, the house was old and falling into disrepair. At the time of this story that I'm about to tell you, it was no secret that the house was haunted, even when my grandparents and other cousins resided there during my high school days. But they aren't the ones I'm going to share with you. On many occasions I would see people walking through the house, but when I would turn to look at them, there was no one there. The passing visitors weren't just limited to human beings. Many times I even saw the animals. I had one come close to me, visit after their precious lives had been cruelly cut short, all in the name of finger foods that should have been eaten to go with the booze. It was almost as if my four-legged friends were coming to see me one last time before going to their eternal reward. And when I told my cousins, whom I was close to, about them, they said it was because those creatures remembered the kindness I had showed to them and knew that I loved them. There was one apparition in particular that seemed to follow me around all the time, that of a little boy, about 3 years old. When I would be cleaning the yard, I'd see him from the corner of my eye sitting on a bench, or standing a few feet away watching me. However, he would be gone once I turned my head to look at him. Whenever I was in the kitchen preparing a meal, he would be peering at me from around the kitchen door. He was mostly a blurry figure, like what you see on the old TV screens when the signal's bad, and I could never see his face but knew he was there. Once around dusk, my father was out talking to his friends and I was upstairs folding the clothes that I had gotten off the clothesline since they were dry, when from the corner of my eye I saw that child, and he began to inch closer to me, as if curious as to what I was doing. I didn't feel threatened by him, and spoke to him gently, hoping that I could give him comfort in some way. The next day, I went to my cousin Leela's house. She and her siblings, along with their mother, Susan, are fellow outcasts like me but for different reasons. Technically, they're paying for a sin that was committed by their matriarch. Susan is my eldest cousin on my father's side, so Leela and her siblings are my nieces. Leela, though, is my age, and Anna is 5 years my junior, but I look at them all as cousins, no big deal. I told Leela, her younger sister Anna, and their mother Susan about the little boy I kept on seeing, and they all became very quiet before exchanging a long look. Leela told me that it's known behind closed doors that Susan's half-sister Victoria had several extramarital affairs and many abortions afterwards. The latter were all performed at the ancestral house. They said that the little boy might be one of the children who paid for their mother's sins with their lives, and he clearly took a liking to me, because even though I'm not a mother, I'd never hurt a child. That little boy was my constant companion when I wasn't visiting Leela up until June 2014, when I started a new job in a city almost 12 hours away from where my father lived. Leela and Anna were also able to start a new chapter of their lives in a city 13 hours away from that pit we were stuck to, 2 months after I left. We still keep in touch and remain close as ever, because in my eyes, they, along with the maternal uncle I have a soft spot, and my sister and her 3 children, are the only family I have left now. My father passed February 2016, and when I went to attend the funeral service and tie up the loose ends he had left, I saw the house had continued to deteriorate after I was gone, and I was glad. I had always felt like the life and whatever courage I had to try to hold on to after my mother died when I was 12 was being drained from me the entire time I'd stayed there. The house is now in ruins, completely abandoned, and the trees and plants that thrived when I was there have since withered. Let's set the background first. I grew up in a very rural area. My parents have a pretty big piece of land with a nice 2-story farmhouse in the middle of it. To the south of the house is a peach orchard. The west is where the driveway is. It goes through an alley of cottonwood and pecan trees, but the land is pretty open and was used for cattle farming. The east and north is dense woodland and shrubs, which reaches all the way to our neighbors about 2 miles. Back then, I was working at a carpenter shop in town. I had just gotten my driver's license, and so I was able to get there on my own. It was about an hour and a half drive, though. We started fairly late in the day at about 10 a.m. The owner of the company was sort of a night owl and loved to sleep in, but because of that, we had to stay until 9 p.m. That was no problem in the summer, but turned out to be a bit of a nuisance in the winter, as it got dark pretty early, and I hated driving in the dark because the lights on my car weren't the best anymore. I drove a 1987 Chevy pickup, which had obviously seen better days. I hadn't had much money back then, so this was all I could afford. So one day in late December, about 10 or 11 years ago, I left work much later than usual. I'd made a pretty stupid mistake on a nightstand I was building for a customer and needed to fix it. As the customer was going to pick it up the next day, when I finally finished, it was about midnight. I cussed out my own stupidity, closed the shop up tight, and went to my car. There are two routes I can take to get home. One is on a highway, the other one is through the backcountry, and dirt roads surrounded by thick brush and trees. I usually took the highway, as it was much faster and safer, especially in the dark. But this day, there had been an accident, and the highway was blocked by emergency services, so I took the long way home. As soon as I left the main road and made my way up the dirt trails, I got this feeling, you know the one, as if something bad is about to happen, almost like impending doom. The longer I drove on the road, the stronger the feeling got, until it felt like all of my body and soul were aching desperately to turn around, drive back all the way to the roadblock, and wait until it got opened again. I tried to suppress it as best I could, and tried to convince myself that I had driven this route many times, and I knew that it was safe, albeit a bit rough on the truck. When I was driving through an especially rugged piece of brush only about 10 miles from my parents' farm, all of a sudden, my left front tire popped. I did my best to keep the truck on the road and made it to a safe spot. I kept a spare tire in the toolbox and had changed tires quite a lot on my own, and I knew it would be just a minor inconvenience, and I would be rolling again in a matter of minutes. That's where I was wrong. I climbed up on the truck's bed, only to find that my toolbox had been broken into, and all of my tools and my spare tire had been stolen. So there I was, still miles away from the nearest settlement, in bear and wolf country, in the middle of the night with no cell phone and no way to repair my truck. I always kept a sort of survival kit in my toolbox with a blanket, a small axe, a fire starter kit, and some MREs, but it had been stolen too. Thank God I still had my trusty pucko, which my sister gave me when she moved to Finland. So I made the second but bigger mistake on the day. I decided to walk home. To this day, I still don't know why I made this decision. All I had to do was wait in my truck until sunrise, and I knew a neighbor was driving this road every day at around 8 a.m. He could have taken me to town and called my parents to get the truck, but some stupid fart in my brain said, "Nah, we're walking." So I went. I locked the car, took my rucksack with my belongings with me, and began walking. I couldn't have walked far when I got this eerie feeling, like something or somebody is watching me. I turned around, but nothing was there. I picked up my pace to make it out, when all of a sudden I heard some rustling in the bushes to my left. I called out, "If there's someone there," but of course received no answer. The feeling of being watched got stronger and stronger as the rustling became more frequent, when suddenly the brush stopped and I came to a small clearing. That's when he spoke to me for the first time. "Hey there, boy." He had a pretty weird pronunciation. The first part was spoken softly, almost gently, but the boy was like an explosion in my ears. He made a tiny pause in between and then spewed out boy. He was big, 6'6", wearing a long trench coat and hat. Grey, short hair with lifeless eyes, almost like that of a perished fish. But what really scared me was his dog. He had a huge, black, shepherd-like dog, but it looked very wild, almost like a wolf. I immediately froze with fear. I always heard this term, but could never imagine it being like this. I couldn't move. I just couldn't. I tried, trust me, God, did I try. "What you doing there, boy?" he asked. "Don't you want to talk to me, boy?" I still couldn't move a finger, but my mouth slowly started to work again. I told him about the truck and how I was trying to walk home, but I don't think he was able to understand a word that I was saying, as I was stuttering and slurring the words due to fear. He made few steps towards me, his dog fixated on me like prey. He came so close that I could smell him. A very odd smell, a bit like old cigarettes, but there was something else that I couldn't point out. I still stood there unable to move. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, almost like he wanted to remember the smell of fear radiating from me. He started to grin, not a genuine, honest grin, but the one where the eyes aren't involved. They stayed as lifeless as they were. "Be careful out here, boy. There's a lot of dangerous things out here, boy," he said, and vanished into the brush as suddenly as he had appeared. I started to thaw up and was able to move my body again. All of a sudden, my knees felt weak and wouldn't bear the weight of my body anymore. I collapsed to the ground and my whole body began to shake uncontrollably, and I began to sob with relief. As soon as I had regained control over my body again, I ran like I never did before and never have again, all the way home, which was quite a long way. I can't describe the feeling of relief coming over me when I saw the all-so-familiar porch lights coming up in the distance, and I reached the edge of the woodlands on our property. "Hey there, boy." My heart skipped a beat. I screamed from sheer terror and knew that this would be the end. So, I didn't stop running. I ran and ran and ran and never even bothered to look back. Only when I reached the warm yellow circles of light cast by our porch lamps did I dare look back. He stood there on the edge of the woods, like he did on the clearing, his animal on a leash next to him. He grinned this creepy grin again. I fumbled out my keys as my parents locked the back door at 8. I unlocked the door and stumbled in. Only when I had locked the door I started to feel remotely safe again. I went upstairs to my room and made sure that all the windows were locked on my way up. When I looked out the window, he was gone. I told my dad about this when we got into the truck the next day. He said this was likely Samuel, an old hermit who had a small cottage down there in the woods, who had been living there for at least 30 years, but that he had never seen him with his own eyes. So in retrospect, perhaps I was never in grave danger. Maybe. But nevertheless, to the strange creep in the woods, I'd rather not meet you again. It began in summer of 2013, when I got a divorce and had to move out of my home in the suburbs of Southern California. I met someone, my current husband, pretty soon after the divorce, and things moved quickly, as he asked me to move in with him and I accepted. He had just bought his dream cabin on a local mountain range with an inheritance he received. We are in Southern California, and the mountain and lake are popular tourist destinations. At the time, I was struggling a lot. I had to quit my teaching job due to severe stress and had lost a substantial amount of weight and was barely weighing 100 pounds. Looking back, I was probably an easy target due to my vulnerable state. We moved that winter just in time for me to vacate my previous home that I had once shared with my ex. It had just stormed and there was ice and snow on the ground. The new house was really dark and just felt sad to me, especially on cold, snowy days. But it was a beautiful cabin that was on a long, private dirt road in the woods. The house was a larger chalet-style home, with dark wooden beams, bricks, and wood walls with a big old wood-burning stove. Shortly after moving in, we found out that the lady that previously owned it was hit by a drunk driver and had to move into a care facility for the severely impaired, which kind of creeped us out a bit. I immediately realized I didn't quite like living in the mountains. The people in the town, especially our handful of neighbors, were really strange, paranoid, and rough. There was just a negative energy there, especially in certain parts of the mountain. I was so in love with my then boyfriend though, that I wanted to make him happy, and knew how much he loved it there, so I didn't say anything at first. The first time I noticed the negative energy was about a week after we moved in. We went for a hike towards early evening. We wanted to explore the miles of wilderness behind our home and were excited. As we walked further along, we saw old abandoned ranches and log cabins. There was even one area that had some evidence of witchcraft. There were many local legends of a satanic cult that referred to themselves as goatmen. As we walked into a thickly wooded area, all the hair on my body suddenly stood up, and I noticed an electric charge in the atmosphere, along with the sizable deafening silence. I tried to ignore this creepy feeling and kept walking. A few minutes later, my husband stopped in front of me and said he had just realized we weren't on the trail anymore. We looked back, and sure enough, there was no trail in sight. The sun was now setting, and the scenery was disorienting. After about an hour of trying to find our way home, I started to cry. It felt like we were going in circles, and I was sure we would end up as missing people, but fortunately found a trail that led us back home. I think it was this day that something from the land attached itself to me. Soon after the incident in the woods, I started to feel oppressed by something very dark. I started doing things that was really out of character for me, like binge drinking and picking fights. I would almost go into a trance, and from what my husband tells me, I'd run out into the forest and disappear for hours during fights, even late at night. I'd have no recollection of this. I only remember standing in front of our house late at night, with cut-up bare feet and being confused and disoriented. My husband would be upset and tell me he had been frantically looking for me for hours, but it never seemed to me as if any time had passed. I got a job working at a local church camp. I'm not super religious, but jobs up there are scarce, and I noticed that the only time I felt normal was while I was at work. I felt like I was having some kind of internal battle between good and evil. While I spiraled down at home, I got diagnosed with a severe illness that no doctor could really explain, was constantly in the hospital, and put on heavy narcotics which only aggravated my spiral downwards. We seemed to be having really bad luck too. For instance, one time my husband was driving in a really remote part of the mountain when his car broke down. So I jumped in my car to go fetch him when suddenly my car blew a gasket clean through the hood, which no mechanic had ever seen or could explain. I had to hitchhike to where my husband was, and we had to tow both cars. My husband's car mechanically had nothing wrong with it at all, and it worked just fine after we towed it. Yet it would always break down periodically, and always in a remote part of town with no cell service, as we lived way off the beaten path deep in the woods. Something always seemed to go wrong. Just before things could go wrong, I'd get that creepy feeling with my hair, where it stood on end, and the feeling of electricity in the atmosphere. As things progressed one day after drinking and taking pills, I remember feeling pulled out into the forest. I went stumbling through the woods, sobbing and having an overwhelming urge to end myself. I kept thinking that this was the only way out. This was a common thing I started doing, and it was as if I was only in some kind of trance. I remember constantly feeling paralyzed with fear, sorrow, and despair. I began to feel like my true self was gone, and I couldn't get to her. I began to feel numb, regardless of how much I was unraveling at home. I still functioned at work and even managed to get a few promotions. I felt like I had two personalities. Around this time, weird things started happening in the house. It would start with electrical feelings, goosebumps, and then bam, all the lights and ceiling fans would turn on full blast on their own. I'd come home from work and think someone was in our house because all the lights would be on. One time I was sleeping, and I could hear the remote control button for fan speed clicking on, and then all the lights turned on as well as the fans. I would get out of bed and yell, "Stop it!" and hide the remotes for the fans and TVs. But it started taunting me. It would turn on all the electronics late at night, if I laid down for a nap, or any time I was laying in a room, feeling depressed. It was like it knew that that would push me over the edge. Around this time we felt an oppressive presence, like it was watching us sleep. It was only then that what had been causing these problems revealed itself to me. There was a small wooden door in our bedroom that led to the attic, and one night I had a nightmare that felt incredibly real, of watching myself sleep from a different angle in the room, when a pure black demon, with tight black shiny skin, red eyes and a goat-looking head and giant horns came out the door and was crouching down, watching me sleep by my bedside while breathing what looked like smoke around my body. As it stood up and reached for me with its long pointy fingers, I suddenly woke up choking in a panic. I looked over and the attic door was open. Now that door was extremely hard to open, and you had to really tug at it due to it not fitting quite right and rubbing against the door frame. We always left it shut because it was cold, creepy and drafty up there. Terrifying. After that, I dreaded going to sleep and would often stay up all night drinking and descending into madness. No matter where I was, I always had the sensation of being watched, but I was too afraid to sleep, especially in our room. When all the electronics would turn on, when I'd get goosebumps, I knew the demon was near. It really scared me that I couldn't see it, but I knew what it looked like, and I could feel its presence. Things at work eventually got weird too, and I could barely function. I felt like I was hanging on by a thread. I was an emotional wreck, and in heavy counseling, heavy drinking, and pill popping. My relationship was on the rocks, and I had become a regular at the bar and liquor stores. I was completely out of control, and was beginning to get evil, intrusive thoughts. One night, I was in a rage and picked a fight with my husband. I don't remember it, but the next day when I was begging him for forgiveness, after he threatened to leave, he told me I didn't even look like myself, that my eyes and face looked dark and evil the previous night when we argued. Then he told me I had shoved and hit him, and my heart shattered to a million pieces. I'm not an angry or violent person at all normally. That broke me. I couldn't stop acting that way though, no matter how hard I tried. I hated myself. One night I got a friend from my hometown who also happens to have abilities. She told me the land there was bad, and that she wouldn't go up to visit me, and that I should consider moving home. She had a friend that also had moved up there after a divorce and experienced a similar oppression, and fled home in the middle of the night taking only her animals. She had seen something that she refuses to talk about. It clicked right then. Whatever was up there was evil and affecting me deeply. I broke down and begged my husband to leave. He's the type to do anything for me, so we both started job hunting in the town we wanted to move to, and he listed the house for sale. The second I got hired, I threw some clothes and my dog in the car and never looked back. Luckily, our home sold pretty quickly because we priced it to sell ASAP. The dread lifted slowly, and I made my way down the mountain and back into the city, and I felt like I could breathe. I remember thinking how dark it always felt up there with all the trees. It felt suffocating. Within a month of moving away, I started to feel back to normal. At first, there was still some activity like the demonic dreams, and one time being awoken by something that felt like a pillow hitting me with a crazy force across the face. But after I had a cleansing done by a Reiki master, it mostly stopped, and I completely lost any desire to drink and switched medications to a non-narcotic. I've never been a drinker, and to this day I have, on average, 1 or 2 beers a year. My personality went back to my happy, loving self. The dark thoughts seemed like a bizarre memory. My marriage is solid, and we are like any boring couple. After months of moving, we did receive a call from the couple who purchased our home, asking if we ever noticed any weird or demonic activity in the home. They kind of just made it a joke. Never mind, we'll stick to our plan to get an exorcism done. I felt like there really was no point in telling them, as it was never the home, it was the land. It was like a horrible nightmare that creeps me out just sharing the story. I even avoid talking or thinking about it due to weird feelings it gives me. I feel like part of my soul is gone forever. I can never take it back, what I put my poor husband through. I'll never view things the same. I know there is real evil out there, and it wanted my soul. In the late spring of 2014, I made the long and scenic trek from Kansas to Arizona. It was in early May. After packing up an apartment full of way more than enough stuff for 2 people, we removed ourselves from the flatlands and wheat fields of eastern Kansas to the high desert of Arizona. After everything was packed into the box truck and the car was secured onto the pull-behind car dolly, I started the 1,500-plus mile trip for the first time. I had never been further west than Colorado prior to that particular trip, as I was born and raised between the Midwest and the eastern side of the United States. Little did I know I would make the drive again a year later to collect the belongings we left behind at the cabin when we'd abandoned it. I'll never forget driving through Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. There is just something about that part of the country, that specific region, that just is flat out magical to me. And apparently I'm not the only one who feels this way. If you've never been, I suggest you do if you ever get the chance. The first evening that I arrived in Arizona, the sun had already gone down as I made my way off the main highway about 40 miles from the Grand Canyon, and picked my way through the well-worn dirt roads that led out across the desert and towards the cabin that I would be renting for the next several months. I didn't know much about the cabin before my arrival, other than it was supposed to be entirely self-sufficient, with a 500-gallon water tank and 4 full-sized solar panels, including areas for gardening, walking trails, RV pads, and that the nearest town was located several miles away. In addition, the world's largest stretch of ponderosa pine forest, 1.8 million acres, was situated just 10 miles from the cabin, in the Coconino National Forest. This particular national forest was something I had been very much looking forward to getting to explore. It was in this area of the expanse of Ponderosa pine forest that I first saw a wild wapiti, Native American for elk. In actuality, there were 3 of them, each one massive, and was standing shoulder to shoulder, as if posing for a photo. Likewise, each one had an enormous rack. They were easily 4 feet tall, with more points than I could count. I had never seen a wild elk before, let alone 3 large and picturesque bulls like this. I wish I had been able to take a picture of that magnificent view. I saw several more while I was in the area over the course of the next few months. However, I never did see any more that were so large, or with such tall racks as those 3 bull wapitis from the first night. Being somewhat of a mystic, I instantly took it as an extremely excellent sign to see such impressive stags so close to the cabin, as if they were waiting to greet me. Just standing outside of the tree line on the edge of the road, in some strange way, I honestly felt like they wanted to say hello. The cabin itself was everything that I expected and needed at the time. It had a built-in garage, a full loft bedroom, living room, working bathroom with solar shower and flush toilet, a kitchen sink, stove, and a lovely workshop located in the garage. In other words, once I gathered up some necessary supplies from the nearest town, I wouldn't need to interact with anyone on a day-to-day basis for long periods of time. And honestly, that was the plan to begin with. The first week or so was spent exploring the general area, including several trips to Williams and Flagstaff, Williams being the nearest town, as well as hiking around through various areas of the Arizona high desert. There were little in the way of trees other than the above-mentioned Ponderosa pine forest, as well as scatterings of junipers, which, where I come from, seem more like large bushes than actual trees. I hiked in the Coconino National Forest a few times, and I enjoyed it very much. However, I didn't get to spend as much time there as I had hoped to. That said, the area directly around the cabin, all 15 acres of the property as well as the hundreds of surrounding acres, were far more interesting than I had anticipated. Once I became familiar with the acreage, I went to work for 3 solid days building a sanctuary in the middle of the property. During my day hikes around the cabin, I found a perfect outcropping of juniper trees, which appeared to be an old solid clump. But upon further exploration, I discovered one could be entered into this particular grove of trees. Inside there was a much more considerable amount of hidden space than it appeared from the outside. To me it was perfect. This hidden corpse of junipers was the space that I decided to build my stone altar on. Furthermore, I paved a path of sand and stone from the entrance of the hidden grove up to the altar, and eventually beyond. I inlaid the central space with a full moon and crescent moons, using the red rocks found easily in the nearby desert. Beyond this sacred spot, reserved for the altar, I extended the stone pathway to a full circle that I created for meditation and metaphysical workings. I raked and smoothed the working circle, the center of the circle rather, cleaning it of all debris and broken stone until it was the same consistency of a child's sandbox. Next, I gathered 4 gigantic stones from the surrounding desert, 1 stone from all 4 of the cardinal directions, and I placed the large bulky stones according as capstones to my working circle. Once the circle was complete, I extended the red rock inlay of my sanctuary floor, from where it ended slightly beyond the altar, all the way to the working circle in between the circle with the altar and the working circle. I inlaid another full moon with 2 crescent moons, the sign of the triple goddess, into the walkway. Each morning when I would meditate, facing the east, sitting in the middle of my circle, as the sun rose over the desert. When I could feel the warmth of the sun begin to warm my inner eye, only then was my morning meditation ritual complete. I repeated these meditations throughout the day by meditating in the correlating directions of the sun at noon and again directly before sunset as well. In all honesty, I would have to say that I've never been so in tune with myself. That said, I constantly had the feeling of eyes upon me. I cannot tell you how many times I stopped hiking and spun around expecting to see some person, predator, or something darting behind a juniper or cactus. I never did catch a glimpse of whatever it was, but I do have a feeling that I know why. It is a strange thing to try and convey to something else. I suppose those feelings are similar to those of a hunter who spent years hunting and tracking prey. After a while, they are able to develop a sixth sense and able to feel when something is watching them. That's how I felt. I've heard Native Americans describe the same feeling before. I know it's cliché, that you have the feeling that someone's watching you. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about, but just much stronger, and it never went away. Some Native Americans proclaim it to be a thin veil between the worlds, and that the ancients inhabiting the other side can see through it, but that most people are very much unaware of its existence. I'm sure that many of the strange occurrences that I experienced during my time at the cabin had a lot to do with this bizarre feeling of being watched continuously without break. Spending 3 days of building my sacred space was an experience that I will always remember and cherish. Actively using the area is another experience that I will never forget. That said, many strange things happened there. One day I was hiking through the adjacent desert hills surrounding the cabin. I ventured further away from the property by at least a couple of miles further than usual, and I came across a massive skull of what I could only assume was a longhorn deer. However, it immediately reminded me of the great white buffalo that is sacred to so many Native American nations. The skull was enormous and had 2 large horns coming out of it, as well as being completely covered in thick snow and white fur. I carried the skull home and properly, after consecrating and blessing it, placed it on my stone altar, where it became the centerpiece until I left for good. I don't know what became of that sacred space, but it sure meant a lot to me. I was heading north and east of the cabin and was staying in just outside of Flagstaff and Williams. Almost precisely the moment that I turned onto a particular highway, a stream of shadowy winged figures began swooping back and forth over the top of my car. Please try to imagine a long and lonely stretch of road through the heart of the 4 corner regions where there is little water, hardly any trees at all, and is otherwise very uninhabitable. There are no other cars on the road for miles and miles. I don't recall passing even a single car on that particular stretch of road that night also, though I had to traverse it for several hours. As soon as I turned onto this particular road, a large shadowy figure started swooping around back and forth over my car. At first I thought it was a bat of some kind or a nocturnal bird, but I wasn't aware as much. I was still new to the southwestern region of the United States at the time. I really didn't think much about it, and just kept driving. However, about 5 minutes into the occurrence, it seemed as if more and more of these things started streaming into the air above my car. Whatever they were keeping up with the speed of my vehicle, so I accelerated. I was taking the car over 100 miles per hour, and to my complete horror, the dark winged figures were still keeping up with my vehicle. like it was no problem at all. Perhaps 10 minutes into this bizarre situation, I was flying down the road at a speed of nearly 120 and eventually decided to slow the car down to the creeping speed of 15 miles per hour. I was barely moving at this point, but nothing changed. Not knowing what exactly to think or expect, I merely resumed the speed limit, maybe 5 to 10 miles above it for the remainder of this road, and the winged things continued to follow me. I would assume that this experience occurred through only at least 30 miles. However, it could probably be a bit more. After that terrifying experience, I finally came across an eatery, made a pit stop to take a bite, and noticed that over the road there was an Navajo museum. This caught my attention. I finished my food excitedly and got out to explore the Navajo collection. The entire thing was dedicated to the Navajo people, as those lands even now belong to their nation. The whole area was a Navajo reservation, and even the encounter I described earlier, with the winged shadows flying over the top of my car for miles, occurred on Navajo land. The museum wouldn't amount to much for the average person, I'm sure. I highly doubt that it received much attention. I myself spent the better half of an hour going through the handful of exhibits and reading each plaque with detail. Each display was filled with basic things, tools, mock dwellings, and other artifacts. All in all, the place explained a great deal about the Navajo people and how they'd managed to survive in such a harsh landscape. After I finished walking through the place and checked it all out, I ran across a hitchhiker. It was not only the first hitchhiker I'd seen on the trip, it was in fact the first person or vehicle I'd seen in hours aside from the pit stop. I started slowing down as soon as I passed him. I noticed how heavy his gear was, and also took note of how he appeared to be Native American. Pulling over to the side of the road, my car came to a stop 50 yards or so ahead of the man. I watched him through my rear-view mirror as he hunkered down and began running when he'd realized that I was stopping for him. I asked if he needed a ride, to which he replied in the affirmative, and told me he was going in the same direction I was, and that he just needed a lift for the first 30 miles or so. I jumped out, threw his stuff in the trunk, and then jumped back into the driver's seat and took off with my new passenger. Over the next half hour, we shared some lovely conversations. I found out he was full-blooded Navajo and went by the Christian name Raymond. He was well known in the area, or so he claimed, and that he had lived there for his entire life. When we approached Flagstaff, he asked to be dropped off near an underpass as I was heading further south and he needed to go west towards Arizona/California. I pulled off the major highway that Raymond and I had been traveling on for several miles and let him out underneath the off-ramp he indicated for me to pull over at. Thumbling down cars near underpasses and overpasses where two interstates connect is quite reasonable for hitchhikers, as they have an easier time catching a ride along these stretches of highway and interstates than anywhere else. I offered him a brand new tent and some other gear that I just happened to have in the back of my car as an avid hiker, and I had purchased some extra equipment. You see, Raymond had explained to me how his previous gear had recently been ruined due to certain circumstances, so after a tiny bit of coaxing, he graciously accepted. What happened next was one of the strangest things. By the time I left Raymond with his gear and doubled back around onto the highway, heading south, I had a clear view of where I had just left him, and he was nowhere to be seen. There is no way possible that in this short amount of time, Raymond and all the gear that just left the vehicle had vanished. He couldn't have walked off very far in any direction, and it was fairly visible everywhere. I feel that it's important to take a moment to mention that during our conversation, because of my genuine liking for this man, as well as recognizing the hardship he was currently facing in life, I offered him an open invitation to come and stay on the property that I was renting any time that he made his way out. There was a second cabin, albeit much smaller, which had previously been occupied by a Navajo. He'd been a friend of the woman who owned the land, and quite frankly, he was also a man that I rather enjoyed having a conversation with the few times that I had the pleasure. However, I find it critical to mention this open invitation was for a reason, and the reason is that I gave Raymond the exact location of the cabin, as well as directions as to how to get there from the nearest town, Williams, Arizona. Having grown up in the region and being 50-something years old, I'm sure it wouldn't take him long to find his way there. That same night, extraordinarily upsetting things began to take place in the cabin. For the first time since being there, which at this point had been several weeks, I heard coyotes for the first time. Previously, I had heard them far off in the distance, but never near the actual property. I hadn't found their tracks around the place either. I thought it was a bit strange that they didn't seem to be cutting through the property, as it was several acres wide, being 15 acres, and I could clearly hear them near the surrounding properties, which were much more extensive. There were plenty of rabbits and small game near the cabin. I kicked them up daily when I walked around the place. However, at the time, I had much bigger issues to worry about than why coyotes weren't bothering me. The night after I returned from my trip, I slept well. Lots of things on my mind. And the next morning, of course, I noticed the coyote tracks around the cabin. I didn't think very much of it, as I had obviously heard them and knew that they had been there. However, the next morning was a different story altogether. That night, the coyotes returned to run circles around the house for what seemed to be half the night. Almost no sooner had my head hit the pillow did I hear the footsteps of what sounded like a rather large pack running around it. Not long after, I began to hear their heavy footfalls pounding through hard-packed earth around the cabin. They continued yipping and yapping for some time. That's right around the time I was once again reaching the rationalization that maybe they had driven another poor old little rabbit into the area, despite the fact I didn't find any fur nor blood, or indicators that they had actually found one or eaten it. This is when I hear a clear and distinct sound. Claws on the door. The way that this particular cabin is set up, or was at the time at least, the entire upstairs floor stretched the length of the cabin and was set up as the only bedroom in the place. I had set up my bed in a particular area which was located on top of the garage, and the headboard was directly above the wooden side door of the cabin which led into the garage. This was also the main entrance to the cabin, as the other two entrances were an automatic garage door which made no sense to open on a daily basis to get in or out of the cabin, and a set of double glass sliding doors on the side of the living room, which also wouldn't make much sense to be opening and closing numerous times a day. So the little wooden door on the side of our cabin was our maintenance entrance, and that is the door that I heard the claws scratching. You can only describe terror and shock in so many ways, with so many words, none of which accurately do it justice whatsoever. What I felt, lying in my bed and hearing something run around the cabin, scratching on the doors as if trying to get in, I could not convey to you in words if I use 10,000 to do so. Paralyzing fear, that must be the closest. That said, it doesn't bother me to admit the terror that gripped my entire being as I heard something steadily scratch on the door. I began to wonder how it could actually withstand something trying to break through. It wasn't a very expensive door. It didn't consist of solid oak or anything like that. In fact, I believe it was probably made more like particle board with a thin layer of real wood on either side. So I knew it wouldn't take long for the door to give way and allow whatever was outside to get in. I often wonder why I didn't get up, go down and open the door to see what was out there. And then I quickly remember the unnatural terror I felt at the time, and remembered that what I did do was lay there paralyzed with fear until I fell asleep. only to wake up and realize it was already next morning, with the sunshine shining through. My morning ritual at the time consisted mainly of meditating in my outdoor sanctuary, and then returning to the cabin shortly after sunrise to prepare coffee, and then relax outside near a large, raised bedstone circle garden, where I would then feed the 3 ravens, Edgar, Alan, and Poe, the latter of which would behave somewhat like pets, returning daily, day after day, for the table of scraps we left them, like offerings inside the stone circle. Sipping coffee, chills ran through my body as I suddenly recalled what happened the night before, and what had occurred the previous night as well. When I couldn't take it anymore, I went from my chair to look around the cabin, only to find what appeared to be the tracks of an entire pack of coyotes. Tracks upon tracks. But amongst these, several more massive tracks could be seen. They were obviously disturbed by the smaller ones, which greatly outnumbered the larger ones. This little fact left with me even more questions, as I knew full well that no wild dog or wolf is going to accept it and run into a pack of wild coyotes. Keep in mind that it is nothing for a pack of coyotes in this particular region of the country to number well in the dozens. The tracks, the massive ones, piqued my curiosity and left me scared, because it was only then that I remembered the scratching sound. I ran to the door, remembering the eerie noise, and stepped in front of the simple wooden door. I felt my heart beat against my chest. There were several sets of long and deep scratch marks that stretched from about the middle of the door and ran several feet up the door almost to a stop. I really had to fight with myself to remain calm and not freak out. You see, as a long-time independent researcher of folklore and mythology, and indigenous culture from all over the world, including the oral lore of Native Americans, I had the sinking suspicion of what may be responsible for the marks, but couldn't bear myself to admit it at the time. Perhaps one of the most mysterious aspects about these incidences that took place over the course of the few days was not just the tracks, let alone the deep gorging scratches on the door, but the fact that for me, to clearly see so many tracks around the cabin, I could not for the life of me find the source of where they came from. It's as if they only appeared out of thin air outside the cabin, ran circles, and then vanished again from whence they came. To claim that I understood what happened on the property would be a bald-faced lie. To say that I've come to my own conclusions, these several years later based on countless hours of research, before and after the events described, I would very much believe that I was in the presence of a real-life skinwalker. Native American legends say that these creatures are actually thought to be humans twisted by greed and dark magic, and are not creatures at all, and have been known by local Native Americans to frequent the area for centuries. In fact, the skinwalkers are better known amongst members of the Navajo Nation more than any other in the country. Many people don't believe that they exist anywhere else in the world outside of this particular region, as they are thought to be Native Americans who's lost their way and given into dark powers. What I will say, however, is that I still deeply believe deep down that Raymond and possibly some of his friends had paid me a visit, and would yet pay me another. On the 3rd night after I'd picked up Raymond, the yipping and yapping coyotes, as well as the pitter-patter of their claws circling the cabin, found its way to my ears once more. At that point I was beyond trying to understand what was happening, and even further beyond trying to confirm it. I had no way of proving anything, and no intention of trying to do so. I have convinced myself, in my heart, that what I experienced out there for 3 nights in a row was none other than a Navajo skinwalker, maybe possibly more, in its own territory. As far as what you decide to believe, that's entirely up to you. After the events of those nights, it wouldn't be for a few more short weeks before I lost my nerve and left the cabin for good due to other circumstances, somewhat similar, but yet worlds apart. For my own safety, I left Arizona and never returned, save one time during many months later with several other people to gather up my belongings. To this day, I wouldn't step 1 foot back onto that particular piece of property, especially at night, even if you paid me. I went camping with my city slicker fiancée, now wife. She'd never been camping before. A day or two before we left, I bought my first pistol. This was around 1999. We went to Woods Canyon Lake in April at the start of the season to avoid the crush of people. It's a man-made lake. The campground was well developed and park-like. I normally like a more secluded spot, but my fiancée was not looking to have a Jason Voorhees camping experience. We arrived late Friday night around 11. My old beater car was having trouble due to the thinner air. I hadn't stopped to adjust the carb in Payson. We select a spot and quietly tried to set up. It was quiet. Most people never understand when you say that, but it was so quiet it was loud. There were a few occupied campsites a few hundred yards away, and you could hear people breathing and snoring. It was very dark. There was no moon or light pollution. Our lanterns cast a feeble glow, and it seemed like they barely pushed back the night. We must have sounded like a troop of elephants trying to get our tiny tent set up. We went to bed right away because we had worked all day, then drove up from Phoenix without rest. My first screw up was not realizing how cold it got at night and making sure our gear was good enough. We woke up so cold at 3 a.m., shivering very hard we couldn't even light a match. I finally got the propane heater going on her tent and covered her with my sleeping bag and blanket so she wouldn't die. I lit it and sat by the fire to get warm and drank coffee until the sun came up. I didn't notice anything odd except the unnatural quiet. No animal sounds or anything. The hiss of my stove as the coffee perked sounded like a jet engine. The next day was nice. We did stuff like fishing and rode a boat around the lake. Looking back, the entire north side of the lake was filled with weird tree structures. There's no easy access to that side of the lake. I felt uneasy rowing so close to the shore on that side for some reason. The day ended with us exhausted and sunburned. A good day. I made a dinner of soup and boiled eggs on the camp stove at sunset. We had recently watched the Blair Witch Project, and I bought her the same hat the girl had, a powder blue stocking cap. We had an old school HI8 video camera and made some parody videos while the food cooked. Hilarious. I drank a few beers and we ate. We put the fire out and headed to our tent for some rest. We had decided to sleep with our bags zipped together to share body heat. A smart choice. She fell asleep right away. For some reason I didn't get sleepy in the woods. Never have. I stayed up reading with a flashlight. We left one lantern burning low off to the left side of the tent. There was a camp far off to our right, and this night they left a lantern on as well. I leave a lantern on because I'm paranoid and want to see the silhouette of something if it enters my camp on the tent wall. I had my new firearm next to me, a 9mm Lawson. It's the worst gun I've ever owned, but it was cheap for a couple of poor kids just starting out. I'm reading something by Dean Koontz when I noticed something. It was quiet, dead quiet. I listened hard. All I could hear was the hiss of the lantern, my own breathing, and my tinnitus. What caught my attention? I couldn't sense anything, so I went back to reading. A few minutes later, I felt the same thing. There were bears. We had cleaned up dinner and put all food in the food trash in the car. Was it a bear? I briefly heard a baby fussing up north and a mama soothing it. There was another camp about 300 yards north of us that had a baby. That is how quiet it was. That's when I noticed something. Something was pressing lightly against the top of a small frame tent over my head near the peak on the right side. Was it a branch? No, there were no branches in reach because people broke them off for firewood. There was no undergrowth or bushes in the entire site. So what was pushing against my tent? I stayed calm and quiet and watched the spot. It started moving slowly down towards my face. My hand crept slowly for my handgun. It didn't have a shape like a finger or a hand. I could hear it sliding down the cheap single layer of green nylon fabric with a low hiss. With my flashlight on, I could not see light from my lantern or the other campers. I didn't want to douse my light and alert whoever it was that I detected they were doing that. At this point, I was sure it was a person. My wife was, and still is, a very beautiful young woman. She was a perv magnet, with her long, luxurious blonde hair and slim figure. My hand wrapping around the grip of my 9mm as I pretended to be getting comfortable. I even sighed. Well, this perv was about to have the scare of his life. The plan was to bark out at him and cock the gun and then burst out the tent when I heard him run away and fire a few rounds into the woods or follow him to his camp. In a smoothish motion, I pulled the side back on the gun and pressed it into the depression in the tent fabric. I felt resistance. Something was there. "You're messing with the wrong people, friend," I said, or something equally one-linerish. I expected to hear a gasp or a curse or something, but I heard nothing. The resistance faded as whatever it was backed off, still without a sound. A mouse farting would have sounded like a cannon, it was so quiet. I killed my light. The light from the distant lanterns illuminated the right side of my tent with a pale glow. It was clear, not even blocked by a tree or branch. I whipped my head to the left, thinking I would see a skulking shadow on that side from my lantern, but it was also clear. I laid there for many long minutes, straining to hear something, but there wasn't even a breath of wind or a cricket chirping. I decided to stay in the tent and not investigate. I didn't get any sleep that night. I laid there on high alert, with my weapon on my chest, listening. Finally, about an hour before dawn, the crickets started chirping along with the birds. I didn't get out of the tent until I heard the other campers stirring. I checked the entire campsite, but found no print other than ours. No animal tracks, no scat, no sign that anyone but us had been there. So I know about weird stuff that goes on in that area. Turns out there have been Bigfoot sightings near the campground. We had fun that day, starting with a hearty breakfast of bacon and eggs. I didn't mention what happened to my fiancée until later, when we got home. She thought I'd want to stay another night because we had Monday off from work, but I told her that I was tired. We broke camp around 4 p.m. and were on the road home before sunset. What was touching my tent? Who knows? Whatever it was could move in near total silence. It was cautiously respectful of a firearm, but not afraid. It could move and navigate in almost total darkness and left no trace. I have camped in that area twice since then, but not in the last 15 years or so. Nothing strange happened on those trips except to reinforce the strangeness of that first trip. The nights were always filled with noise, insects, and animals. Hell, one time we even got chased into a tent early by a curious skunk coming around. Anyway, that's my weirdest experience, but not my only one. My family and I lived at a large property called Gladstone Villa in the former mining town of Bargode in the Caerphilly County Borough of South Wales, in the valleys. From 1969 to 1978, we experienced activity that simply defied rational explanation, such as lights going on and off. We witnessed electrical cables being pulled, and my grandfather Bill claimed to have a glass bottle thrown at his head as he entered the main bedroom, missing him by inches. I didn't personally see this myself, but I can still recall the time he came from there with the broken bottles in his hand and told us what happened. There was the occasional sighting, but this was very rare indeed. So rare that in all the 9 years I was there, I never once saw it, but I did hear it many times in the bedroom. It's still worth mentioning that my mother Caroline saw it on at least 2 occasions. There were also regular footsteps heard in the main bedroom every evening. Sometimes during the day, when we'd all be downstairs watching TV, one of us would turn the volume down and hear it more clearly, and my grandfather Bill would point to the ceiling and say, "He's by here, he's by there now," trying to make out where the footsteps were coming from exactly. There were 5 members of the family that were living at Gladstone Villa. My maternal grandfather, William Higgs, known as Bill to family and friends, a retired miner who worked at the local colliery. He was a short, bald man who liked nothing more than to listen to his country and western LPs, Johnny Cash, Glenn Campbell, and so on. He also liked westerns on the TV that starred John Wayne or Clint Eastwood. My maternal grandmother was Rita Higgs. She was a short woman who was a housewife. She was completely teetotal but liked a smoke. She also liked collecting garden gnomes and watched soap operas on TV. My mother, Caroline Dexter, met my father at the local bakehouse in Baldwin Street. She was day shift regularly and my father worked the night shift. He would stay behind to make her a cup of tea and chat. They dated for 3 years before they got married on Monday the 1st of April, 1968. The Beatles were number 1 with Lady Madonna. Very apt. They did not get a place of their own, but decided to live with my grandparents at Gladstone Villa, which was in Cardiff Road. I was born August 24th, 1969, when everyone was listening to the latest number 1 in the charts, Honky Tonk Woman by the Rolling Stones. It was soon after that my mother said that strange things started to happen. I was just a baby when she said it all started off rather quietly, like small tappings here and there, but nothing too noticeable. But in time, the activity gradually increased. One time my mother said the family heard a noise, like someone jumping down from the attic and onto the landing. Naturally, thinking that someone was trying to break in, they went to see what was going on. When they got there, they found no one, but the hatch to the attic was open. Whatever it was eventually occupied itself in the main bedroom, which incidentally was my grandparents' bedroom. It soon made its presence known by walking around the bedroom, and the sound of dragging could be heard. One day my mother went upstairs to that bedroom to get my father up for work, so he could get ready for his night shift. When she got to there, she was confronted by the sight of the ironing board placed on my father's torso as he slept. When he awoke, he was astonished to find the situation he was in. He suspected my grandfather Bill was playing pranks, but in time he knew my grandfather was not responsible for it, and he told his work friends what was going on there, and it got around that Gladstone Villa was haunted. My parents separated in 1972, and my father left Gladstone Villa, but it wasn't because of what was going on at Gladstone Villa. It was just a breakdown of a marriage. They finally divorced on April 25th, 1975. The British band, the Bay City Rollers, were number 1 in the charts with Bye Bye Baby. Again, very apt. It would have been amusing, but for the fact of what was going on there. I was barely 2 years old, so I have no memory of my father living there. But he would come to see me every Saturday, take me to see my paternal grandparents, and to the local cinema. Great times, even though the paranormal activity persisted. As I got older, I witnessed the activity for myself. I actually saw the poltergeist activity for myself. I saw the electrical cables being pulled by unseen forces. I saw the lights going on and off, and when my grandfather Bill would play records on Sunday, as the family did at dinner, the music would turn off on its own. It took exception to the British band Slade and any religious TV shows my grandmother Rita would watch. The local police were also involved. I remember them popping their heads into the attic, hesitating and not going in, but they suggested it was my father playing a prank on the family. A family friend, Miss Ivy France, she was more of a friend of my grandma Rita, she was very skeptical when my grandmother told her that Gladstone Villa was haunted. I can still remember Ivy going into the main bedroom, looking around and saying it was a vibration from the traffic. But she was soon to change her mind when she experienced it for herself. It was then she suggested the local press and a medium. The medium was John Matthews, and when he came to Gladstone Villa he started by asking the family questions. He then began by challenging the spirit to perform knocking on the ceiling, and sure enough it responded by knocking back at him. At some point, John went into a trance to try and make contact, but he failed to get a name. He later confirmed the obvious, that there was indeed a presence there, and it was an earthbound spirit that had unfinished business. A priest by the name of Graham Jones was called to Gladstone Villa. He blessed the property, and after a few prayers he duly left. It was quiet for a few short months after that. No incidents, but it did return, and with a vengeance. This time it decided to show itself. One evening my grandfather Bill, my mother Caroline and I were watching television. My grandmother Rita was reading a book when all of a sudden my mother just so happened to look to her left, and she saw the full solid figure of a monk standing by the doorway. We did not see this, as we were otherwise occupied, but she later described the monk in detail. Typical brown habit, complete with hood over the head, so she couldn't see the face. It sounded very much like a 16th century Benedictine monk. Fred Davies was also a friend of my grandfather Bill. They worked together at the local colliery, and he would visit most evenings. Fred was a slim man who would wear a flat cap and glasses, and smoked some homemade cigarettes that hung from his lips when he spoke. He would sit in his favorite chair by the open fire and talk to the family and watch TV with us. One day, Fred was with us, in his usual place by the open fire. I was quietly playing with my toys by the sideboard. It was quiet when all of a sudden there was one very loud bang. It was so loud that Fred ducked his head and I ran to my mother for comfort. When it was quiet, we went upstairs. My grandfather Bill would always be first and I would be last. When we go to that bedroom, we found nothing that could account for the noise. Fred later told us that he ducked his head as he thought it was going to come through the ceiling. Fred told us of another experience he had at Gladstone Villa. My grandfather Bill liked to look out the landing window that overlooked Cardiff Road into Bargoed town centre. This time Fred joined him, and he said he felt something brush past him. When he looked, there was nothing there. The most frightening experience I had was when I was alone in that particular bedroom. I made sure the light was on, it was very quiet, and I was laying on the bed facing the window that overlooked Cardiff Road, when I suddenly felt something heavy pounce on the bottom of the bed. I heard the bed springs go just once, and I felt the bed bounce. I didn't look straight away, but when I did there was nothing there. I went downstairs to tell my family, and we all went back up. We saw distinctive paw marks on the bed like that of an animal. I later found out that my grandfather Bill had a black Labrador called Tovey, who died before I was born. My grandfather Bill and my mother Caroline claimed to have heard a baby crying there, but as I didn't hear it at the time, I took very little notice of what they said. The activity got so bad that my mother, grandmother and I slept downstairs with the lights on. It was only my grandfather Bill who was supposedly brave enough to sleep up there. It was then that he himself had yet another experience in there. He told us he was lying on the bed when all of a sudden he couldn't move. He couldn't even shout for us for help. This could have well have been sleep paralysis, but he said he heard something in the room with him. My grandmother Rita had her own experiences. One day she went upstairs into the room to get my grandfather up, when she saw the boiler door room open all by itself. She didn't stay there to see what it was, but she rushed out the room. On another occasion, she said she had the sensation of something pulling her under her foot, like she had stepped on this gown. We had the ghost for so long that my grandmother Rita gave her a pet name. She called him Johnny, and my grandfather Bill would shout out the name to provoke a reaction, but nothing happened. Ivy Francis's son Charles got to hear about what was going on at Gladstone Villa, and he came along with some friends, and with my family's permission they went into a bedroom. It frightened one of his friends, and to this day, he still says it was a spooky place. My mother Caroline had an operation on her toe and ended up on crutches to support her. The local nurse would tend to her foot, and my mother sat in the chair when the nurse came that day. The nurse knelt down to tend her, and she told my mother not to hold her. My mother looked at my grandmother Rita in amazement, as she wasn't holding the nurse at all. My mother made her own conclusions that it was Johnny the ghost that was holding her, so as not for the nurse to hurt her. The only time I heard the ghost being vocal was the time we were all in the room. One of us wanted to use the bathroom and we couldn't get in there. My grandfather Bill said, "He's behind there." I heard quite distinctively the sound of Gregorian chant, and that was it. Nothing more. We left in the summer of 1978 when two local businessmen bought the property, and Gladstone Villa was eventually converted into a small hotel, and its name changed to Reds Park Hotel. On the night before we moved, there was one final incident we experienced, as if it knew that we were going, and that it was its way of saying goodbye. My mother, grandmother, and I got ready to go to sleep. The light was still on, and then we heard the doorknob turning, as if someone was trying to get in. At first, I naturally suspected my grandfather Bill, as he was the only one who could have slept upstairs in that room, and we thought it may have been him playing a prank. I called out to him, but there was no answer, no laugh that would give him away. We then heard our belongings that were packed in the hallway being thrown around. The next day, I asked my grandfather Bill if he was playing a joke on us, and he insisted that he wasn't. And to this day I still believe him. I had my 40th birthday party at Reds Park Hotel in August 2009 for old time's sake, and it was the female staff that told me about the ghost, and I told them about what happened to me there 30 years before. The staff told me of their own personal experiences, the lights going off and on, the odd sightings in room 5. A bride in white was seen. Again, the claims of the baby crying that made no sense at the time. I did a thorough research of the property and the Cardiff Road area, and I found out some very interesting things indeed. I found out from the Bargoed Library and local newspaper archives that Gladstone Villa dates back to the 1900s, and it was named after the former British Prime Minister William Gladstone. I discovered the previous people that lived there, the Kimmett family in 1924, a newly married couple, Michael and Evelyn Kimmett, and a son named Elvin. He died at 4 months, according to the archives. This may explain the baby my mother and grandfather kept hearing in the bedroom. Miss Evelyn Kimmett died 1970, soon after I was born. Maybe this was why the activity all started. I also found that there was a monastery in Baldwin Street where my parents met and worked, and there was a property directly opposite the former Gladstone Villa property in Cardiff dating back to the 16th century. It is now a public house called the Rafa Club. A priest hide is said to be there, but it's sealed up. This explains the monk my mother saw. What I have said here is true. I wouldn't share it with you if I couldn't possibly back this up, and I have used real names as not to hide anything, and all I have said can be verified by the family of those people mentioned. Sadly, some of those are no longer with us. I challenge any hardened skeptic and firm non-believer, and I can assure them that they will indeed most certainly question their belief system. Of this I have no doubt whatsoever. You may Google the property. It's still there on Cardiff Road, Bargoed, Wales, UK, very near Caerphilly in Cardiff. This place needs to be thoroughly investigated and is well worth documenting. I was out camping with my friend Josiah in the mountains of Pennsylvania. It was the weird in-between season after winter, but before spring really kicks off. There were still no leaves on the trees, but the day of hiking to the camping spot was about 60 degrees. I bought a small rifle as we wanted to do some plinking while we were out. We set up the camp at about 3 p.m, leaving plenty of time for shooting. Just two buddies with guns out in the middle of the mountains. It was an incredible day. Night began to fall upon us. The air started to chill, and we built a fire for the night. Breaking out the bourbon, we talked about everything from future plans, girlfriends, and how society sucks. Josiah was used to camping, an industrious guy who had a passion for the outdoors, but to put it kindly, was not the smartest person I've ever met. From across the mountain, we could begin to hear coyotes. This is common when camping in Pennsylvania. Something you should know about coyotes is that they are incredibly noisy, and you can hear them from miles away. They are completely terrified of people, and therefore not a danger in the slightest. Or so I thought. The coyote calls were getting closer. Fine, we thought, as they were probably just using the trails to move more efficiently between the mountain peaks. This comforting logic dissolved over the next hour or two as the chilling howls kept getting closer. Josiah casually mentioned that the coyotes are close, but he and I both knew they were actively avoiding us. Shortly after he said this, the call stopped, and we were in complete silence. The pops and flickers of the dying campfire were our only indication that time itself hadn't frozen. That's when the bushes behind us began to rustle. Grabbing my flashlight, I scanned the woods around Josiah and me, only to catch the reflection of about half a dozen set of eyes in a circle around us. We both realize what is happening at the same time. Josiah grabs the rifle, hands it to me, and in return I hand him the flashlight. I slowly chamber around into the semi-automatic .22 caliber rifle, realizing that I probably don't have enough firepower to stop all of these coyotes should the situation escalate. Josiah and I stand with our backs towards the fire, him using the light to illuminate each coyote. The moment they break a twig underneath their movement, the coyotes, once illuminated, let out a bark, then move behind a tree. It appears as if hunting us is a game to them, as we stand there playing this game of high-stakes flashlight tag with a rifle. I come to presume that these dogs are just coming out of a very harsh winter and are probably starved. The standoff lasts for hours. Just as quickly as they surrounded us, they vanished into the darkness of the forest, only to resume their hunting calls on other mountains. I slept with a rifle that night. To this day, I still don't know why a typically harmless animal made us fight for our lives that night. The next morning, the situation didn't get any better. Central Pennsylvania has odd weather snaps. The day before, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. This morning, there were about 3 inches of snow on the ground, temperatures were below 10 degrees, and heavy snowstorms rolling in. This was uncalled for by every weather agency I checked before we set out on this adventure. We packed for temperatures as low as 30, but not this tundra. Hands were bright red, dexterity lost, and I've been cold before, but this was the first time I was cold and unprepared enough to worry. Forget cooking breakfast. We needed to get out of there before the snow picked up. We tore down the tents, put on as many layers as possible, stretching shirts over shirts, packing bags, and cleaning the site in less than an hour. We make our way down the war trophy mountain that we battled for the night prior. but the trails below are covered by unpacked snow. We were going to have to use map and compass. We were also going to have to trailblaze through more difficult terrain if we wanted to make it to the car. We find a felled tree, lay out the map in the quickly accumulating snow and try to orient ourselves. If you've never been cold, hungry, and most likely dehydrated while trying to identify mountain peaks and where they correspond on a map, then let me be the first to tell you that it is an aggravating experience where any decision could mean the difference between living and dying. We find 3 identifiable peaks, see the creek that we crossed in the previous morning, and have a plan to get through the 5 miles as quickly as possible in a straight shot. This wasn't a typical hiking pace. We were just short of jogging, both to keep body temperature up and to expedite the trek until we could get into my used sedan view and pray that the heat worked. 4 inches of snow were now weighing down our footsteps. As we approached the creek, we remembered that the bridge we crossed before was another 3 miles out of our way, a distance we were unwilling to add to our already freezing bodies. That was only just beginning to freeze, but quickly. Josiah heads northwest along the riverbank to look for a method of crossing. I direct myself southwest to do the same. The instructions were to not walk for more than 200 meters away from the central location, so that we could still hear each other calling that a solution was found. Within minutes, Josiah calls. A tree had fallen over the creek that offered about 3 feet of clearance above the hypothermic waters, and I offered to cross first. Straddling this tree, I slide myself over the waters rushing below me, mistakenly seeing my pocket knife fall out of my pocket into those same waters. A mild inconvenience in any other situation would be the loss of a necessary tool for getting out of this occasion. I crossed the river, choosing that creek bed to be the resting place for the knife. Josiah crosses after, clumsier than myself. His foot dips slightly into the creek, dampening his sock. Our time to now get into the car is now cut into minutes, if we do not get his foot warmed. We sit down, take his boots off, take off his socks, and the cold winter and snow must have felt like knives against his skin. With our reduced movement of our cold fingers, I'm helping him find a fresh pair of socks in my pack, as he was wearing his last 2 pairs. Socks are something I always bring in quantity on these trips. I find the socks. Josiah puts them on, struggles to put on his boot, and we eventually begin our voyage again. We traverse the last few miles of the wilderness and make our way back to the SUV. At this point, we are nearly running towards the vehicle. There are 5 inches of snow. I unlock the door, dump our packs in the back, and turn the key. The car revs, and the sound of the engine roaring over the snow was like the cries of victory we deserved. We kept the car in park, pushed on the gas to rev the engine up to about 2,000, heating up the cabin for the 2 of us. We could finally feel our fingers and our toes. Driving back over the mountain, listening to the radio weather forecasts, mocking us by their explanations of how serious this unforeseen storm is, and that school districts all over the county are already closing for the following Monday. We get back to my farmhouse, heat up coffee, make eggs, and laugh about how we nearly perished twice in the last 48 hours. After breakfast, after nearly dying, Josiah drives home. Camping is about challenging yourself and reconnecting to what mankind once was, with some added amenities. That trip was far more than the challenge either of us had in mind, but it added confidence to our ability to work together in bad situations. Yesterday, my dad was all excited to finally buy this gorgeous 1-story brick house in Indigo Lake, Texas. It was so elegant, refined, copious amounts of land to run around, a vista of Sylvian charm. No annoying neighbors, unless they were on the road. We brought all of our belongings and finally came face to face with what was going to be a beautiful nightmare. As we unpacked and arriving at the steps, immediately, strange things started to happen. The protected door opened by itself, and even the grand door that led inside the house as well, just creaked loudly, as if it were telling us to go inside. My dad thought carpenters were working there, as it was still being worked on, but only a day or two to finally complete it. My brothers exchanged confused glances, and noticed the back of the house had this weird-looking pond. Behind it was a vast forest that had this sort of small cavern/grotto, which made absolutely no sense. We were wrapped in complete forest, so it was pretty creepy. We stepped inside, ignoring the doors opening, and were completely astonished with how beautiful the house was. I still remember being 7 years old and in awe, with so many things the previous owner left. It was like going back in time. Exquisite paintings, china vases, samurai swords, a chimney with a moose taxidermy above it. Oh my gosh, it was beautiful. To the right, as soon as you walk in, was the kitchen, and a strip down that led to the washing machines as well as the backyard. To the left of the living room was a fork. On the right side was going to be my parents' room. Straight led to a grand room, which we named an arcade room. It was a long hallway to get to the arcade room, and left of it led to another hallway. But what was odd of this was that there was a small shower and toilet, along with a long mirror that coated the wall and led to a door which was my brother's room in a closet. That made no sense. From my brother's room, it led you back to the fork living room, and the restroom was in the middle. The arcade room was so cold. Even during summer when you opened the windows, it was still freezing. Everyone who came would complain about how cold it was. Dad thought it was just a small draft. We had a foosball table, PlayStation system, video games, mini movie theater, and even a gym in that arcade room. Night falls, and my dad buys the Blair Witch Project. Yep, scared the hell out of me. We were taking care of my uncle's sweet chihuahua named Brandy, who out of nowhere began barking furiously at the wall in the kitchen. She had all her hairs standing up on her foamy mouth by how angry she was. I grabbed her and put her in the washing room where she just whined. My dad was dismissive of the idea that we were living in a haunted house, but that night after the movie ending was something I'm never going to forget, as this presence started immediately to show itself. I made the decision to sleep in my parents' room for a while. In that room was a painting of a boy and a girl on a countryside walk, on a road, next to a man who was behind. I'm getting chills just being reminded of this painting. My brother is snoring in his room, and my parents are awake, and we begin to hear loud furniture swinging and rustling across. The nails are scratching the walls, and these sort of chain noises are coming from the attic with a ch, ch, as if someone was calling a dog. Right then and there, man, my heart sunk, and I knew this place was haunted. My dad gets up and knocks on my brother's door, thinking he moved things, but he's fast asleep. The noises were brushed off, just a raccoon outside, or the forest trees swinging due to the wind. My heart is racing, and constantly thinking of the Blair Witch Project, which made it worse thinking it was real. Because, at the time, internet wasn't a popular thing to see if a movie was fake. I left a small night light on, and it was probably 11 or midnight when my parents fell asleep. As the night pressed, I dozed and woke up. My parents were sound asleep. The door of their room is completely open, and vividly remembered we locked it. My heart is racing, as I know something is really wrong. At the foot of my bed, the end is sunken down as if someone was sitting on it, and I felt it sink down. You guys, I felt it, and I was about to pass out and throw up, when suddenly the covers of my bed toss, and I immediately felt these hands and fingernails tickle my feet. I get chills remembering it. I kicked back whatever it was, and could feel the hairs on these hands. Just massive, hairy hands and arms. I yelled. I got up from a nest of blankets and somehow jumped straight into my parents' bed crying. My parents console me. Dad gets up, turns the light on, and I'm done. Right there and then I'm crying in my mum's shoulder that I don't want to live here anymore. After consoling, my dad and mum are somewhat wanting to believe me, but they can't. That night I slept in between them. I didn't sleep. My eyes were glued to the door, waiting for it to open. Next day comes, and my brother is working out in the arcade room as he plays varsity football in high school. He comes rushing to us, saying he saw little girl's feet with frilly socks on near the hallway, with a lengthy mirror. My dad doesn't believe it, but he becomes a believer eventually. I'm going to go ahead to share the experiences that happened after. A few nights later, my father is in the bathroom. He had a habit of urinating sitting down at night, so that no one gets interrupted sleep. From the windows, the moon is able to reflect some light that gallantly pierces through. As my dad is urinating, he notices my mum is at the door and says he will be done shortly. So he does his thing, and right as soon as he's about to pat my mum on the back to let her go, my dad goes right through her, the silhouette, and he falls over. That night is the one I remember he finally became a believer and shouting at us to come out and turns on all the lights. He was as pale as a ghost, but I was relieved that I wasn't crazy. Water always turned on as well. Bath water, even the shower, where the long mirror hallway was. One time after a party finished and everyone went home, I took a long bath with my action figures and had a huge curtain that covered it. My mum sometimes would use the bathroom whenever I showered, so I heard her walk in and noticed the shadow pass and would just say, "Hey mum?" No response. So whatever, off I played, and upon finishing the bath, the bathroom door was wide open. I came out telling my mum why she didn't close the door, and she said that she didn't use the bathroom and was outside cleaning up. It was scary. A lot of stuff went on in that house. We had family friends stay the night to look over the house while we went on a trip. That following night, they called us saying they were leaving as they were getting too spooked. The couple kept having dreams of a handsome man with hairy hands touching them, and he would laugh a lot. And his wife said that the painting in my parents' room was moving. She noticed the kids in the painting moving, and the television in that room turned on and the volume would flood up so high to the max. They left in the middle of the night, after a mere few hours. We were all painting the fence of the house and saw neighbors jogging on the road. They approached us and told us the house had belonged to an artist who ended his life in our garage. No one ever got close to him, as he was always reserved and spoke to no one, but joggers would see him with art supplies all the time. No one ever knew who the girl that my brother saw was. Right then and there, my mum called her, who is a spiritual person, and told her to take incense and just walk around and talk kindly to the man and ask him to leave. After the small ritual, we never felt anything. Looking back, it feels odd to have been scared. Maybe he was just really lonely and in a dark place at the time, and was just playing with me, wanting his presence to be acknowledged. The carpenters even mentioned that they would see a girl roaming around our pond with this strange face scarf on. Funny thing is, my mum stayed at home while my dad worked, and while my brother and I were in school. She never experienced or heard anything. Anyway, We ended up selling the house because it was flooding a lot, and the creepy part about the grotto in the back, near the farmer's pond, was that after coming back from evacuating the floods, we found so many dead animals stacked on top of each other. Dog, geese, cats, 2 horse and owls. It just gives me the shivers every day. The arcade room is still frozen cold as well. I haven't been back, but I would be more than happy to share the paintings that he had in the house, as all of his belongings are in storage. This happened about 4 years ago now. It was the 4th of July. A few of my friends wanted to do something instead of just lounge in front of our computers like we did every day. There were 5 of us: me, Neil, Elijah, JD, and Neil's sister Katie. Neil had the idea to go to his grandparents' house as they owned a farmhouse. We live in Texas, so having that much space, especially with other houses being half a mile out, it was the perfect place to pop fireworks without getting into too much trouble. The drive from where we lived to their house was about a 40-mile drive. Unfortunately, the only car we had at our hands was a 2-door, so trying to fit 5 of us into one car was hectic to say the least. The drive was actually tolerable. 3 of my friends in the back found a comfortable yet funny position to sit in the car. The music Katie was playing was helping a lot and definitely passed the time. We all bought some fireworks halfway there, and my friends jumped back into their designated position for another 20 miles. As we got there, Neil forgot to mention that his grandparents were out of town for the week, which made the experience ahead of us even better. All of us got out of the car except for Katie, who suggested she would get us all food and sodas for the night. She kept the fireworks in the back because she didn't want us popping any while she was gone. She drove off, and all of us were left without fireworks. So we did the next best thing and went to the pool in the back. Something that already put me off was that the ranch sat considerably near a forest. Neil even went the extra step to tell me that there are occasional wolves that can be a hassle to deal with. Of course, I got nervous because I had nothing to defend myself with if one jumped over the fence. He handed me his pocket knife, saying that there's a shotgun in the living room if something goes down. He mentioned that he was going to set up a game of Risk for us to play while Katie was gone, as the drive to the nearest market was over a few miles away. So Elijah and I sat poolside telling stories to each other about stupid stuff that happened while we were in college. During our talk, I was staring out into the forest line, paranoid about the aforementioned wolves that Neil teased me about. I saw something move. I couldn't tell since the porch light behind me was making it harder to see any details, but the way it moved made my heart jump. Elijah could see my body language change as I leaned in to see what was there. He started to ask me what I saw, and I thought I saw a wolf on the tree line. He looked towards where I pointed and calmed down. "That's just Katie, dude. She's trying to scare us." He started calling her name, waving his arm and laughing, saying how she scared the hell out of me. Neil came out of the house wondering what Elijah was screaming about. Then he saw his sister standing in the field. He started to laugh when Elijah told him what happened and how I was on the edge of my seat. JD came out of the house next, and Neil told him to help Katie with the bags and grab the fireworks. Katie, who was out in the field, started to wave back. But the wave definitely seemed out of place. It wasn't so much of a wave as a jerk motion, like you were trying to pop your elbow. Elijah yelled for Katie to come back so that we could start the party, but JD came back with a terrified look on his face. "Katie's not back yet. I just called her. She's still on the road to Walmart." The laughing died abruptly, and Elijah's face faded. His arm fell on top of his lap with a thud. Everyone looked at the still jerking figure in the field. Then, she screamed. The scream was so loud it sounded like it may as well have been a few feet in front of us. We all scrambled, running to the house, slamming the door behind us. Neil shouted for us to all lock the doors and to grab the shotgun in our living room. I ran to grab his shotgun, as it was the closest thing to us, while the other two ran to each of the doors leading outside. Quickly, I grabbed the shotgun and stuffed a few shells into my pocket, running back to the kitchen where we came from, and handed the gun to Neil. I pulled out the shells, set them on the counter, and he loaded one in. JD came back covered in sweat, freaking out, and shouting about what the hell was that thing. We were all just as scared as each other. I look at them both, Elijah quickly joining us again. You don't think it was one of those skinwalkers, do you? I've read stories on 4chan and creepypastas, but I thought it was all fake. JD reassured us, saying that that was just children's tales, and to not believe nonsense we read on the internet, and that he was fairly sure it was Katie, pulling a very elaborate prank. Cut the bullshit, JD. That scream wasn't human. He turned back to the door, pushing the blind slightly, to find that Katie was closer to us. It stood at the gates of the pool illuminated by the light, and revealing to us something that didn't look much like Katie at all. The hair was a mess, the clothes looked tattered, her skin bruised. The one thing that caught our eye the most was her face. Her head was tilted, almost as if it was struggling to support the weight. The eyes were blank. The jaw was agape. It raised an arm jerking, as it did before in a mock wave. The jerking, however, started to get more violent, and the entire body began shaking uncontrollably. Neil quickly closed the curtains and backed off. He ordered us to sit back behind the counter, and set himself in the gap, leading into the kitchen, gun aimed at the door. It was silent for what felt like an hour. The three of us continued to look at Neil, who was completely focused on the door. A massive, grotesque smell entered our noses, as all of us reacted appropriately. The horrid stench was like if you left groceries to ferment in a box in the summer heat, with a few carcasses as garnish. It was hard to breathe, tasting the smell in the back of your throat, even with your nose pinched. It was so bad, JD actually threw up. Then, without warning, the smell was gone. The hot air that was the smell went away, and suddenly it was easier to breathe. I was afraid to let go of my nose, but was rewarded with a breath of fresh air. Everyone took a couple of breaths to rid their lungs of the pungent smell that lingered beforehand. Neil asked us if we were okay, and we all replied. JD being an exception, as he puked. We heard what sounded like a whine. It sounded like a mix between a dog and a child about to cry. It wasn't coming from the porch door, but from the front, where we came in front of the car. All of us stood up, Neil moving forward while we stayed back. We knelt down by the stairs, still hearing the whining. It didn't hit me until we positioned ourselves, but it sounded like something was trying to talk for the first time. In a raspy, high-pitched voice, I could make out small portions of sounds. It kept repeating sounds, until it started to sound more enunciated. It sounded like JD, same accent, same speech pattern, nearly the same voice. JD started to shiver, and shouted back in a scared voice to leave and get out now, but the thing imitated him. The last words that were heard were in the same scream we heard when we saw it initially. It began pounding on the door, not like it was trying to force itself in, but like an impatient knock. It started to scream in the same pitch we heard it when we initially saw it. It terrified all of us. The inhuman screams, the polite pounding on the door. I started crying. I thought this was it. Neil wasn't scared like us, though. He was pissed. He stood up, storming towards the door, screaming. He swung open the door, pointed his shotgun at whatever was on the other side, pulling the trigger, filling all our ears with the sound of the shotgun blast, and the ringing to follow. Neil stood at the door, huffing. His body language was wanting to rip this thing apart. I stood up, looking past his arm, seeing nothing but a shell on the ground. I looked up past his shoulders, seeing nothing but the driveway and the road leading back to where we came from. He turned around, the adrenaline fading away, and a shaky voice coming from his mouth. We're not staying here. JD, call Katie. Tell her to come back. The rest of the time, all of us were in the kitchen. The shotgun sat on the counter with several shells near the butt of the gun. None of us wanted to say anything. None of us wanted to look at each other. It was nothing but silence until Katie called us. Neil quickly wrote a note, leaving it on the gun as we left. All of us hopped into the car, silent. Katie noticed our behavior and constantly egged us to tell her what happened. She pouted, put her music on the radio to cheer us up. But the only thing I could hear was the blood-curdling scream, telling us to get out. Growing up, I had a childhood friend that lived relatively close by, and we were like two peas in a pod. We both were adventurous, believed in the paranormal, enjoyed astronomy, and generally just being outside. She was born in Alaska, and her dad had lived there for quite a while, so they were always into camping, hiking, fishing, skiing, you name it. It was with my friend's family that I got introduced to fishing and did a lot of camping. This happened during the mid to late 90s, and we were about 11 years old. One camping trip, we went to this lake in the forest that was surrounded by a meadow, and feeding the lake was a small stream leading out of the woods. We played in the meadow and stream all day, while my friend's dad fished. The lake wasn't very big, and because it had a meadow wall around it, he could keep an eye on our whereabouts while he fished. While messing around by the stream, the wooded area it was coming from gave me weird vibes. I can't explain it. I just felt really uneasy. The day faded away into early evening, and it was time to leave and find a camping spot. My friend's dad packed up his fishing gear, and we all walked back to the truck on this long, winding path through the woods. Once in the truck, we drove into a more remote area of the forest and made our way up this steep road that was so rough and at such an incline that I was convinced that my friend's dad was going to break his truck. He had a 4, maybe 6-cylinder Toyota pickup that was about as basic as a truck could get. In fact, I'm not even sure if the truck had 4-wheel drive, being an Alaskan outdoorsman. With years of experience, I trusted him. We finally made it up to the top, which was flat and relatively open with a big area of forest in the opposite direction from the road we drove up. We pitched our tents, got everything set up. Then my friend and I decided to go explore the area. We were maybe 50 yards from the tent when we heard a big crack as a tree branch snapped in the woods behind us. We got quiet and looked in that direction, but did not see anything. Thinking it was just a deer, we brushed it off. As we were walking, we heard it again and whispered to one another about what it could be, but carried on going. It stopped briefly, and when we were about 200 yards from our camp, We sat on a boulder looking down the steep, wooded hill, overlooking the dirt road from where we had come from. Suddenly, we heard another cracking branch from behind. Whatever it was seemed to be following us. Our imaginations were going wild. We came up with everything from serial killers stalking us in the woods, to deer, to Bigfoot. When we got back to the campsite, we told her dad what we had heard and how it seemed to be paralleling us. He kind of played it off as a black bear and secured all the food. Later on, my friend confided in me that my dad had gotten out his pistol and would be sleeping with it that night. My friend and I were sharing one tent, and he was in his own tent not too far from us, so we figured that everything will be okay. I awoke sometime in the middle of the night to hearing something or someone walking outside. As I laid still listening, I could hear it quietly circling the tent. It sounded like it was walking on two legs, because it had a very distinctive rhythm in how it walked. Whatever it was sounded big, as I could hear its weight as it put each foot down and walked. I could even hear relatively quiet but deep, heavy breathing at times as I lay there listening. I could hear it wandering to the other parts of the campsite and then back to our tent, almost as if it were walking in a big repetitive loop. This went on for a long time. Terrified and unable to wake my friend, I lay there listening until eventually I fell back asleep. The next morning I told my friend and her dad about it, but I didn't know if they believed me or not. Interestingly, absolutely nothing in the camp was disturbed in any way. The ground was not very soft, and in some places was covered in grass, so there were no footprints either. This is something that I have never been able to explain, and to this day, it lingers in the back of my mind when camping. I always wonder what it was that walked around our tent all night. I'd like to share some background information about myself. I was raised by my mother, who is 50% Cherokee and 50% French. Us kids have never met our biological grandpa, and believes in paranormal things, but tries to pretend they aren't there. My father is Scottish, English, German, and Jewish by blood. He, on the other hand, is 100% atheist and is rather skeptical about things he can't explain, and endeavors to be a logical and scientific person in all things. Due to major differences in personalities, beliefs, and values, they divorced when I was 8. She soon married my stepfather, who was a devout Southern Baptist from Mississippi, and basically gave up her identity as a native and became a God-fearing woman. Despite issues with my mother, my dad continued to let us visit with her mum and stepdad because he felt they were good people. They taught us many things about native culture, spirituality, legends, and the people. My grandmother and I spent a lot of time together, so I was given an opportunity to learn Cherokee medicine. My grandma comes from a long line of medicine women and men, and is one herself. Now, so many years later, at the ripe old age of 23, I am myself one of them. You now have some insight. About 2 years ago, my father, brother, and I moved into a new home, a little more in the country than our previous homes had been. Something we all thoroughly enjoyed because we grew up immersed in nature and loved the land. Shortly after moving there, about 3 months in, I decided it was time to expand my family by getting myself a puppy. This would be the first dog that would actually be in my care. I've always had a strong connection to dogs, as my guiding spirit is a wolf. And after a while of searching, I came across a beautiful 5-month-old male German Shepherd / Pitbull mix. I went to meet him and instantly fell in love. He was the greatest, very sweet, kind to the cats and protective of me, and became my best friend. Everything you could want in a dog. Now, anyone who has owned a puppy or young dog knows that potty training is a task. Even after being with us 2 months, he still would wake me up every 2 to 4 hours to go outside. Hard on the circadian rhythm, but it had to be done. On this occasion in particular, we got a late night visitor we weren't expecting. My dog woke me up in the night, this time around 2:45, and I wasn't ready but dragged myself out of bed, clicked on the leash, opened the back door, and greeted me with a cool breeze. I rolled my eyes and went out into the yard with my pooch. He did his usual dog thing, sniffed around, jumped in the freshly cut grass, completely forgetting what we'd come outside to do in the first place. I whistled at him, recaptured his attention, and he got back to his business. He squatted, and I turned my head to the sky, offering some privacy. The moon was exceptionally large that night, almost full but not quite. During this observation, I began to realize there was no typical nighttime noise around me. As if this wasn't unusual enough, I had a shiver go down my spine and my arm hairs began to stand on end. That's when I heard my dog let out a low growl as he pinned himself against my legs. When I looked down at his tail, it was tucked and hackles were raised. When I tried to move, he pressed himself against me more. Another shiver came over me, and now I took the opportunity to follow where his eyes were looking. They were looking to what appeared to be a coyote. Not totally uncommon in the area. We'd heard of them on many nights living here. But this was different. It looked different and felt different. The most frightening thing, however, was that it was looking right back at me. I didn't move. I didn't take my eyes off it. That's how I was able to see its features so clearly in the moonlight. Its fur looked thin, even bald in some spots. Its eyes were yellow, not reflective yellow like you see on a dog in the dark, but yellow like the sun, very powerful and almost blinding. Then looking more closely, I noticed its back legs were longer than a normal coyote, longer than any canine creature should be actually. Starting at the hips and going down, they seemed to look almost bipedal in design. That's when it dawned on me just what I was seeing. I picked up my 60-pound dog, never taking my eyes off the creature. As I did, I said a Cherokee prayer in my head that I had learned from my grandma. As if it were physically upset, it backed up slightly, and then I heard a voice that perfectly mimicked my grandma say, "Why would you do that, Mickers?" No one aside from my grandparents ever called me that. It was their special name for me. With that, I darted for the door, dog still in my arms. I put him down and locked the door behind me. The noise must have awoken my brother, because when he came into the kitchen, all bothered, he asked me what was going on and why the dog was all riled up. I held my finger to my mouth and shut off the light. We then made our way into the living room, shut that light off as well, and like something out of a horror movie, the outline of a tall, humanoid thing shone through the stained glass window on the door, thanks to the bright moonlight. We both froze, and he made a grab for the knob when it started to turn, capturing it just in time to lock it. That's when it spoke to him, but this time in my grandpa's voice. "Bubba, why don't you let Grandpa in?" They live on the reservation in Cherokee, North Carolina. His face turned ghostly white, and he turned to me. That's when I mouthed the word, and he paled even more. It began to tap on the glass, and we both went into my room and ignored the knocking. The next night around the same time, the tapping grew louder. We sat in the living room, praying to Ulenanuhi, the Cherokee sun goddess, also called the Great Spirit, that it would go away. The tapping turned into knocks, which turned into pounding the more we prayed. This must have awoken my father, because he came downstairs in a huff. We told him about the night prior during the day, and he didn't believe us, and thought it was just one of my brother's friends being an arse. So when he saw the silhouette in the window, he grew even more angry, made a beeline for the door, and we yelled at him not to open it. However, instead of harming him, it seemed to be afraid, because it got down on 4 legs and disappeared down the road. My dad's face paled as he stumbled back a few steps. He locked the door behind him, and we all went to bed. The next day, we spoke of the situation. I explained to him the natives call this creature a skinwalker. They aren't very common in Cherokee land. They're more of a Western native legend, but my grandparents still taught us about them. Dad, being a skeptic, just summed it up to a weird thing he could explain later. Later that day, I went to our local crafts store and bought juniper ash as my grandma instructed and sprinkled it around our house. It never returned, but my dog was never the same after that night. It's as though the entire experience changed him. He went from a loving animal to mean and unpredictable. He started lashing out to anyone who wasn't female. We tried correcting it over the course of a year and a half, but nothing helped. He finally harmed my brother, causing him to bleed, and I was forced to find him a new home. Luckily, he is with a couple who are both female, and he seems much happier. But even to this day, I guarantee he won't go out at night. I didn't mention the name of the creature many times because it's considered a bad omen in native culture to give these things energy. If anyone is nervous, let me know and I will happily walk you through a prayer ritual my grandma taught me. I hope you enjoyed, and pleasant dreams. My wife swore the house we lived in about 10 years ago was haunted because she's a nurse and she works 3 12-hour days per week. That left her alone in the house at least twice a week. I worked, the kids had school, and she claimed she heard doors open and close and saw things from the corner of her eye, but never really saw anything. I'm a skeptic. The house was built in '79 and is in an established subdivision. I explained it may be noises from the outside she's hearing. She had a lot of family pictures hung down below the hallway. If the bathroom door was open, the light from the window shined down the hall. The sunlight would often filter through an oak tree and make the light dance off the glass in the picture frames. The illusion of movement catches your eye, but there's nothing there. She disagreed and stood by her claim. She never felt malice or was scared, she just said that there was something there. I'm a skeptic. She isn't. We agree to disagree. One Saturday morning, we're in the master bedroom on our computers. Just her and me, and our beagle. Barkley was asleep on our bed. Our son had called earlier and said he was coming over any minute. I hear the door open and Barkley jumps up and goes to open the bedroom door, looks down the hall and barked. I heard the door close. It wasn't just the sound of the door. It was also the sound a house makes when an outside door opens and the pressure changes in it. I called out that we were in the back. Barkley jumped back up on the bed and resumed his nap. A few minutes went by and both my wife and I focused on finishing up emails or whatever. Then I realized our son was still in the front of the house. I called out and got no response, so I went down the hall to find him. He wasn't there. I checked the front door and the deadbolt was locked. The garage door was locked, as well as the patio door. While I was scratching my head, our son drove up. I asked him if he had just gotten to the house. I heard it. She heard it. The dog heard it. But there was no way any of those doors were opened, and nobody opened a door to leave. I've got nothing. Well, unless you count my wife telling me, "I told you so." Then I got plenty. But I can't explain what happened at all. And that was my only experience. But my wife complained all the time. Nothing mean-spirited or evil. Just odd. My name is Valadin. I'm 25, and I moved to Kentucky from Vladivostok when I was 10 years old. My parents divorced, and I went with my father, while my mother stayed in Russia. My father served in the Soviet military, specifically in the VDV. He was diagnosed with cancer when I was 19, and sadly passed 6 months later. He left me all of his military gear that he kept when the USSR collapsed, including his rifle and the cabin that he owns in the south of Kentucky, close to the Tennessee border. This information is purely contextual. My father trained me very well in survival, so that I could be strong like him. I spent much time camping and hiking. I had a couple of friends who would often come with me while in high school, Grisha from Serbian descent and James, a redneck. After high school though, James and I got out of touch, but Grisha and I remained close. One day James texted me and asked if I wanted to go camping. I felt like this would be a good chance to rekindle our friendship, and I offered to have us camp at my father's old cabin. He asked if he could bring his new girlfriend, and I said it would be fine. But not wanting to feel like a third wheel at my own party, I thought I'd invite Grisha along too. Unfortunately, he was busy with work, so he couldn't come. Fast forward 2 weeks, and I drive up to the mountains and go to my father's old cabin, which is now mine. I parked my SUV, grabbed my backpack full of gear, spare clothes including my father's old VDV uniform, MREs and my rifle. I had brought 500 rounds of ammo with me, and I began to settle in, lit the fireplace, laid out my sleeping bag in the loft, and broke out a bottle of vodka. James was due to arrive the following evening. I had a few drinks and the sun was setting, so I cooked up some MRE eggs and bacon, and after eating, I went to use the outhouse. I sat in the outhouse doing my business. I was quite excited to be away from work and reconnecting with my friend. When I left the outhouse, something smelled awful. It's like the smell of rotten eggs, but I brushed it off as one of the various scents of being in the wilderness, and returned back to the cabin, trying to forget about the odd scent. I drank some more vodka and went to sleep. Turns out I slept like a rock for almost a day, and I awoke with a bad hangover. After being awake for a little while, I brewed myself some coffee, when I heard tires coming up the driveway. In my haze, I had forgotten that James was coming. I was on edge and grabbed my rifle, when I looked out the window to see a beaten-up Dodge Ram coming up the road. Then I remembered and it all clicked. I felt happy when I saw James driving it, until I saw who was sitting next to him. It wasn't just his girlfriend. It was one of my exes. Her name was Alicia. My stomach began to turn. We had broken up less than 3 months ago. I wasn't really sure how to handle this situation. I felt angry, but still wanted to fix our friendship. He got out of the truck. His loud country music was loud enough to scare off much of the wildlife, which gets on my nerves. They came in and sat in total silence. The tension was so heavy in the air, you could cut it with a knife. Man, you guys are pretty awkward. Have you met before? I became angry and just said, ask her. I could see Alicia's face shift to one of anger. Listen, you Eurotrash, you're the one who said I could come. We don't need your crap to start. James asked her to calm down, and they stepped outside, and I'm assuming she explained everything to him. James came back inside without her and was quite angry. He slapped me across the face and asked me why I had cheated on her. I hadn't. It was the other way around. I was angry that she lied about me, and then being slapped had pushed me over the edge, and I punched him in the face and pinned him against the wall with my forearm against his throat, and asked him what his problem was. He spat in my face and asked me to let him go. I started to twitch with anger. We then heard Alicia scream outside, and she threw the door open. I released him from my grip, and he gasped for breath, and I began to calm down. as did he. James asked what was happening. She yelled out that she saw someone outside. She was sweating and her face was white. "What do you mean, you saw someone?" James probed. "I saw a big man in the woods. He looked like he was wearing a goat mask." It's gotta be some silly psycho hillbilly satanic cultist, we thought. I broke my silence and called her out. "This is my family land. There's no one around for miles. The closest neighbor is 5 miles away." She called me an arse and told me that if I didn't go look, she was going to call the cops and say that I hit her. I wanted to avoid dealing with the police, so I grabbed my father's old rifle and stepped out. I looked angrily at James and said, "You really just gonna sit here and let her do this? You're some kind of friend." I walked out. The sky was clear, and the moon illuminated the clearing that the cabin sat in. I put a 30-round magazine into my rifle and readied myself. I silently prayed to St. Michael and walked to the back of the cabin and held my rifle in the low ready position. I heard a branch snap in the forest. I looked in that direction and pointed my rifle towards the sound. I heard the sound of the cabin door shut, and then I heard 2 car doors shut as well. James' truck started and floored it down the road. James yelled out the window, "Screw you and your communist dad, you can get killed by the cultist." I thought, thanks, arse. I was distracted enough to forget about whatever was in the forest, but then I heard something saying what James had just said. It sounded like, "Screw you and your communist dad," but it sounded wrong. It sounded like an animal was trying to talk, like one of those cats or dogs you see on YouTube, but it was trying to put together a sentence. Then I realized I could smell the rotten egg smell. I began to yell in Russian to seem intimidating. That is when I saw a pair of yellow eyes rise up. They had to be 8 feet off the ground, and I knew it wasn't normal. I heard my dad's voice in my head. He's the one who told me to never be afraid to defend yourself. I grew angry that this person was mocking my painful situation and that they were trespassing. I unloaded all 30 rounds and grabbed the spare magazine in my back pocket and began to back towards the cabin. I made it back inside. I threw the bar over the door and sat without sleeping, and I heard it outside still, mocking my voice and James's and Alicia's voices, mimicking what we had said. I eventually passed out due to running out of adrenaline. I woke up, grabbed my stuff, and left. I never heard from James or the she-devil again, and I have been back to the cabin often, but have never seen anything since. I was fortunate enough to grow up on a lovely little secluded piece of land in Canada. I had a large house which was backed by beautiful forests and woodland. I never wanted much in the way of entertainment, as myself and my brother Gabriel had plenty of games to play in the dense forest, which kept us busy for most of the day. I was homeschooled and spent a lot of my time in and around that forest, and grew to love it and know it like the back of my hand. My family is not very spiritual. My dad was an atheist, my mother a very casual Catholic. I think I might have gone into church twice in my life. Despite this, Dad didn't like us going deep into the forest. Mum, much the same. They said it had funny vibes, some gun instinct, I guess. They didn't have a problem with me and Gabe going into the forest, as long as we were sensible, were together, and did not go in too deep. We had enough of a feel for what was too deep to never cause a problem by venturing too far and getting lost or anything. But we would often still push into the woods a bit to explore new areas. There were some nights where I would be woken up by blue flashes coming through my window, as if someone taped cellophane over a flashlight and was sporadically turning it off and on from above the canopy deep in the woods. Other nights, If the wind carried just right, you could hear voices in the dead of night. Sometimes conversations, sometimes wailing or shouting. Other times, whispers. Sometimes all three. I could never really hear what was being said. The woods stretched out for kilometers, and to my knowledge was uninhabited, where the lights and noises came from. On one particular occasion the activity climaxed. I was about 14. Me and Gabe wandered further than we ever had. We reached a point, and it was like something snapped. It was hard to describe. It was like the feeling you get when you break something, and you know you're about to get caught. We turned back pretty quickly. I think something followed us out of the woods. A few hours later I was reading in the living room, which had a big glass sliding door that faced the backyard and trees. That is when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. A humanoid dude, probably 6 feet tall, was beckoning me from the tree line. He had wild, untamed hair, sickly, hairless skin, and didn't appear clothed. He just kept on beckoning, with this awkward, stiff movement of his arm. There was something totally off about him. I screeched for my dad, and when I did, the guy walked behind the nearest tree and vanished out of sight. I explained to my dad what I saw and looked outside, but found nothing. He told me I probably imagined something from my book. I know I definitely did not. The Devil's Bathtub requires multiple creek crossings. I scoped the trail on several different websites, and as a frequent rock climber, crawler, and hiker, I felt that I would be able to take the challenge. I knew that a group of 2 women in their early 30s and 2 preteens, we would be a bit slow. Slower than that website suggested anyway. But again I felt no insecurities. Even as we read of a rescue in the last 24 hours due to flash flooding, we felt confident they had reopened the park for the entire day without issue. There was no chance of rain, and we brought our phones in waterproof cases with full charge and backup flashlights in the event that we would need them. I felt very confident that we would be fine on well-marked trails, regardless of the time of day. I screenshotted several of the maps I found with clear markings and made notes of what to look for to ensure we were on the correct path. I even saved someone's local directions, noting landmarks like the descending rope and rusted fishing boat. Yet something I could have not have expected or prepared for happened to my best friend, her daughter, and my sister tonight. We arrived at the parking area around 7 p.m, with an estimated sunset time of 8:30ish. We noted an old red Chevy truck and a pair of men's shoes. We began to walk towards the first crossover, and we saw a man pair of pants by the water. I took this as a sign that the others were on the path with us, and kept in mind there was a possibly shoeless and pantless man roaming the woods with us. The girls were scared as the water was knee-deep in one spot, and I tried to make sure I remembered the specific spot as it would be our last stream to cross it on the way out, and I didn't necessarily want me or the girls to get back into the car totally soaking wet. My friend Brittany and I coaxed the girls across and celebrated as we shared the feeling of accomplishment together. We moved on deeper into the forest following the yellow markers, crossing multiple streams, and my sister of 11 began to move quicker and quicker ahead of us. Being diagnosed with ADHD, I thought nothing of it. She often has spurts of energy at random times, and I attributed it to excitement. Brittany's daughter, Lexi, also of 11, called my sister to slow down, asking why she was going so fast. She just seemed to move quicker, and I started to get annoyed. Lexi was far behind Kat, and I felt like she was just being rude to her friend. So I called to her to slow down. "It's right here, guys." "What's right here?" Do you see the rope yet? It's right here, come look. Look here. Brittany looked nervous at this point. She'd already asked me about turning back several times, but had pushed through as we all watched Kat push deeper and deeper into the forest. We all struggled to keep up with her. I had borrowed shoes from my mother that were not designed for this terrain. I just couldn't catch her. This seemed to go on endlessly, at least 10 real minutes, when I finally came to a steep descent and she stopped. Brittany very politely and calmly begged the three of us start back, and momentarily I felt a tinge of worry too, but for some reason I told Kat, "Fine, run up to the edge of the water and see if you can see the rope, and if not, we're turning back." Kat took off the trail and quickly reached the edge of the next crossover, and as I yelled, "Can you see the rope?" she disappeared. Not necessarily in front of me, but she was standing at an edge, and then she was not. Maybe I looked down at my footing, maybe I blinked, but she was gone, and I told Brittany I was going to get her. I was mortified that she kept running ahead. It wasn't something she usually did. She usually stuck alongside her friend, while mildly yet consistently complaining about being tortured in nature, away from her iPhone and TikTok, like every other 11-year-old girl. But this was different. I called out to her, and began moving faster, and listening for her to jump out and yell "prank," like she loves to do. But I couldn't hear anything. I moved faster, not even thinking about Brittany or Lexi at this point, with my mind racing. I thought about the man's pants and shoes. I looked on the sides of the trail and began to run, looking for any trace of a struggle. I called her over and over, but it was like she was vanished into thin air. I pushed faster into the forest, trying to be careful, watching my footing, but I was beginning to slightly panic. She had been missing from my sight for at least 8 to 10 minutes on a trail we had never visited near multiple bodies of swift-swimming water. Even at 11, my sister is a tiny petite kid with 1% body fat, and I ran. From nowhere, I heard her little voice. "It's here! Come see, it's right here!" The knot in my stomach disappeared having heard her voice, yet returned immediately after processing the words. "It's right here." What's right here? My heart and my foot sunk as I looked down for a split second to find my shoe stuck in muddy sand. I looked up and called to Kat and found her directly in front of me. She pointed to the river again, saying, "It's right here, can't you see it?" I snapped out of it and told her we were turning back and we had to find Brittany and Lexi. She went further towards the stream and said, "I didn't come here for nothing." I was a little struck by her enthusiasm and tone. Although she appeared to be in a trance by the water, I convinced her to turn her body from the edge, and at that moment, Brittany and Lexi appeared from the thick of the forest. "There are other people behind us. I feel fine. Let's go," Brittany yelled as we embarked on another crossing. Kat ran ahead, seemingly fearless, and once again out of my sight. I ran angrily, yelling about taking her phone when we get back to the car, but she pushed on. This threat is usually enough to send her into World War III with me over her phone, but she persisted. We saw another old couple on their way back as I watched Kat cross another stream and ask how much longer, feeling reassured by their age. "Just 2 more crossings and you're nearly there." We pushed even harder and deeper, trying to keep up with Kat as she fell in and out of view. We finally arrived at the Devil's Bathtub and took a dip in the water as the younger couple who had been behind us dove in from the rocks above us for a few moments. We enjoyed the beautiful blue water, and then both Brittany and I felt an overwhelming feeling to get back to the car before it became too dark. It was 8:50 after all. We started back with the younger couple on our trail. We hiked by daylight for some time before finally turning on our flashlights. The younger couple passed by us at some point. Kat still pushed forward, but not nearly as quickly or as far ahead as before. The couple began to wait for us at each stream crossing with their flashlights, shining as a beacon for the girls to follow. I appreciated it because it was getting dark fast. We tried to stay closer to them the darker it got, and found them climbing up into the forest via a small bubbling brook that was straight and a direct ascension up to a yellow marker. I shined my light towards the brook, trying to show the couple and the girls that the marker was actually just a downed tree that had fallen the way of the brook. I pointed to the yellow marker yet again across the stream, and we embarked together. My sister was the third to cross after the couple and myself, and once I was just a bit out of reach, she screamed, and I watched her slip on a rock and lose her shoe. She cried emotionally and was shaken, and everyone felt disoriented as we crossed the stream again and couldn't find the path. The couple pushed on as I looked back to help the girls cross. This stream was just deep enough to slow us significantly down in comparison to the younger couple, and I watched their flashlights fade into the distance. This is where things got weird. There was a fallen tree on the path that I had specifically remembered from our hike in, and the couple chose to walk along the side of the stream as they had originally, while I elected to meet back up with the trail about 2 feet above, because the girls were already cold and missing a shoe. I didn't want to push it through the cold water more than I had to. 1 minute the couple were there along the stream bed with their flashlights fading, and I saw where they went and pushed forwards, but there was nothing there now. No trail, no path. Every hint of a trail led to a dead end. I crossed back over to where I left the girls, to where I last saw their light, thinking I had mistaken the marker, thinking I had gotten turned around. I'm 30, by the way, and my only talent is visual memory. I've hiked through riverbeds my entire life, and I've never once gotten turned around. My family and friends trust and know me to be the visual mapper of any hike, bike, or walk. Needless to say, I was beginning to get worried for a second time. We crossed back again, spying the rusted boat that served as a landmark to the halfway point. My sister and I argued which side it had been on. Brittany and Lexi seemed to have not noticed it at all originally, but I pulled up the notes I had taken and showed them its exact location on the trail. Kat and I led the group past the boat, along the trail, before Lexi announced she knew about the boat's location on the trail, and we were heading back to the Devil's Bathtub. The girls began to cry as we stood looking at my phone, trying to decipher where the trail led. I employed some of my teacher tactics and tried to encourage the girls how this would be a great story and was a great adventure to experience with our closest friends. Lexi began screaming, asking if anyone was out there, and as badly as I didn't want to admit defeat, I didn't want to lose the moment where I could possibly be heard by the young couple. I whistled as loudly as I could, and within seconds I saw flashlights from the couple reappear on the west side we had just crossed 15 minutes ago. We rejoined them, and they told us they had turned back because they lost sight of our flashlights. We'd been in this same spot for roughly half hour at this point, but the couple acted as if they left us moments ago. The woman said, "Follow us, we know a quicker way," and we blindly took off following them. We crossed the last stream to be greeted by some 50 to 100 white moths fluttering directly around only my sister. We got back into the water to wash them off, and I noticed the pants were still folded neatly by the stream. We ran from the bank of the last crossing, almost sprinting to the car, and whipped it out of those woods as quickly as we could. We saw the younger couple getting back into the truck that had been there before we arrived. The shoes were gone, we were gone, and grateful it was now 10:30. Brittany handed me her phone once we reached service and introduced me to Missing 411. I read many of the posts because I found an odd number of similarities between some of the stuff which happened here and what's happened to others. At 4 a.m, my sister awoke with a nosebleed. Tonight's events could be explained logically and simply. Don't underestimate Mother Nature, and come prepared and be aware of your surroundings, and don't go hiking in sandals at dusk with younger peeps. But my resounding question is, what the hell happened to my sister that night? Was something trying to keep her there? Was something trying to keep us there? It felt like an outside entity was oppressively trying to keep us from making good decisions that we would have made under normal circumstances. But I don't know. Yesterday, I was walking back home after hanging out with some friends. I was sober and in my right mind. I've never been afraid to walk alone in the dark. I'm quite tall and intimidating looking from a distance, and I always bring a pocket knife when I know I'll be walking in the dark. Anyway, I was walking past some woods on the way back to my house when I heard my mother's voice calling for me. "Gabriel, help!" This was coming from inside the woods. I immediately recognized her voice and turned to look into the woods. She kept calling my name over and over. I couldn't see anything. It was far too dark to see through the trees. "Mum?" I called back, heading towards the woods. She sounded like she was in trouble and scared. I assumed that she'd gone for a run like she did every night, and somehow got lost in the woods. Then I realized it couldn't be her. She texted me only 10 minutes before asking me to come home soon to watch my little sister, so she could go on a run. I stopped dead in my tracks and called my mum. The voice in the woods is still calling my name and getting more frantic by the second. She picked up and I immediately asked her if she was in the woods. She said no. She was back home with my little sister. I swear to God, as soon as she said that, her voice stopped calling my name from inside the woods. I was overcome with a wave of dread and fear that I'd never felt before. Something in the woods was trying to lure me in using my mother's voice, and it knew my full name, not just my nickname, which made things even scarier because the only person who calls me Gabriel is my mum. I immediately turned and ran faster than I ever had run before back home. When I got back, my legs felt like jelly and my lungs burned. I opened the door and there she was, my mother, sitting on the couch with my sister. I would think this was some sort of prank, but my mum isn't one for pranks, and even if she was, there's no way she could have gotten home before me without me seeing her. My only question is, what was in those woods? Having so much history myself with the paranormal, I don't freak out over creaks in the floor or the occasional door shutting on its own. I believe most things can be explained. When we first moved into this house in Washington 3 years ago, we saw a few random orbs here and there, nothing that felt harmful. In fact, one orb even danced to the music alongside my granddaughter one day, and it felt like a child. The house sits on acres of field, surrounded by forest and a few farms. For some reason, the guest room, laundry room and bathroom are always freezing cold, plus cool air comes from the guest bedroom closet. I keep a blanket hanging up in the hallway door to keep the cold isolated. I figure those rooms are just cold because they are added on and are built halfway over our well. I have my mother's ashes in my home, but at the same time I felt bad because when I was asked if I wanted my sister's ashes later, it scared me for some reason. I don't know why. She was a very loving person, but for many years I felt darkness around her, and I just couldn't. A year passed, and that fear left me. I remember her telling me one day before she died that she had a recurring dream of her death, and she was stuck in the desert. It then dawned on me that her ashes were being cared for by my daughter who lives in the desert. It was time to let her be here with Mum. After she arrived, her ashes were placed next to our mother's ashes outside my room, and like my mother, she was surrounded by some of her mementos. At first, there wasn't a problem, but after time, that's when the kids started seeing and experiencing things that made them feel uncomfortable. It didn't feel like my sister. This was something else. Strangely, absolutely no one in the family has felt her presence since she passed. I know my kids looked towards me for assurance. I guess they thought that, like in other homes, I could just make it all go away. But I think they stayed hidden from me in the beginning and preyed on those who showed fear. So it was targeting my grown kids, that being my son and his fiancée. I felt bad. I kept telling my son that there was nothing here and that our house wasn't haunted because we cleansed it after my sister passed away. Cody, if you're hearing this, I'm sorry for not wanting to believe you at the time. I was just trying to protect you and the kids from being scared. So there are a few things that have been happening in our home for the past few years. One late afternoon I was at the store, so my son and his fiancée were watching my 2 grandchildren for me. They were playing hide and seek. They told me something wasn't right in there. Each of them experienced what they said felt like someone or something taking up space within them in the closet, practically in their face. It had been a toy room in the beginning, but the kids wouldn't play in there. The only person who has ever slept there with no problem is my ex on a visit. He was a non-believer, until just the day when we were sitting in there watching a show together, and we observed his dog intently follow something move around the room. Then the bathroom door opened, and his dog watched whatever it was going to the bathroom, and the door shut behind it. At that point, his dog dove under the blanket. My ex's eyes were as big as saucers, and he asked me if I saw what he saw. Laughing inside at the former non-believer, I said yes. No one will ever sleep in there, not even me. 6 months ago, my son told me that he went into the kitchen to grab something to drink the night before, and he saw a dark shadow over his left shoulder in his reflection on the microwave. He turned around quickly to look behind him, and there was nothing there. He still felt something close to him, and the hair on his arm and neck were raised. So when he looked into his reflection this time in the window over the sink, and again, it was back, with its head even closer to his. Then the cabinet door shook back and forth, then opened all the way and shut. He said that he yelled, not caring if he woke anyone up, and ran upstairs to his room. I don't blame him. Many times he and his fiancée have seen big shadow masses in corners of various rooms, but never in my bedroom. Waiting outside my door, where my sister's ashes are, but never inside my room. There was a time not too long ago they were both sitting in my van talking one night, and they said the form of a man came out from behind a tree, crossed the grass, and sat with his hands in his lap on the front porch, and then faded away. Then they told me about the bathroom. Oh my, that bathroom. I can't even. His fiancée was taking a bath after everyone had gone to sleep, as to not disturb anyone. She was relaxing in our big old claw bathtub in the quiet of night, and she heard all of us sleeping, so she knew for a fact no one was up. There was a tapping on the bathroom door and she answered, to no response. The doorknob started to jiggle, then stopped, so she asked again, "Who is it? I'm in the tub." There was still no response. She thought that whoever it was decided to go to the other bathroom, so she relaxed, and she was laying there. But then something felt off, as she heard a noise at the door, and she watched as the doorknob slowly unlocked itself. When she told me that, my blood ran cold. This didn't just happen once. My son was sitting in there and he heard tapping, followed by the door unlocking on him too. The other day, my son said that he had gone to the bathroom around 3 in the morning. He knew everyone was asleep because he heard all of us snoring, so he didn't quite shut the door all the way, but it was closed. He heard heavy breathing as if someone had their mouth at the crack of the door. Then he heard a quiet voice whisper, "I can hear you." That poor boy was scared to death. I, for the first time, experienced the doorknob unlocking itself on me 3 times in a row in my bathroom last night. That surprised me. It has not always been bad experiences here, though. Since my mother passed, I feel her sometimes around me. We all do. Just last month, I was talking to my son in the living room, and I saw a light. We don't live near a street, so it wasn't from a car. It was soft and illuminating, as it floated from the front window curtain around to the wall behind my son. I got such a warm feeling and said, "Hey, Mama," and watched it as it went behind the recliner, where my son was sitting, and then up behind his head and disappeared. He didn't see this or know why I said that. Just then he shrugged his shoulders up and put his hands on the back of his head, saying that it felt like his hair was being stroked. That brought tears to both of us. We all know when she is here because it feels warm and loving, like her, and sometimes we smell her sweet perfume. My grandson, who is autistic, was too young to comprehend my mother's passing. He sometimes talks to her, almost like he is answering what seems to be a question. He is only 6 and has the purest soul. I wish I could hear her voice speak to me again. And then you have things that happen that at the time you didn't understand, but when you find out, everything falls into place. This was one such time. In March, I had a few aluminium balloons left over from my grandson's birthday, and they lasted a very long time. All of them fell to the floor except one particular balloon. It kept following me midway in the air around the house. The air conditioner nor heater was on, and all the windows were shut. I went to my bedroom, and it followed and stayed in my bed. I went into the laundry room, and it followed there as well. This went on for a solid week after a while. It just started getting annoying, but we didn't think anything of it. We just swatted it away. One day my son and I were talking in the kitchen, and it came in from the living room where we just saw it laying on the floor moments before and lowered itself to go under the door frame and stopped mid-height between us. He took it and pushed it back into the living room. Not 4 minutes later, and it was back mid-height between us. This time he put it all the way in the laundry room, and it still made its way back, lowering to come through 2 door frames and staying afloat midway between us again. At that point it was too weird. We both looked at each other and said, "Nah." So I took it and said, Okay, if this is you, Mum, do it again." I put it back in the living room and it stayed there floating. It didn't feel like her at the moment. It felt different, almost familiar, but not in a bad way. We went back to talking, and there it was again between us. Well, I didn't know this at the time. In fact, I only just found out a few weeks ago that my dear friend passed away in March and his family didn't have my number to tell me. One of the last things he told me was that when he dies he was going to come harass me just for fun and let me know that he's here and he loves me. When I found out, I called out to my son saying, "It was Tom! It was Tom after all." After I told him the sad news, he said that it gave him a bit of peace. We all knew that this is something he would do, and it blew our minds. I just wish I found out then, so that I could have told him that I love him too. 3 nights ago, I saw a light low to the ground in the kitchen, and 5 minutes later my granddaughter saw the same light, formed like a feather, fluttering in front of her. My son also told me that a light trailed up over and across in his room. Another time he walked into my room and saw a light above my head. My neighbor is confident something happened on this land. I talked to him to see if he had been experiencing or seeing anything unusual, without making myself look crazy. He said that he does not go out after dark, but he has heard the screams in the forest and his pets acting strangely from time to time. As we were talking, his roommate came home and asked me what we were talking about. When I told him, he pointed to the young man I was talking to first and said, "You see, I'm not nuts." Apparently, he had seen things as well and calls what he sees in his bedroom a demon boy, because he doesn't know what it is. He even saged in this room, and if you think about it, that goes along with the orb that danced with my granddaughter when we first moved in. And no, it's not a demon. I think that perhaps it's a child that connected or roams the property. We have seen so many beautiful things here that it outweighs the bad. Someday after I'm gone, I hope to be a part of it. I want to be the whisper of encouragement in my loved one's ears and a gentle stroke upon their face. I want them to always know that they don't have to be afraid, and that they are, and always will be loved, from now until forever. As for what is in this house, I think since I have been more aware of the darkness, it shows itself less. I do enjoy feeling my loved ones around though, and my kids do too. Someday we will move from this place, and hopefully one of our loved ones will follow. Today, when I arrived home after running errands, my ex told me that without a doubt he saw something. At first I told him to stop playing around because I thought he was making fun of us. I've known this man for 24 years, so I know when he's serious. And this time he was definitely shaken. He said that he was standing in the guest room, and he was about to go into the bathroom to wash his hands, when someone tall who he thought was my son turned on the light and darted into the bathroom really fast, closing the door behind him. He waited for a bit, but didn't hear anything. He got tired of waiting, washed his hands in the kitchen, and still hadn't heard anything for a while. So we went to the door and asked if my son was okay, to not receive an answer, but the light was still on. He tentatively pushed open the door, to find nothing. Confused, he went to my son's room and knocked, and asked him why he did that and left the light on. But when my son came out of his room, he was wearing a burgundy shirt and pants. With a shake in his voice, my ex asked if he had changed his clothes, to which my son responds, "No, why?" The person my ex saw was wearing a blue t-shirt and shorts. My son told me that when he opened the door, my ex turned pale. On another occasion, my son's fiancée was in the kitchen today, and we are all putting away groceries. She has mid-length hair, and in front of everyone her hair flipped up like someone tossed it. It freaked her out and she said it gave her shivers. I promised my other son I would come help paint his new place, so I bathed my grandkids and made them something to eat. I figured I would only be gone a few hours, but it took way longer than expected. When I arrived, there were all kinds of commotions going on in my room, and my grandson was crying uncontrollably. No one could understand him because he was so upset, so he was trying to act out what just happened. After I calmed him down, he told me that he was getting tired and laid down. He said something woke him up, and he heard my car, so he went towards the bedroom door, when a dark hole formed at the top, outside my door, and a dark shadow boy thing came out of it. He said the boy stood in the doorway and pushed him back and slammed the baby gate, trapping him in the room. He said it was evil. He kept saying that over and over, "He's evil." After the gate shut, my grandson screamed, so everyone in the house ran to see what was wrong. I know kids have active imaginations, but I know him. He's autistic, and he doesn't lie or make things up. He was visibly shaken up, and since last night, his story hasn't changed. At the time of this story, my family and I lived in Northeast Ohio. Most of our extended family on my father's side lived in Central Florida. So for the Christmas holidays, we would go and spend time with my grandparents and aunts and uncles. At the time, I was 6 years old. My brother Russ was 4, and my brother Chase was 2, and my brother Braden was 4 months. The trip down to Florida was uneventful. We did not come across any car wrecks or anything of interest. It was a very long drive though, especially with a 4-month-old baby. We drove in a red minivan that was loaded down to clothes and toys. You can imagine all the toys that we bought to celebrate our Christmas, along with what our grandparents were going to give us. Christmas with my grandparents was fantastic. We had aunts and uncles and lots of cousins. We ate, talked and played. There were tons of toys and new outfits. When the time came to go home, we had twice as much as what we came with. My mum had to put our clothes in trash bags and pack them underneath the seats and on the floorboards of the van. When we climbed in, we were walking on top of our toys and clothes, and we didn't mind it much being kids. We started our long trip back. After we went north for a while, and were in a different state, my dad realized that we were losing gas incredibly fast. We had to stop several times to fill up, and that's when my dad decided to stop at a mechanic's. We had spent all of our extra money in Florida, and my parents had not planned on having to stop to get the van serviced. It was kind of neat and kind of annoying at the same time to be stuck in this mechanic shop, not having the money for a hotel or even a motel. So we spent the night in the car, while it was up in the lift that the mechanics worked underneath it. Loud, noisy, and not smelling very good. After lots of money and being stuck in a mechanic shop for a while, my dad decided that enough was enough and we were going to leave. A lot of improvements had been made to the van, but the main problem was not fixed. Back on the road, we finally made it to the Smoky Mountains. It was beautiful considering that it was Christmas time, and there was pristine snow on both sides of the highway. It was very early morning, and we had just woken up. We were in pajamas and odds and ends of clothing. My brother Chase was wearing his coat and a pair of sweatpants. Ross only wore a pair of sweatpants, and I had a pair of corduroy pants, socks and a t-shirt. My mum had opened the bag of M&Ms that had been sitting between her and my dad while they were driving down the road, periodically handing us back handfuls of bright candy. I had climbed up to the middle seat where my brother's car seat was, slid in, while he went to the back to sit with Russ. Since I was in the middle, I had to give candy to my 2 younger brothers. It was odd because the candy coating was melting, leaving yellow and green smears all over my hands. It was the 80s and we weren't wearing seatbelts. My mum had just finished feeding Braden and set him back in the car seat, not bothering to buckle him up either. It's important to note that my brother Chase did not talk a lot. In fact, he only spoke when he really wanted to, which was quite rare, and this made all of the situation so much more shocking. We were rolling along in relative silence when my brother Chase yelled out, "Fire!" Everyone in the car quickly turned to see the orange and yellow flames in the back window. My mother quickly turned to my dad and quietly said, "Kevin, we're on fire." My dad started tapping the brakes to slow down, turned on his turn signal and tried to get us out of the right lane to the left lane so that we could stop. He looked at my mum, and I remember him saying in a hushed voice, "No brakes." At this point, other cars had begun to slow down with us, and had started to honk on their horns to get our attention to let us know we were on fire. My dad continued into the left lane and nudged the guardrail, which startled us all. He was using it to help us slow down, since our brakes had long since burnt off, and were probably laying in the middle of the highway somewhere. We had slowed down some, but were not slowing down enough. In my mum's mind, she saw us all perishing. She made a decision that to this day still shocks me. She opened her car door and leapt out. All of a sudden my mum was gone. I couldn't see her, and then the sliding door opened with a fierce crack. It promptly fell off and hit the road. My mum, being the superwoman that she was, leapt over the top of the door and continued to run alongside the van. The woman was running next to a moving, flaming vehicle. As we slowed down, the flames had become much higher. Now they were starting to encircle the van. They had slowly crept up from the back window around to the sides where the sliding door was, and were almost at the front doors. My mum was faced with a wall of fire between her and her children. She later told us that she couldn't see much through the flames. What she did see were the bright colors of Chase's coat. She reached through the flames and grabbed my little brother and pulled him out. She then threw him on the side of the road. He bumped and skidded along the soft shoulder of gravel. And a few moments later my dad was able to get the car stopped by bumping the guardrail. And now that my mum's door was shut because of the guardrail and the wall of fire that I saw out the sliding door, I had no way out. My dad threw open his door, and I saw my chance. I grabbed his broad shoulders and hung on for dear life. As he jumped out the van, he inadvertently dragged me along with him, pulling me over his seat. Boy, was I lucky. When he ran around to the side of the van, I slid off of him. I looked for my mum and saw her running down the mountain. I climbed over the guardrail and began to run to her and yell for her, and she turned and yelled at me to run. I started down the steep hill of the mountain. It was freezing. The snow had dug one of my socks off my foot. I stopped to look for my sock, and that is when I saw my mum saw me and yell again for me to keep running. She stopped and waited for me. When I got to her, she grabbed me and continued to run as fast as she could. I was cold, but she said it didn't matter. Little did I know that my dad had gone in to rescue my two other brothers. When he reached the side of the van where the sliding door had been, he was met with the same thing my mum was, a wall of fire. He knew that Braden's car seat was just beyond the flames. He reached out and grabbed my infant brother as the fire engulfed his car seat. My brother Russ had made it from the back seat to the middle and then to the front seats, and my dad told him to jump as the flames overtook the van. Turning to make his escape and jump over the guardrail, my dad reached behind for my brother. To his surprise and horror, my brother wasn't there. He turned and saw my brother still standing between the two front seats, so he did what any dad would. He reached through the fire once again and grabbed my brother by the back of his sweatpants. He yanked him out, threw him over the shoulder, quickly turning and putting one leg over the guardrail to make a dash for safety. The van exploded. The force knocked my dad over the rail and put him and my two brothers in the snow. He was able to keep hold of his sons and run. The van proceeded to explode twice more. As my mum and me went further down the mountain, she was able to see what was happening. When we eventually heard the boom, she shielded mine and my brother's tiny frames with her body. Eventually, we all met up on the side of the road. There was a nice older lady waiting for us with a blanket. She took me, Russ, and Chase and put us in her car with the heat on full blast. When the door shut, Russ turned to us and said, "Look." He opened his hands and had showed us a melted mess of green, yellow, and orange candy. They'd melted. Fire trucks and ambulances showed up. My mum was trying to hush Braden, but the heat had been so intense that it had dried up her milk and she couldn't feed him. The firemen gave us coloring books and oxygen. At the hospital, we were all examined. I only had a small scratch from the snow. Russ was treated for smoke inhalation. His blonde hair was now so matted and an orange color from the heat and flames. My dad had no hair on either arm and no eyebrows and was treated for smoke inhalation also. My mum's arm was hairless. Her milk was dry, but she was fine. Chase had some road rash from my mum getting him out of the way. Poor Braden, he had it the worst. While my dad had been trying to get him out, there must have been a flame or some hot metal that he touched. He had been burnt so badly. 30 years on, fortunately, he has no scars or any lasting damage. We really should have all perished. There are a lot of ifs or buts, but the important thing is, we're alive. My parents are heroes. They saved not one, but 4 kids under the age of 7. They literally went through fire for us, risked life and limb, and that is pure love. That is family. The cause of the fire was a dime-sized hole in the gas tank. The mechanics had fixed everything but that. 30 years later, I'm still afraid to get into any red minivans. This happened to me a while back when I decided to go on another camping trip alone. I always liked camping alone. There's something serene and sobering about being isolated in the middle of the wilderness, and I always found it relaxing. So I planned out what trail I was going to take, packed my camping gear and a firearm for protection, and jumped into my truck. I get to this trail early in the morning and hike about 15 to 20 miles in until I find the right spot, and head off the trail to find a place to put my tent up. I stumble upon this nice-sized clearing and decide that it's a nice, beautiful spot to settle down. I'm exhausted at this point, but set up the tent at the southernmost edge of the clearing next to the tree line and manage to get a fire going. I roast some weenies and start to hear a sound in the distance underneath all the forest noise. It sounded like an animal, mostly like a deer with some lame leg, as it sounded like the animal was making a walking, dragging noise. I felt bad for the poor guy, but it was too far away and too dark, so I couldn't really go find it to put it out of its misery. Thinking nothing of it after that, and about to go eat my food. After I eat, I douse the fire and crawl into my tent and insert myself into my sleeping bag, and I decide that even at my exhausted and relaxed state I can't go to sleep. So I pull out a book I brought with me and start to read by the light of my lamp. Hours go by, then I hear that sound again, this time closer, right at the opposite side of the clearing. Surprised, I put my book down and listen to this animal drag across the clearing towards my tent. It's really loud at this point, and it now sounds like the hooves are all being heavily planted, with the dragging noise following seconds after, like the deer is dragging something along. It makes it to what I assume is about the middle of the clearing and stops. I hear nothing. No breathing. I mean, not a sound from this animal. I unzip the tent and look into the clearing. There's nothing but trees and darkness. What the hell? Unnerved at this point, I zip the tent back up and sit there listening for other noises. Nothing. Just the crickets and the breeze, and I decide that there are a lot of strange noises in the woods and try not to let it bother me. Besides, I had my firearm. I start to doze off when I hear men's laughter off in the distance to my right, then women's laughter and sticks snapping far off to the left. I'm up now, wondering what I am hearing, if it's real, and if it's just a product of me being half asleep. I hear more faint laughing from a couple of other directions, all different, old men, old women, and even children, and that confirms it's real. The noises are closing in. I grab my rifle, preparing to fire a warning shot in the air in case they come too close. Something about this laughter, how far in I was, the noise earlier, and the time of night told me that this was not just another family strolling through the woods. I was on edge enough already, but then I noticed that the wildlife was now dead quiet. Not even the wind was making a noise. I decided enough was enough. I unzipped the tent and fired a shot into the night. I sat there and surveyed the tree line, saw nothing, and listened intensely to my surroundings. No laughing and the forest sounds had returned. Relaxing just a bit, and figuring that I'd scared whatever the hell that was off, I sat down in my exhausted state and fell asleep. I wake up later in a cold sweat, racked with anxiety, and it was still dark outside. I immediately hear two people whispering not too far from my tent. Alert, I grab my firearm and listen to what they're saying. I can't make out much, but I hear something about being lost, so I shout, "Hey, who's there?" The voices fall silent again, so I shout out, "Are you guys lost? Who's there?" Suddenly a huge burst of flame, like a flamethrower, erupted from the middle of the clearing, which illuminated several silhouettes of people just standing around. In shock, I fire my weapon, blowing a hole in the front of my tent, and it goes dark. Without checking my surroundings, I get up, sprint out of my tent, making a hard left back to where the trail was, and I hiked until sunrise back to my truck, with my head over my shoulders the entire way. I never heard anyone follow me, never saw anyone or anything the whole way, but couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. After that, my enjoyment of camping alone left me, like I left all my gear in the woods that same night. My best friend Amy and I have been inseparable since age 11. I basically grew up at her family's beautiful 80-acre farm in Ontario, Canada. It's one of my favorite places in the world, and I have countless good memories there. I even got married there a couple of years ago. With the good memories, there are some that I cannot explain, and it has made me reconsider what I know of the world. When Amy's family bought this property 20 years ago, the heritage farmhouse that came with it was in terrible shape. It was over 100 years old, and it's your typical red brick Canadian farm. When they arrived, the kitchen floor was caved in, open like a pit. It was full of bones. They assumed that it was perhaps a garbage chute below the cooking area, but there were many different kinds of bones, including animals we typically don't eat. Weird. But they went ahead and filled it in and repaired the house. Over the years, they have transformed the place dramatically, and it's been cool to watch the process. When we were 12, Amy's youngest sister Chloe came up to Amy and I out of the blue and suggested we tie her up and put her in the cellar. It was obviously a weird request, but we obliged, thinking it would be funny. She was a bit of a brat, and it would give us a spooky thrill. We followed her down to the dirt floor basement, which of course had always felt like the creepiest place in the house, and proceeded to tie her hands and feet with some soft jump rope she had provided for us. She talked us through a list of things we needed to do in a quiet, monotone voice. We laid her down in the cellar, which had a heavy door to keep it cool, and she instructed us to turn off the lights and shut the door. The light was off for a second before she let out a blood-curdling scream. We jumped inside in a flash to see Chloe trembling, wide-eyed, and she had wet herself. To this day, I have never seen someone in a state like that, an honest, manic state of fear. She told us that the moment the room went dark, something heavy had shuffled in the room in a low voice and greeted her with a low rumbling, "Hello." The lights in the basement flickered, and she recalled the hello, and we all felt an enormous wave of icy fear wash over us. We scrambled to untie her and got the hell out of there. Can you remember how it felt running up the basement steps as a kid? Like someone was after you? Far more tangible than the usual childhood imagination. It was like something reached for us as we ran. We never played in the basement again. When we talked about it later, Chloe had no memory of ever asking us to tie her up, nor did she recall even going down to the basement. She was very hurt that we had done that to her. This annoyed Amy greatly, as she thought Chloe was just trying to get us into trouble. But Chloe never told her parents, and based on the glossy look in her eyes when she asked to be lowered into the cellar floor, I believe her. When we were 15, everyone in the house was having weird experiences. Going upstairs to the bathroom, There was always something in the corner of your eye rounding a corner or peering at you from a doorway. It was unsettling to say the least. As we went through the goth and emo phase, Amy started to mess around with potion making, pentagram items and other oddities. I didn't necessarily credit Amy with this, but things started to get kicked up a notch after that. I was there for a sleepover once, in summer. Amy and I were sleeping in her bed, and she had an alarm clock that would project the time on her ceiling in that typical red segmented alarm clock font. Weird things would always happen at certain times of the night, and we would watch the red numbers and hush our girl chat at those times and listen to the house. Midnight, 1:11, 2:22, 3:33 and so on. One morning I woke up just as the sky was starting to lighten. I needed to use the bathroom and was sleeping on the inside of the bed against the wall, facing Amy's posters. I rolled to my back to check the time, and I could not see the hour. My blurred, sleepy eyes focused harder, but something black was obstructing the time. My eyes widened in terror as I turned my head towards Amy and realized the blackness was an entire human figure floating in the air about a foot over Amy. It looked like a mirror of Amy, but with no discernible features or form. Humanoid, but wrong. It was not dark in the room. The morning light had filled her room with a dull grayness, and I could see details across the room. I stared at this figure in horror, moving my eyes up to its empty face. No mouth, no nose, just emptiness. When my eyes met the full face, bright white eyes shot open and stared at me with an unbearable intensity. I shut my eyes in a flash and lay there, frozen and terrified for what felt like hours. I have never felt that level of fear in my entire life. I never heard a noise. I never felt a touch, but I felt the intense eyes upon me. At 7:30, Amy woke up to use the bathroom, and listened to her hum a tiny bit eased me enough to crack an eye open. Everything in the room was normal, and Amy returned to the bed with a thud and resumed sleep. I nudged her and asked if she could escort me to the bathroom. I told her about what happened later that day, and she was less than pleased to hear about it, and had a hard time sleeping in her room for a while after that. I'm absolutely certain I was awake, and there was not a single ounce of tired left in me when my eyes met whatever that was. I met my wife when I was 26. I suppose it can be considered ironic, really, that it was a funeral which brought us together, especially considering the events I would experience upon moving in with her. I was never really a believer of the paranormal. I guess if we have to apply labels to ourselves, mine would be of a skeptic. Of course, like most people, I had watched various videos on the internet, read stories of hauntings, and occasionally indulged in the odd horror film or two. But my interests were only ever viewed from an outside perspective, and could only really be considered academic at most. Without a frame of reference, I found it hard to believe in these stories, and view them as anything but stories. That would soon change, however, as we quickly fell in love, and I moved in with her shortly after. She had told me about the house before I moved in. She had been living there for 10 years, before she had even met me, and by that time there was a lot to tell. Her friends had all experienced something there. They each had their own tale of the unknown. One of her oldest friends had an experience while staying over for the night. Witnessed what can only be described as the outline of a woman move slowly through the room before dissipating abruptly into the darkness. He never slept alone in the house again. My soon-to-be stepchildren would often, when young, point to an empty space in the corner of a room and innocently ask, "Who is that lady?" A horrifying experience, of course, but discountable on its own. If it were not for the other children who would always say the same thing, every single time they visited our home, it would always be the same question, and it would always be the same corner of the room. Things would only get worse. I remember how my wife recalls the odd smells which would materialize as if from nowhere, the unexplainable noises which would break the peace of the night, and foreboding feeling of not feeling quite alone when you knew you were the only person in the house. It did not take her long to reach out to a paranormal investigation team. They attended our home with Kieran O'Caffey, a paranormal investigator who enjoyed a brief stint of fame after being featured on Most Haunted, a television show which ran here in the United Kingdom. They brought along a psychic who not long after entering the home had an unnatural aversion to one particular corner of the room which would soon become my new bedroom, and the particular corner where the children had witnessed the lady. Without any prompt, the psychic explained to my wife that the previous occupant of our house, a woman, had ended her life via rope in that very corner. She finished her reading of the house by sketching a picture of the apparition, a drawing my wife still keeps to this very day. Suffice to say, all of this did little to alleviate my wife's concerns. And this is where I come in. Poor naive me, brazen and full of all the misplaced logic that only a skeptic would apply to a situation which so clearly required it. Well, I even decided that our bed would go in that corner of the room. Looking back now, I can only lament at my childish bravado. My first night was unremarkable, of course. There was the typical excitement about me moving in, but nothing which could be considered otherworldly. At that point in my life, I knew I wanted to be a writer, but lacked any real motivation. That did not stop me, however, from tapping away at my laptop until the early hours of the morning, while my wife slept soundly in the corner. Around 1 in the morning was when it started. It began slightly at first, but it quickly became more noticeable as the minutes progressed. A sound, a noise of sorts. It sounded like scratching, and it was coming from the direction of our bed. I paused my work for a second and turned quickly around in the darkness, my ears directing me towards the source of the noise. My wife was still sleeping in the corner, her face concealed by the shadows. She lays stationary, blissfully unaware of the unnatural sound which had itched its way from the wall near her head. Now, however, I gazed into the blackness of the room. The noise could no longer be heard, almost as if it were never there. A fleeting shimmer of imagination jolted into existence by my wary, fatigued mind. The room all of a sudden felt tight and confining. The walls, although stationary, appeared to have moved an inch while I was busy, closing themselves while restricting my movement. It was an odd sensation, one which burrowed deep, one which felt as if it would be with me for quite some time to come. Chalking the whole feeling up to exhaustion, I closed my laptop and quietly climbed into bed next to my wife. Predictably, sleep came soon. "What are you doing?" I inhaled deeply, my body swaying somewhat as my consciousness returned to me. "Baby, what are you doing down here?" It took a second for my mind to return to me, but when it did, I found myself awakening abruptly, standing on my feet in the middle of our pitch-black kitchen. "It's just after 2. Are you okay?" Even through the darkness, I could see the concern etched into my wife's beautiful features. Her eyes were wide and telling as her lips repeated her plea for answers. "Are you okay?" It took a second to collect myself, my confusion crippling in a heavy sort of way. "I am," I began, my mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. "I think I was just sleepwalking," I added. My words sounded more of a question than a statement. My wife looked me over once before the concern drifted from her face. "Shh, it's okay," she whispered, extending her arm out to me. "Let's get you back to bed." I weakly offered my arm and allowed her to guide me back upstairs to our room, where I quickly fell back asleep. Up until this point, I had never sleepwalked in my entire life. I talked in my sleep, sure, but never sleepwalking. That was news to me, and it was a disturbing sensation to say the least. It followed me into the next day and persisted throughout. Somehow it felt more than just sleepwalking. Somehow I just knew. The day passed like a dream, and before I knew it, night had fallen once more. "Do you want to talk about it?" my wife asked, lying next to me on the bed. I shook my head. Even though the room was silent, I still felt as if I could hear the scratching. "No, I'm fine," I lied, as I pulled the covers over and turned over. "Okay, I love you, baby," she whispered. "I love you too." It's dark, and I'm standing in our kitchen. I inhaled deeply and took a second to steady myself, my limbs shaking as the realization of what happened crept slowly through my body. This time my wife wasn't there to comfort me. This time, every single drawer had been removed from their cabinets and were now perched precariously on the various surfaces above. What is happening? Confused and distressed, I began to quietly slip each drawer back into the cabinet, which housed them, and then slunk carefully back upstairs to bed. Just before my fragile mind drifted back into the sleep of abyss, I felt as if I could hear it again, a scratching, tearing and cutting somewhere deep within the walls. I did not tell my wife of this second transgression. I thought she would only worry. Ironically, this seemed to make matters worse as she quickly picked up on my silence throughout the day as we continued unpacking the rest of my belongings. "What's wrong?" she asked, sitting next to me on the sofa. I struggled to comprehend an answer. After all, what was wrong? I couldn't even fathom a response, let alone formulate the words required to convey the feeling which lingered deep inside me. My lips moved, and I found myself saying the first thing which came into my mind. "I think we should move the bed." She nodded slightly at my words. She knew what I meant by them, even though I never actually had to say it. "Okay, we can move it first thing tomorrow. One more night, okay? Because I'm shattered. One more night. I could make it one more night." The hours passed, and again the sky turned black as we drifted peacefully off to sleep. "Baby, stop, please, you're scaring me." Suddenly I was aware that I was not in bed. I was standing, but was still in the room. A few seconds later, I realized I was standing upright on the bed facing the wall. I looked down at my wife, the horror clear even through the darkness. "What?" was the only word which seemed to come. She was shaking, obviously. After a few moments of silence, she collected herself and brought her arms up to me. "Come on, come here." Confused, I once again allowed myself into her arms as she guided me back into the mattress. Her hand moved up to my hair as she began to run her fingers lovingly through it. "Shh, it's okay. Go back to sleep." My mind quickly sank back into nothingness. In the morning, she explained exactly what happened. She had awoken suddenly in the night when she realized that I wasn't laying next to her. After rolling over, she was shocked to find me standing upright on the bed, silently and still staring at the wall with my back to her. She tried to call out to me before I finally answered. Understandably, this shook her up quite a bit. I went on to divulge the second instance of my sleepwalking, and soon after we moved the bed from the corner of the room. To this day, we've never slept in that corner again. It's been 6 years since then, and we still avoid going anywhere near that corner. My sleepwalking has not happened since we moved the bed, and thankfully, I've never heard the scratching again either. To be honest, I try not to think about those 3 nights so long ago. It's hard to because I never really got any closure. If I had seen a ghost, if I could have at least pointed a finger, yep, ghouls. If I maybe had seen a rat or a mouse, I could have explained away the scratching. But there was nothing. It all just stopped just as suddenly as it had begun. The second we vacated that particular corner of the room. And I guess looking back on it now, that's the most horrifying part of it all. I will never know why these things happened. And even more hauntingly, I will never be able to predict if they will ever happen again. And that is the thought which lingers most during the dark nights, repeating with my mind as I tap away at my keyboard and hoping to God that I never hear that awful scratching ever again. After years of hearing other people's encounters and experiences, I have decided to share with you one of my many personal experiences in the area in which I live. Some background before we start. I live in the most northern part of Norway, which is also the most northern part of Europe. My home lies well above the Arctic Circle. This means, for those of you unaware, that we have very short summers, where the sun never sets, and very long winters, when the sun never rises. Those long and cold months of darkness in the end and beginning of the year have made us into, understandably, a superstitious bunch. There are many tales meant to safeguard us growing up. You have Stalo, the mountain troll who steals children who wander too far from their home. You have Mai Ling, who you will not see, but you can hear it stalk you, letting out the cries of a baby. And the Nork, who lies in waiting beneath the surface of lakes and rivers, waiting to drown unsuspecting swimmers. My story begins when I was 16. I had just gotten my hunting license, and my father had even bought me a shotgun for my birthday. This was a big deal for me, as I had always followed my father on hunting trips as a child, but never had I actually shot grouse myself. My father is the stereotypical northern Norwegian. He knows everything about the outdoors, and he can endure any hardship or weather with the same unwavering sense of macabre humor. Once his fingers got stuck in a sore at his workplace, and he peeled the skin off his middle finger like a banana peel. He promptly bandaged it up by himself and kept going. He did not consider going to the doctors to get it looked at before almost 2 weeks had passed, and the stench of bandages made him unbearable to stay in close proximity with. In the end, he needed a skin transplant and several weeks off work before his hand was remotely usable again. So the time of year comes when the sun is out for a few hours in the morning, and me and my dad take the journey to the cabin. This includes an hour of driving and a further hour of boat. You see, our cabin is in a remote area without any road access, so the only way to get there is by a ferry. This means we somewhat already know who is out there, since most people only stay over the weekend and there are no holidays, and the ferry only goes Fridays and Sundays during the weekend. That being said, there are never any more than a handful of people out there at the same time, spread out on an area that is roughly larger than my hometown. This time, on the other hand, it was only me and my father taking the ferry that Friday, so I knew we were going to be alone for the weekend. Arriving on that small pier by the cabin, I could finally breathe in the fresh air of untouched nature that has always been soothing to my soul. It's like you leave behind all your troubles at home, because out here, they are irrelevant. At the cabin, the only things that mattered is the things to keep you safe and warm and fed. We dug out our snowmobile that was parked near the pier and drove the short trip over to the cabin. That night, we mostly spent preparing noose traps and lunch for the next day. My father told me old stories of when he went hunting back in the days and such, and we shared in ceremonial hunter's shot of a single malt whiskey. I slept well that night, as I normally do, in the peace and quiet of the cabin. We got out of the cabin late following morning, due to us just enjoying the calming of a morning with no obligation. This would turn out to be a mistake, however. You see, the key point is to be out early so that you can utilize the sunlight as much as possible. We knew this, but sometimes you just want to sit down and eat a lazy breakfast and watch morning TV. When we had arrived at the Lavu, imagine a winter version of a TP, that we had set up the summer next to our lake, which was now frozen of course, my father decided that he would take it easy that day and get the Lavu warmed up so that when I returned from the mountain there would be warm food and drink waiting for me. I had previously spent a lot of time by myself around the area, so walking around the mountain alone never bothered me and still does not to this day. So I started walking up the mountain overlooking the lake. It was difficult due to the heavy snow and me not bringing my skis. Instead, I opted for using an old pair of snowshoes that were hanging in the cabin. This resulted in me using way more time than I needed to get up to where I could find some grouse that I may shoot, as I knew from previous experiences that this was the area they would be in. After a lot of effort, I made it up, and despite being full of tracks and feces, it was abandoned. You see, it had snowed that night, and part of the morning, so the tracks must have been somewhat fresh, yet I could not see nor hear anything. So I stalked the forest upon the mountain for hours without any traces of life. That's when I noticed the silence. It's like what people with similar experiences say. There is always a deafening silence that preludes something bad. Like all the animals know it's time to get out of there and do just that. I remembered for the first time since childhood that I felt uneasy about being alone up there. But of course, I was not about to go empty-handed back to my father, so I continued. As I was walking around, I listened intently to any sound that might give away any other form of life. I remember being amazed at how loud my footsteps were. At this point, I was a tall yet skinny boy, even though I walked as slow and controlled as humanly possible. The uneasy feeling creeping closer and closer to the point where I decided to take a quick snack break and regain my previous calm state of mind. As I walked back to a clearing overlooking the lake, my footsteps seemed to almost lighten, as I felt more relaxed and at ease again. I sat down on a rock and ate a bar of chocolate that I had bought, and enjoyed the sun on my face, ridiculing myself for being spooked of what essentially was nothing. That's when I heard footsteps coming from the direction I had just been in. Loud and heavy footsteps of a grown man. I knew this because, as anyone can tell you, the sound of a biped walking on 2 feet is quite distinct from four-legged creatures such as moose or bears, especially in heavy snow. I tried calling out because I immediately thought it was my father who had a change of heart, but there was no reply. I sat there on the rock watching the direction of the footsteps as they grew louder and louder. Several times I called out, and yet I received no reply. Feeling uneasy again, I decided to take out my phone and try to call my father. There on my phone I had an unread message from my father delivered 3 minutes ago. Coffee and lunch are ready. Simultaneously, the footsteps were somehow getting louder and louder, and I knew whatever was at the other end was not my father. This, and knowing that we were supposed to be the only 2 people in my radius, for many, many kilometers, made me instantly jump up. I grabbed my shotgun and noped out of there as soon as I had tightened my snowshoes. As I was making my way, with all the haste I could muster, I heard whatever it was stalking me pick up the pace, and I realized that the sound of my own 2 footsteps and whatever it was that was after me were almost in sync, to the point where there was only a slight difference when our feet hit the ground. I realized since then that whatever it was had followed me since I had entered the forest on the mountain, and was the cause of why I felt my footsteps were abnormally loud. I remember trying my best to run in hip-deep snow, not caring about the thick layer of branches that hit my cold face, leaving red marks all over. It came to the point where I could hear the extra pair of footprints, no more than 5 meters behind me. Yet when I turned around, there was nothing. I pushed all I had in me, and I finally managed to reach the frozen lake on the other side from the lava, and the extra pair of footsteps stopped. Exhausted by the kilometers plus that I ran in high snow, I made my way to the lava. My father seemed almost amused by how tired I seemed. He handed me a hot cup of coffee and asked if I saw anything. I didn't know what to say, and was honestly embarrassed by what had occurred, so I only said that I had spotted many tracks, but alas, no birds. However, in later years, I asked him about this and other strange occurrences around the area, and the answers have always been roughly the same. Don't worry about it, don't ask about it. Some things are better off ignored. Last year, from January to July, I dated a guy called Lucas. He loved the paranormal more than I did. He's also a firm believer, while I tend to be more skeptical. I firmly believe in angels and demons, but I'm kind of iffy on the topic of ghosts due to my more religious upbringing, whereas he comes from a small town steeped in superstition, where I came from a big city, where we had so much going on to even consider the afterlife. We met during my freshman year of college. He attended the community college and I attended the major university. My roommate and I got bored one night and had downloaded Tinder more as a joke than anything else. Nevertheless, I matched with Lucas and he was eager to meet and could hold a conversation, and I decided, why not? We met at the local barbecue place right off my campus and spoke for hours. Towards the end, he asked me, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I felt like this could be a trap. What if I say yes and he thinks I'm crazy? I told him I wasn't really sure but was open to the notion. He told me he could turn me into a believer. I was like, bet. And we decided one day he'd take me to the local ghost tour. He was a native of my small college town. He knew every superstition, every back road, and he knew stories only locals knew. The stuff you can't really find online. We kind of fell off when I went home that summer. We had something happen to us a week prior to the semester ending. We almost died and kind of wanted to be alone to process it. That's a story for another time. Fast forward to November of my sophomore year. He randomly sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted and we started chatting via the messenger. We get back on the topic of the paranormal and I asked, "Hey, do you remember the night we almost died?" He replied that he does. I told him I wanted to go back to the spot, a cemetery, where we had something freaky happen. We were actually on a ghost hunt then, and I was super casual about it all, as I was 100% convinced nothing would happen. "Hell no, I didn't want to go back there, I almost died," he said. "But I can show you the bridge. It's haunted," he goes. He picks me up from my old dorm, and we set out for the bridge. It took us about 20 minutes to get there. It was up in the mountains, and there weren't any streetlights of any kind. The bridge stretched over this creek, and there are woods all around the bridge. Middle of nowhere, literally. We exit his truck with flashlights and go to stand on the bridge. I ask him to tell me the story as to why it's haunted. He goes on to tell me that back in the 1960s, there lived a doctor called Dr. Gary. He was a rural mountain doctor and would take house calls. He was heading home one night. It was later than usual. He was exhausted and overworked and came down the mountain flying towards the bridge. As he was about to cross it, he had a heart attack and lost control of his small car. His car swerved across the bridge, hitting the side 3 times before flipping over into the creek below. Obviously, he passed away. It is said that every night Dr. Gary relives his death and drives across the bridge every night before splashing into the creek. You'll hear a loud bam as his car hits the side, and then twice more before a splash. Before that, you'll see his 1960s car coming around the bend. Lucas has a large group of guy friends, and several of them aren't believers. He took them to the bridge to wait for Dr. Gary, and they're all standing under the bridge when they heard the bam, bam, bam. It scared them so much They refused to go back. I was living for this and was so pumped to witness this. We got there at 11, and according to Lucas's dad, that's when Dr. Gary comes. Lucas was steadfast it would happen. I yelled, "Hey, Dr. Gary, I don't believe you exist. Show yourself." We waited for over an hour and nothing happened. Lucas was dumbfounded. We left and decided to try again the next night. For 3 nights, nothing happened. On the 4th night, we decided to go earlier. I had a test the next day and didn't want to be out late. We arrived at 9 p.m. Lucas asked me if I wanted to see the creek below the bridge. There are these stone steps you can go down and explore underneath. I was apprehensive and feared homeless people slumbering below or creeps waiting for easy targets to wander into their den. But still we headed down the steps when I heard people talking. They sounded young, maybe my age. I was 20 at the time, and figured we shouldn't go down there, but Lucas looked at me like I was crazy. He couldn't hear the people talking. It was so loud. There were at least 4 of them, and he shined his light below and shook his head. "Megan, there's no one down there," he said. He left me and went down the stairs, and I didn't want to be alone, so followed him. He was right. There was no one down there, but I knew I heard people clear as day. They were laughing. I could even tell some were male and others female. I was beyond confused. He was explaining to me how he and his friends liked to drink beer underneath the bridge when we heard a car coming. Because we were in an isolated place, we didn't hear cars pass by much. You'd only have about 1 or 2 an hour. I was like, "Oh, a car's driving above us." When all of a sudden we heard the bam, 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 followed by a splash. It was so intense the whole bridge was vibrating, and I'm like, "Crap!" We sprint up the stairs and get in his truck. I honestly have no clue what would cause that. We didn't bail out and stuck around and ghost hunted. I had an EVP recorder and ghost detector device and got them out to see if I could speak with Dr. Gary. What happened with that I'll share for another time. I'd love to hear what you all have to say. I am now firmly a believer in him. After the bridge thing, the activity ramped up big time. All the nights before that were calm. Not this one. Before I start my story, I'd like to say that I'm a complete skeptic and question everything and anything supernatural. I think extraordinary claims should always require extraordinary evidence. Even to this day, I will never be able to empirically prove what I've experienced. I'm currently 26 years old. This happened on June 16th, 2007. I remember it vividly. It was immediately embedded into my long-term memory when it all happened. In psychology, I believe they refer to these events as flashbulb memories. I was living in my parents' home at the time. It was a pretty stormy night. The wind was gusting slightly more than usual, and rain was coming down violently. Your typical crackles of thunder and lightning. I was playing WoW at the time, enjoying the idea that I had a legitimate excuse to not go out and do anything. I was about to finish one of the longest chain quests in the game, and boom, the internet goes out. I try for about half hour, anxiously, to get the internet to work, but as you guessed, nothing. I head to my room, frustrated. Here I am, home alone, with no internet, and irritated as hell. My parents at the time were out at a work-related event, and I remember lying on my bed just staring at the ceiling, turning my head to look at my old retro alarm clock that read 06:18 p.m. when I heard 3 knocks. I immediately sprung up, my eyes wide open, startled as hell. I crawled to my window that faced the front door and heard 3 more knocks again. I peek outside my window and see that there are 3 tall men dressed in your typical FBI-looking suits. One had what appeared to be a folder or file or something. Another what I have believed to be a Geiger counter, and the other was beating on my door with a huge fist. I head to the door, not really thinking much of it. I honestly thought that they were just church people soliciting their beliefs. I open the door, and the one man nearest the door that was knocking greets me in a very monotone voice, pulls out a badge, and says that him and his colleagues need to check the water source from the house's faucet. I asked them a bunch of questions. It turns out that they were in fact the FBI, and someone had allegedly tried to poison the city's water. I called my parents to let them know what was going on, and they okayed the situation. The guys in the suits didn't even check the water in my house. They had some other group of government guys show up and check. I tried to ask them if there was a motive or if it was a terrorist or whatever it could be. They simply said they couldn't talk about it in detail. When out of nowhere, all the lights in the house go out. It's pitch black. The guys in suits tell everyone to stay calm. They think it's just a power outage. The guys taking water samples turn on their flashlights. As one of them does so, it flashes over the tallest of the suited men. I see a reflection from his face, almost as if there were metal from under it. The guy with the flashlight quickly directs the light elsewhere, when a moment later the guy with the flashlight says, "Sir, it has begun." The suited guy with the Geiger counter turns it on. The thing just starts going haywire. And not 3 seconds later, it felt as if I were being pulled into a million different directions. I couldn't see anything. At first, it was just excruciating pain. I thought it was the process of being disintegrated alive when out of nowhere I see nothing but white. I literally thought that I was in heaven. A man appears to me and smiles, swings his arm in an inviting gesture, as if I were entering a ballroom dance or a party. I try to walk, but nothing. Then the white room gets sucked into itself and I see my life flash before my eyes, and I see everything. Disneyland at 5, my first kiss at 15, watch 911 happen on TV, with my mum and my dad. Everything. I see the Earth suspended in space. I'm watching Earth from above, and I fall. I feel it. Heart racing. I'm numb and in disbelief. I see the ground getting closer and closer, and I know this is it. I know I'll die. But before I hit the ground, I hear the monotoned voice of the suited man say in my head, "Do not," and then a white, static noise. "No matter what." I woke up in my bed, with cold sweats and panic. I freaked out and ran downstairs to find my parents cooking dinner. I ran back upstairs to see that it was 6:22 p.m. I was relieved to find out it was a dream. But it gets creepy. I go back downstairs and ask my parents when they got home. They told me they'd been home as it was their day off. I asked how the company event went, and they said it was last week. I asked them what time I fell asleep. They told me they didn't know I was asleep. I go to my computer and find that my WoW account was logged in and where I left off before the internet went down. I checked for my computer and the date. It was the 23rd. I have literally no memory of a full week. I tried to recall what had happened in my dream, but it was a blur. I go back upstairs and see that it looked like someone went through my closet. I searched and freaked out. The exact same Geiger counter the alleged FBI agent was holding was in my closet. I've never told anyone about this until now. I still have the Geiger counter and don't know what to do with it. I know this sounds crazy, but I've spent the last decade trying to piece things together. I just live day by day as an ordinary person, hoping they don't return. When I was younger, every year for Christmas I would drive upstate to my aunt's house along a stretch of highway. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of this road. All I know is it runs nearby Akron at some point. However, most of the drive is through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. It was the dead of night, and my groggy self had gotten off a long shift and had to drag my ass to my aunt's house, since my extended family was expecting me there the following morning. Halfway through the drive, I realized I was low on gas, which irritated me. My brother told me he had filled it up the day before, so he either forgot or was straight lying. I saw an archaic-looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, literally a pole with a slab of metal attached with gas off next exit, or something along those lines painted on it. That seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing with fruit stands on highways, so whatever. I pulled off at the next exit on some dilapidated country road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running out the trees with a chainsaw. Eventually I came to the gas station and quickly realized it hadn't been open for years. It was all rusted and the convenience store roof was caving in. The gas pumps had all been taken out as well. I pulled over next to it and checked my gauge. I probably would only make it another half mile before running out. So I called AAA and they said they'd send a truck over. Now I was playing the waiting game. I left my engine on because when the headlights were off everything was pitch black, and my paranoid self wasn't sitting next to an abandoned gas station in the middle of a forest in complete darkness. So most of the wait went uneventful until I sensed movement around the side of the old store where my lights are pointed at. I look up but didn't see anything, so I look back down at my phone. Then over the sound of the night I hear someone yell, "Hey buddy, come over here," in a demanding tone. I look up, and there's a dude standing by the old store looking towards me, illuminated by my headlights. He looked like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was honestly spooked and figured he must have been squatting there. Still watching him, I rolled up my windows and yelled something like, "Yeah, what's up?" Still mentally crapping myself. I had my foot ready to floor it out of there at the first sign of trouble. "You got any change?" "No, man, I don't." I look up at him. He has this kind of vacant expression and is standing stiff. Then I see more movement. There are heads. About 20 or so heads peeking around trees beyond the man I'm talking to. I can't see them clearly, but they're definitely people, literally just heads staring in my direction from around the trees. I see another guy begin to walk from around the gas station, and then I turned around to speed off. I got about as far away from that place as my tank could carry me and updated AAA on my location. The driver came back over and filled me up. I didn't say anything, but after he left I wanted to call the cops, so I called the nearest town sheriff's department, and they said that they'd send a state trooper over at the location I gave. When I got to my aunt's house they called me back and said whoever was there was gone, but they could tell a large number of people had been living there for a while. Blankets, canned food, the usual. The whole situation still freaks me out, but frankly I just consider myself lucky. I'll always just have a creepy story to tell, and nothing bad happened.